leave that with you.
Wonderful. Give this to Doug, so I will.
In a perfect world, you know,
But they want the children, but they want to be the ones doing the best by those children. And I thought it was the most exciting thing I've ever seen. So sorry.
I don't know what that noise is.
I don't know what's that. I guess they're working on that feedback sound.
where's this at? Do you know where's the new Scott Richardson at the bragging on
I'm sure there's
She's lead on all of this.
But
No,
yeah.
Not that it's not what is that? She had a background in all this, or did she work under Scott?
No, I think she wants
What was it Bill and Hillary said at one point?
I know.
Fifth, thank you. Fifth.
Technology.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Ready?
We're ready, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We can't see the phone. I've got about 6 minutes after. Is that what?
Yeah, it's past time. We were just working on the issues to be worked out.
Screeching back here is working good and stuff.
The August 15th, 2015, August 13th, meeting of the Arkansas Department of Education Board is called to order. I think we have our technical difficulties worked out thanks to the commissioner and his trustee assistant back there. So thank you. We have a lengthy agenda today, so we want to be as expedient as possible, but also want to make sure that we're thorough and cover the items that need to be covered in a proper way. First of all, we're going to ask that you silence all of your electronic devices and that you put them on silent or mute, please. There's a prohibition against having individuals standing in the room, so if you can't find a seat, we ask that you go out into the waiting area, and there's also an overflow room. Well, I congratulated you too early. Okay. There's an overflow room down the hall to the left, so we're asking everyone that can't find a seat to go to those particular rooms or spaces. First, as an order of business today, we have our minutes and consent agenda. And is there any board member that would like to pull? Dr. Barth would like to pull an item.
Well, I just have a couple of questions on C3.
Okay, so we're going to pull C3 for questions. Or is there any other item on the consent agenda that the board member wants to have questions or pull for complete discussion?
Yes, C8 and C10.
Okay, C8.
And I'd like to call the board's attention to be sure to read on the co-op reports, the introductory paragraphs of the co-op.
The person in charge of the co-op for the North Central Arkansas, he really articulated well the burdens and all done for the good of students in many instances, but all the different changes, over 100 new legislative pieces that apply to education. And as you know, in the smaller districts, which many of mine and Mr. Black's are in the 1st Congressional District, they don't have a huge staff, so that falls on a superintendent and a principal to make sure all this gets done and they're up to speed, and they do a great job.
Okay. So with the exception of C3, C8, and C10, could I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Savers. Could I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So approved. Okay, C3, Dr. Barr.
Just a couple of things. First off, on Pulaski County, Commissioner, do you know when we get our next full Pulaski County report? It's on their fiscal.
Is this Ms. Hollowell sitting all along?
Yes, Ms. Hollowell is coming and can help us with that.
Do you know when Pulaski County is up for their next full report on their fiscal distress? Is it a...
That I don't know, but I can find out.
Okay. Well, I think this just made me the new bonds here for the high school and reconfiguration there. It feels like in this next report, we normally get, when we get the fiscal distress report on Pulaski County, we really get their progress towards checking off the list of things that have been identified. But on this next report, I'm really feeling a lot of pressure because the clock is ticking towards the end of the 5 years on Pulaski County. And so I would really appreciate that be maybe a slightly different kind of report than we've gotten before. Is, one is we need to look ahead a little bit, be a little more proactive rather than just kind of waiting for that clock to tick out and then us having to scramble to make maybe not necessarily the best decision. And in particular, we've got a conflict, a collision coming potentially between that clock and the federal court order. And so it would be helpful to me to just get a little bit more well-rounded perspective on this. But this is a good sign that there's progress moving forward with Mills and the reconfiguration down there, but I just need a little more help on what that means for the big picture.
Dr. Bart, Dr. Guess will be, I think, in C4 or A4, will be up here presenting and talking about the detachment issue. And I know the financial pieces long-term have been certainly central to that conversation, and he may want to weigh in with that when he comes up later on.
And I had a concern about the dollar way. Weren't they just in fiscal distress, and can this additional debt not impact their fragile position?
They're not, but they have been, as they know, but they're currently not. They have applied for voted commercial bonds, and they are up for a millage. It'll go before a vote in September, so they'll have a revenue stream to support this debt if approved. Yes, and if it doesn't, then they just can't issue the bonds.
So, do we need to wait until we see if it passes before we vote on this?
No, all of the commercial bonds that are voted are up for the September election. So either if it passes, then this has already been done, the state board's already approved, and they can go proceed. And if the millage election fails, then the bonds just aren't issued.
Okay, thank you.
On the dollar way case, and I'm not someone who is, knee-jerk opposed to the funding of high-quality athletics, and I'm not my predecessor on the board, Dr. Mays, but I do have concerns in this case with this incredibly fragile school district in terms of their academic achievement, and with this district's history of not spending funds appropriately for the lowest achieving students in that district. This is very concerning that the priorities seem maybe a little out of kilter in terms of this. But that's just an editorial and a concern, but obviously the voters will make their choice on that.
What authority then do we have as it relates to Dr. Bart's concern at this point about the bond for Dollar Way? Because I think it's a legitimate point in this. Maybe some other board members that if they had not thought about it, and not to disparage Dr. Mays, I think he was really kept us on point. He's a former board member, and he was clearly concerned about expenditures as they related to athletic facilities. People would say that he was against athletics, but I don't think that was the case. It was him drawing a parallel between overall prudence in spending as related to academics and athletics. So I think that's a valid point. So I think if it's at this point, Dr. Barr, it may be something that we want to open for further discussion, or is any other board member concerned, or what are our options at this point?
Reno could visit with us as far as the fiscal distress component. And now that they're out of fiscal distress, Lori, is that something you can help answer that question of what role does the state board have?
No, I can't answer that. I can't answer that at this point, but certainly we could get that information. But they are not in fiscal distress any longer. They are out of fiscal distress. Always.
You could bring us information sometime today, or is there something that we need to look at later? Because I think we need to be deliberate given all the sensitive areas that we've addressed with the district before, including taking the district over and then releasing the district from state takeover. So I think it would be just prudent on our part to look at all the variables that might impact student achievement or debt or academic questions.
We will look into that and try to get your response today, Ms. Newman.
I think we could get a motion to table C3 until later, sometime today.
Yeah, that's the only part of C3 to table, so I don't know if to table the whole thing or just to table that piece of it. So that's your call.
I think if we can separate that out, I think we would, if your motion would then be to table the C3 as it relates to Dalloway.
Right, but I would move to go ahead and approve the remainder of C3.
Okay, so the remainder of C3 is approved with the exception of Dalloway, that's tabled. That's a motion by Dr. Barth. Can we get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright. All in
Madam
favor?
Chair, can I
Excuse me.
clarify that it's a table until later today in this
Absolutely.
meeting? Okay.
Absolutely. Right. So any further discussion? If not, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Then we'll move on to C8. Ms.
This came up.
Wait a minute, see who this is.
This came up before us, before we asked PLSB to.
Wayne Ruthven. Are you here for C8? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Leland.
It was for us to look at before, and then we asked them to take another look. And I still believe, even with the additional information, that the charges and the behavior of this professional, both as regard to her inappropriate interaction as well as her failure to follow policy with regard to documentation. I believe that a written reprimand is not severe enough, so I recommend a 1-year probation and a fine of $75. Second.
Okay, so a motion by Ms. Zook for, say it again, would you please?
I'm sorry, if I may,
Can we
If-
carry the motion and then get the discussion after that?
yes, that's
Okay.
fine.
So the motion is, say it again, please, Ms. Zook.
Instead of a written reprimand, that we do a 1-year probation and a $75 fine.
1-year probation, $75 fine, and second by Ms. Savers. Now for discussion, Ms. Leland.
At this time, the board cannot amend the PLSB's recommendation because it is a recommendation that was consented to by the educator. The educator would have to be notified of the potential change. I believe at this time the board's only option would be to remand it back to the PLSB for an evidentiary hearing.
Did they not do that when we remanded it back before?
No, this was, the ethics subcommittee's decision here was a decision made on initial reasonable belief. And if an educator rejects an initial reasonable belief determination, they have the opportunity to request an evidentiary hearing. So there was no evidentiary hearing on these, on C8 and C10.
Then whatever we need to do to continue to draw attention to this is what I recommend.
Well, I think first thing you're gonna have to withdraw your motion and your second, Ms. Savers. And so then your recommendation or your motion would be to refer it back to PLSB for further consideration. That's Ms. Zook's motion, and do we have a second? Second by Ms. Savers. Any further discussion? Commissioner?
Ms. Leo, does it need to be specific that the state board is requesting an evidentiary hearing, or is it sufficient to just re-refer it to PLSB?
The state board needs to specifically request that it be sent down to the ethics subcommittee for an evidentiary hearing.
That's Ms. Zook, that's your motion.
That's my
That's
motion.
included in the motion then. That's the intent of her motion. So all in favor? Any opposed? One opposition, Dr. Barr is the opposition. Okay, moving on to C10. Ms. Zook, C10, C10 is consideration of professional license standards board for Haley Terhune Heading.
Yes, I was gonna put a caveat on that, but I don't think, since the only thing we can do is send it for an evidence hearing, I don't think it rises to that level, so I withdraw my pull of C10.
Then we'll move on to the, that completes the consent agenda. Okay. Well, then I'm sorry, can I get a motion to approve C10?
So moved.
By Dr. Barth, move to accept by Dr. Barth, second. Second. Mr. Williamson, was that you? Okay, Mr. Williamson. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? C10 is approved. I'm sorry, Ms. Savers.
Before we move from the consent agenda, I do have one question. I think I've asked this before. Regarding the co-ops and after reading the reports, is there an evaluation process for co-ops, and are they accountable in any way?
Yes, Ms. Savers, there is an evaluation for co-ops. It's regularly scheduled, and it is scheduled again for 16-17. And, I'm sorry, 17-18. Okay. So that is a routine that happens, and we are actually looking to see if there are any changes that need to be made to that review process prior to that time occurring. So if there are any thoughts of the board on what you would like to see, we would certainly like to know that as we work towards it.
Yeah, it's always a little frustrating to read these reports because it feels like a greatest hits, and I know that there's more underlying there, and I've also always heard and certainly perceived that there's uneven quality among the co-ops, and I just want us, this is a large group of folks who have some responsibility. Just want to make sure we're getting the very best that we can from these folks.
We are certainly concerned about that in the department as well, and they are our partners in a lot of many training and just numerous opportunities out there, and we want those partnerships to be as strong as possible, getting the best results possible. So we'll take that under advisement as we move forward in that process. Thank you.
And just to pick up on Ms. Savers, I was around for the last evaluation round, and the evaluation is pretty meaningless, and as it's historically been presented, in that it's everybody's above average, and I think we need a much stronger evaluation process. And I think because I believe the lines, with only just a few tweaks, kind of are the lines that were originally drawn, and the state has changed so significantly over those decades. And as Ms. Zook points out, these things have become more and more important to making education work at the local level, especially in rural areas. I'm wondering if we might want a work session at some point on co-ops. I think we don't necessarily have a full understanding of exactly what they do, but I think it may be time, because it is an area where the state board does have a good deal of power to figure out if the lines are the lines that should be the lines. I think a work session sometime in the next couple of years on that issue, I think it would be prudent. So.
Ms. Kaufman has made a note of that.
I know the work session list is long, but I would like to get that one on.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we move on to the action agenda? Okay. On the action agenda, we have the following items that will be pulled. A5, A11, A5, A11, A12, A13, A25, and A28. 5, 11, 12, 13, 25, 28.
Madam Chair, 28 will be removed tomorrow.
Okay, 28th is tomorrow.
Why they were pulled, with particularly the parent request on transfer.
It was a decision of the people that, the parents to pull it. And I don't know the reasons, but this notification was given to me that they were pulled.
You know about A5?
I can talk about A5 quickly. We've been in close consultation with the Department of Career Education, and that process just was not right for your consideration. The petition was premature, and we've notified the parties as such, and that the rules have not yet been promulgated, and so we expect to see this come back on the agenda when those rules are in place.
Any other questions? Okay, then we'll go to A1, consideration of additional Arkansas Better Chance 2015-2016 grants. Mary Kay McKinney.
Thank you. There was a new chart provided to you late yesterday, and I apologize for that. But there were some changes that we needed to add to this. The list is, we're proposing or recommending these to be funded, and this is based on slots that were relinquished at the end of this past year. And so this is trying to fulfill those relinquished slots. We did do an application process. We had about 41 applications, and these were the ones that we're recommending. We also had to make a change on items 16 and 17 on the chart related to Ready, Set, and Learn in Jonesboro and ASU. ASU is going to continue to oversee the services being provided to Ready, Set, and Learn, which is a family care home. And then we're also asking for one-time startup funds for those new classrooms. And the total amount that we're requesting for funding is $1,701,500.
Evaluates, oversees not only the academic part of the ABC program, but also the spending of the funds.
DHS, the Division of Child Care. We have monitors that go out and visit all the programs and reports that we receive. Also, we have a data management system that is called COPA that all programs must enter data in, and when we go out to look at the programs, we take that information from the data management system. Also,
Excuse me, I would have interrupted you. The gentleman in the back who's talking, I can't hear her for you. Could you take that outside, please? Thank you. All right, go ahead, I'm sorry.
the data management system that I was mentioning, COPA, our monitors, we have about 8 monitors that go out across the state and oversee the activities. We also have contracts like with work sampling, and that is a system that looks at the developmental assessment to monitor how the children are doing in each program. We can look at it from a child perspective. We can look at it across the board from each different agency that has a grant.
Do these monitors work with the kindergartens in the area so that we make sure there's a nice vertical transition from the pre-K program to the kindergarten program?
Yes, ma'am, we do. And we also work with individuals within the Department of Ed to make sure that we are in alignment constantly with whatever we're doing with ABC is, again, a readiness, preparedness for kindergarten.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. And as far as the budget, we also have a financial officer at our place that manages that. And then we work very closely with Mr. Ron Burns in the finance division here.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board? as it relates to A1.
I move that we approve.
Move for approval by Ms. Zook. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to A2, consideration of the annual student discipline report, and that's Dr. Ritter and Ms. Anderson, Caitlin Anderson.
Good morning. My name is Gary Ritter from the Office of Education Policy at the University of Arkansas. Thanks for allowing us to dig into the data on school discipline for a second year and present the results to you. It's behind me and I'm going to have to look back and forth, and I apologize to make sure I'm showing you what I should be showing you. I believe you should have copies of these slides. I may walk back and forth and press the space bar.
Hold the mic. You can pull the mic off.
Okay. I apologize for the inconvenience. Okay. I'll get into it. I know you have a long agenda, so I'll get into it pretty quickly. We're going to talk about, introduce to you the questions we're asking, give you the motivation for it. We've got 4 new questions we were able to ask this year, and so I'll be able to show you the results of those. And then I'll let you know that our main goal is to find out what other questions you'd like to ask. Digging into discipline data is a relatively new task for us. We just received these data within the past year or so, and it seems like there are a lot of new, interesting questions that we need to address, and we want to find out what the board would like us to dig into. So that's our hope in today's presentation. So a quick background on school discipline in the U.S. There are lots of concerns, and the data support that African American students are more likely than majority students to be expelled or to be suspended, either in school or out of school suspension, than their peers. And this is a concern nationally. Last year we dug into the data and presented you roughly a year ago here that this seems to be the case in Arkansas as well. This is an important first step if we find out that certain students are more likely to receive punishments or consequences, but it's worthwhile to dig in to find out what the students are written up for and what the infractions are that lead to those consequences. It's one interpretation is that teachers or schools are unfairly providing consequences to minority students, or minority students might be being written up more frequently, or it could be either. So we can look into these data, and that's what we are going to attempt to do today. Arkansas's Act 1329, an act to evaluate the impact of school discipline on student achievement and other things, is what we are reacting to. Last year, Assistant Commissioner Decker invited us to dig into this, and this year, Assistant Commissioner Saunders reached out and asked us to do a little more digging, and then suggested that next year he'd like us to do the annual report as well. So next year we hope to be able to try and connect school discipline to student achievement. That is difficult because if you find out, for example, that students with low achievement are also receiving school discipline more often, it's not obvious if A causes B or if B causes A or if they're simply correlated. So we're going to have to, hopefully over the course of the year, figure out some clever ways to try and sort out the directionality of that. But I'll begin with what we have so far. And finally, one thing that we're able to dig into a little more this year again is we can connect the actual infractions to the consequences that are attached to those infractions. So it's one thing to find out that certain groups of students are punished more often, but it's another thing, I think, to find out if certain groups of students are punished differently for the same infractions. And that's what we're going to be able to do with today's data. And we think that'll be a little more useful. So I'll just quickly run through, and next year we want to connect to academic achievement. So we'll run through the questions that we'll answer and the result for each question. So we're going to try and ask, Number one, how often do students get cited for behavior, and which types of schools are more likely to write students up for misbehavior. Then we'll get into the meat of it. The first set is just who writes up more often, but then we'll ask, how do the punishments fit with the infractions? So question 2 is, which types of schools give stricter punishments for the same infractions? Which types of students are more likely to receive stricter punishments, again, for the same infraction? And finally, at the end, we'll be able to ask, if we see these differences, and we do they happen within the same school? So is it the case that within the same school, the same administrators and teachers are looking at students and offering different consequences for the same infractions in the same school? Because if we see differences across students, it could be that minority students attend schools that punish more strictly, for example, or it could be that within the same school, administrators are punishing different types of students differently. And so we're going to be able to sort that out. That's where we'll end. So the first question, straightforward, which types of schools, write up students the most often? And the numbers that we're going to look at are infractions per 100 students. It's hard to figure out the right way to look at this. This is the way we've decided to divide it, to use the denominator to deflate the results. We look at all infractions, and then we also look at severe infractions, what we listed as the most severe 6 infractions: fighting, gang-related activity, drugs, alcohol, or weapons. So we look at severe infractions as compared to all infractions. And as a quick overview, then I'll run through the slides briefly for each one. We find out that the Southwest and the Southeast regions have the most infractions. Strangely, and there's no obvious explanation for this, very large schools and very small schools are more likely to write up. Schools in the middle are less likely. Not surprisingly at all, schools serving older students are more likely to write up than schools serving younger students, although perhaps surprisingly, junior high schools are higher than high schools. The more minority students, the more infractions per student. The more economically disadvantaged the school, the more infractions per student, and lower performing schools had more infractions per student. And we'll give you a picture to support each one. It would have been more useful if it was closer to you, so I apologize. What this shows here is simply that the Southeast and the Southwest region have more infractions per pupil in the 60s as compared to in the 40s for the other regions. Per 100 pupils is the denominator. Junior high schools and high schools cite students more frequently. The biggest number off to the far right, 89.6 and 82.3, are the junior highs. The high schools are in the 60s. Elementary schools are not writing up nearly as much, perhaps not surprisingly. Smallest and largest schools, again, you see that the top is the set of smallest schools, the green line at the bottom are the set of largest schools, and those are for all infractions. So in the largest set of schools, there are 60 infractions per year per 100 students. We broke up the state into the fraction of African American students per district, and we find out that the districts with the highest fraction of African American students write up more frequently than districts with the lowest fraction of African American students, roughly 3 times as high for both all infractions, where you see there are 70 per 100 students, and even for the severe infractions, even though the numbers are small, it's 9.9 write-ups per 100 students. Over in the districts that have fewer minority students, it's only 3 write-ups per 100 students.
Are these 3 different students or the same student 3 times?
So the way we did this calculation is the total number of write-ups divided by the total number of students. So it could be the same student committing a multiple infraction, and it could be different students. That one we just totaled them up. There are other ways you could do it, where you could say the fraction of students who have been written up. The stories don't change regardless of which way you do it. We've tried it both ways. Thanks. And please interrupt and ask questions we think it's clear, but I can't see what you're seeing, so I don't know. Thank you. When we look at low income, you see the same unfortunate upward trajectory where schools serving more low income students are more likely to write up for all infractions. You see the numbers in the 70s and 60s in the far right, and for the most severe infractions, going from 3.2 per 100 students in the most affluent districts all the way to roughly 8 incidents per 100 students in the poorest districts. Results by benchmark scores are the same. The lowest achieving districts, in this case on the left, have far more write-ups than the highest achieving districts on the right, and the magnitude of the differences is quite large. Now again, this doesn't tell us that low performance leads to extra-disciplinary write-ups or extra-disciplinary write-ups leads to low performance. We can't sort out the direction by looking at them in the same year. We need to figure out with a little more data, and we do have a data request in with Dr. Saunders to try and gather more data to try and sort through that difference. But we're not there yet. We've just been digging into this over the past few months. So, yes, it seems like certain types of schools most certainly are writing up students for misbehavior more often. But the real question perhaps is, what about the consequences of that misbehavior, and to what extent are the consequences meted out in the students in a roughly equitable fashion? So, our second question is, which types of schools are more likely to give strict punishments? And the way we define giving strict punishments are, we have all the infractions in the state database, and we have all the punishments connected to those infractions. So you can imagine we can compute an average punishment, an average number of days of punishment for every infraction. So schools that offer punishments that are above average are strict schools, and schools that deliver punishments that are below the average for the whole data set in the state, we're viewing as less strict schools. We controlled for all the things that you'd imagine controlling for. So was it the student's 6th time he did something wrong, or the 1st? We controlled for that. Which type of infraction was it, whether it was just truancy or fighting or different. We controlled for those sorts of things. We controlled for the things that would reasonably affect an administrator's choice for the punishment. But then we wanted to see if then the strictness differed by the type of student or the type of school. And if we were at an academic conference, all this Greek stuff tells you what I guess it's sort of like our resume. You should believe what we're doing. And I'm going to not talk about that, and instead I'm going to hand it over to Caitlin Anderson, our researcher who did a great deal of the work, and she's going to talk you through the next few slides.
Thanks, Dr. Ritter. It's a good thing that you probably didn't go into detail, because the actual equations didn't turn out right on here. Hopefully it's okay in your copy that you actually have. But basically the gist of what we did with question 2 is controlling for all of those factors that would reasonably predict the punishment. We're finding an average punishment for a given infraction at a school level, and then trying to look how that relates to those schools' characteristics. And so the items circled in red are the characteristics that had a significant relationship. So schools that have a higher percentage of African American students are more likely to give longer punishments for the same infraction. And we also saw that the Northeast region and the Central region were, on average, giving slightly shorter punishments than the other regions. But again, these are just on average. So next, moving on from the school level, what types of students on average are receiving stricter punishments for the same infraction? So this is a similar idea. Again, we're creating a residual that's basically a measure of the extra days or a number of fewer days per the same infraction. And then instead of consolidating this at an average school level, actually averaging it over a subgroup of students. So in this way we can compare, say, males and females and see who's being punished more or less strictly for the same infraction. So we'll go into more of the detail of the results in a minute, but overall we see that minority students, FRL students, and male students are getting longer punishments for the same infraction. and that special education students and LEP students, limited English proficiency, are receiving slightly less strict punishments. And just to put this into context, per infraction, minority students receive about half a day extra of punishment for a single infraction. So here are those differences laid out. At the top, you see the 0.458, so that's roughly half a day per infraction difference between minority and white students. So this might seem maybe small to you, but over thousands of students, it really adds up. And then at the bottom, you also see some differences by special education and LEP status. There were also differences by FRL status, about a 1/10 of a day extra if you were a low-income student, and about a 20th of a day extra if you were male as opposed to female. So keep in mind too that these are still across the state, so this is relative to the state average. Turning to how this relates to academic achievement, we did the same thing, averaging residuals over proficiencies. So if you were an advanced student, you're receiving a 1/3 day less punishment than if you were the average student. You can also see that below basic students were receiving a slightly longer punishment. And these are based off of the prior year test score, so maybe there's a perception that you're a good kid, you're a smart kid, you just acted up once, so we're going to be lenient on you this time. That's just one theory. So before we move on to the final question, just to recap what we know so far, students are cited more frequently in the most disadvantaged districts. And then if you look at the actual infraction level, there's also differences in strictness of punishment for a given type of infraction. So schools with higher minority enrollments are the most strict. They're giving longer punishments for the same types of infractions. And we've also seen that certain types of students are receiving longer punishments. So minority students, FRL students, and male students are receiving longer punishments for the same infraction. Now all of this is across the state average, so it could be, like Dr. Ritter alluded to earlier, that these are differences between schools and that it's not necessarily a within school problem. So this is what we're looking at with the next question. Okay, so again, same idea, we're creating a residual, but now we're holding the school that that student attends constant, and then aggregating the residuals again by subgroup. And so here, largely the disparities diminish. That half a day that we saw between minority and white students is now only about a 20th of a day. Surprisingly though, the male-female difference is about the same. It's still about 0.05, 0.06. And so what we're trying to say here, oh wait, one more for the student achievement. Again, if you're an advanced student, you're receiving a slightly shorter punishment. This time it's only about a 1/10 of a day shorter relative to the average punishment for that infraction. So these are within a specific school, the disparities that we see between different subgroups. So this is not to say that these disparities do not exist or that they're not important, but I think the big story to really come away with here is that it's not necessarily within school differences that are driving all of this. It's just that there are students that are in the most disadvantaged schools that are also receiving more infractions and are being treated more strictly for those infractions. And so as Dr. Ritter alluded to as well, we have many more questions that we would like to answer with this. Obviously, with anything, there's opportunity for data improvements, and whatever questions we want answered, we need data to support that. So ideally, we could get information on referrals to law enforcement authorities and other outcome measures that would help give us more context for the story. And we're also very interested in hearing what the state board is interested in seeing with these questions, and working on developing what we do annually as well. But we really appreciate your time, and thank you for having us.
A lot to digest. Certainly raises questions all across the spectrum for me as it relates to many things. Poverty, the lack of juvenile justice and the implication that, the overrepresentation of minorities in the juvenile justice system, the high rate of failure in schools with high minority students. So I don't know, I don't get a do-over, but if I had a do-over, I think I'd change careers or something. I don't know what it would be. But so it gives a lot of clarity, but it also presents a tremendous challenge because so many systems are impacted. Whether it be the ABC program trying to get kids ready, whether it be just overall community safety, juvenile justice, and all things go, and economic problems for schools. I hate to make this a commentary, but all these things play into, academic distress, fiscal distress, and all things that impact families and communities are impacted by this. So I hope that at some point we realize the gravity of the situation, not necessarily the Arkansas Department of Education Board, because there's so much we can do, but at the same time I think communities and schools, Ms. Newton is here as a teacher, and I'm sure she's playing through her mind what impacts her, and as a classroom teacher, Ms. Wright over here to my left is looking at her work in community organizing, and this is just so moving and disturbing, and it's a cause for concern when we see the disparity in the numbers, and your report to me doesn't necessarily represent the common sense factors. Because the smaller schools with the worst, the worst numbers are the, so all these things don't make sense in the whole scheme of things. It's just, like I say, Ms. Zook, you can.
Yes, one thing that I would like to know is
not so much if one child gets one punishment or another child gets another punishment, which on your scale, stricter or less strict, but did that work? And are you getting repeat offenses? Anybody who has raised children or watched people raise children know that if you try to do everybody the same, and Ms. Newton knows this even in her classroom. So if what was given as punishment worked and the child didn't have to come back, then terrific. And I don't know if there's a way, without interviewing each person and being right there when the child does, but is what they're doing working, or is the child getting in trouble and getting in trouble and getting in trouble, and the school doesn't realize that what they're doing to punish the child is not in fact punishing, it's not changing the behavior at all. Is that possible?
That's a great point, and we can look at whether the child gets punished again in future years. And so what we can try and do is come up with some way of categorizing the punishment types of schools, where they're strict or more strict, where they use this strategy or that strategy, and figure out which one, if there is one, is connected to less recidivism, to use the word that I think you're getting at. That's a great point. Thank you.
And one thing, and thank you so much for your report, it really is fascinating. Having raised boys who attended public school with predominantly African American populations, it was my observation, this is certainly anecdotal, but my observation that a lot of the, how many offenses occurred in a particular building had to do with the leadership in the building and staff, and who was meting out the punishment and how much punishment they decided to mete out, and that varied widely. It depended upon who saw you do the deed, and so in my mind this goes back to a very targeted and intentional professional development, particularly in these areas that we've highlighted as having lots of offenses, because I think sometimes you just don't know what you don't know, and culturally maybe what you know is strict punishment. And also when I read this, my big concern is the number of days that these kids are actually out of instruction? And are we addressing that through policy and professional development in some way? Now, it's just drove me crazy, or it still does, to walk into a school and see a bunch of kids sitting in the auditorium being supervised and, with their heads down at the desk instead of back in the classroom. So those are the things that really concern me and that I think affect academic improvement and achievement, and that we should really be focused on. How do we take this information and really make it work for kids?
No, and my comments are going to a similar direction. I know, Dr. Ritter, we appreciated your presentation last year. And remind me if I'm wrong, this was triggered because of legislation, correct, that you all looked at this? Or was this purely because of the ADE reaching out and asking you to look at this?
I think the legislation led to the ADE needing to respond to the legislation, and they gathered the data and then sought us out. So they had a third party do the data analysis.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, and then last year was the first year, so this is the second year, correct? Yes. Moving forward, no, and it's wonderful that we're continuing to come back to this. That this wasn't just a one-time, one-year thing. I'm thrilled to know that there's another year. I guess where and it's not a frustration. Maybe it's to answer your question, right, about where do we go next with this. And I think it's as my colleague Ms. Savers was saying, is how do we get this into a usable format for actual schools, superintendents, leaders to know which are the schools, right? How does this relate? What does this state data, mean for my school, and what can be done for that? And that, we're actually talking about strategies and investment in funds and such in a way that can resolve these issues. So whether and I think this is a perfect tee up for Mr. Curris, who's going to be speaking to us next on the Little Rock School District, and that I know that some of these issues are obviously correlated with his own schools, right, that they're talking about in schools in distress right now. I'm hoping, I know the commissioner shared with me a little bit about conversations with the Little Rock Police Department, trying to talk about these various issues with the school. Hopefully we'll hear a little bit about that in Mr. Curris's report, but I think in general, right, trying to identify what some of these best practices are in the state, if there is a way to do so.
What does some of this relationships looks like? What is within the control of the school versus what are things that we need to outsource and wraparound services and partnerships, right, to be able to do something? Because this is essentially, as you all said, a reaffirmation that the cradle to prison pipeline that we talk about so much at the national level also exists here in Arkansas, and it's just the numbers that are affirming that. And so I think now that we can acknowledge that, or we have been acknowledged that, now some state policy to go with it, I really think there's a tremendous timeliness here to do something, because as what our colleagues were sharing here, right, it actually doesn't surprise me that we see a bigger incidence of this in junior high, because our failures to correct those issues at junior high is what causes those kids to then drop out and then not be in high school and see those numbers there. And I know that especially within my work with the Hispanic and immigrant community across the state, still seeing such a straggling rates of high school completion for our communities and such, and knowing that some of this is tied to that. My last thing that I would like for next year's report would be, I don't know if you were looking at limited English proficiency because, it's trying to understand our Hispanic community. I know up front when you talked about observations, you mentioned African American and Hispanic, and then all of the studies, looked at, numbers looked predominantly at our African American. I don't know if limited English proficiency was a way of trying to understand our Hispanic community, or if it was just treated as a subgroup along with special ed. But I will say that there's not a direct correlation necessarily between Hispanics and limited English proficiency, and so if there would be a way as well to understand within our Hispanic numbers as well, I would be really curious, I know at the state level, to see what those numbers look like.
I'd love to respond to a couple of those things. Is there time? Okay, so let me let Caitlin talk about the LEP and the Hispanic numbers, because the LEP numbers were interesting, but in the interest of time, we didn't show everything. But Caitlin will talk about that, then I have a couple responses for the other points. Sorry.
Okay, and it wasn't to, take away focus from Hispanic population, but also just to see if there's different things about schools about students besides race that, affect their outcomes. And if there is, say, an idea that, maybe we're going to be a little bit more lenient on you because you don't understand the teacher's instructions or something like that. There could be some correlation there. So it was just trying to get at, what characteristics about students might be related to these different outcomes. So, and one of the interesting things we saw was that there was these really large gaps at the state level, but then when you looked within school, they pretty much went completely away, and we think that's just because a lot of the limited English proficient students are concentrated in certain types of schools. So it's not that they're being treated differently within school.
This may be a subject that may lend itself to a work session, because I think the potential impact of the discipline as it relates to a certain group of students or not is so critical to achievement and moving. We're looking at components of what we can do in terms of structuring the future of Arkansas education. And I think it's nothing any more important as a part of the recipe, or one of the ingredients to have this and give us, a thorough look. So I don't know that even though you feel that your time is limited, I don't think we can limit the time for this information. Mm-hmm. One of the things I thought about when I look at the PLSB reports, oftentimes there's a book that they recommend teachers to read as it relates to situations where they need to better understand poverty. And I've ordered the book. I haven't read it. I just got it, but I can't remember the name of it. But basically, it lists characteristics of poverty. I won't say that there is a predisposition, obviously, of some teachers to react differently to different students. I'm not convinced that every teacher understands the genesis of that. Mm-hmm. And so I think all of that it has to be wrapped around a bigger, it has to be a bigger effort. And at some point we've got to look at that as state board, commissioner, is how we will fashion our educational system to address it, not looking at just academics, not looking at all the things that move us forward, but looking at all things that move us forward. So I think that we've got to come back to this in a more intensive way and to look at it, because even if it were not an act, I would hope that we as a board would be in a position to say this is critical, this is fair, and this is a just way to educate young people. And you cannot educate young people that are not in the classroom or that are sitting in the gym or that have disparate treatments. Ms. Savers and I have shared stories about our sons and how the difference in the way her son in the situation was treated and my son, we could have conversations about that and be honest about where it all stemmed from. So this is very relevant and very I think near and dear to all of us in terms of wanting to go forward.
To react to that, I think there was a question about can we give you these in usable format that schools can use. This sort of strictness number that we've come up with, schools are rated as being abnormally strict or as normally not strict. That's how we derived our numbers. Those are things we could share if we felt comfortable. Of the last year we did, when we gave our presentation, showed you the schools with the highest rates of infractions and the lowest rates, and we did receive some negative responses from schools saying, gosh, ours is only this high because we are really diligent about keeping records, when the school down the street, they don't do it. So we want to be very comfortable with the quality of the data before we start rating schools in that way. You also mentioned, the importance of the problem in kids missing school days, and Caitlin's mentioned this in presentations many times. A 0.458 coefficient doesn't look like much until you take that half a day and multiply it by the hundreds of infractions per year times the hundreds of kids, hundreds of schools. Then the half day does add up to lots of days of missing instruction time. And so it wouldn't be at all surprising to see that students punished more frequently end up in later years with lower academic achievement. That would be perfectly believable. And finally, there was a great question about or a reference to the possibility of different school leaders creating different school cultures that result in different punishment strategies. And what we can do is, we certainly don't know every school leader's strategy or their practices, but we do know, for example, I think we can identify which schools are being led by novice leaders as compared to experienced leaders, or we can know some characteristics of the leaders, and then we can try and do some analysis to see how those things connect to the kinds of discipline numbers we can create. So all that to say, you're giving us lots of good ideas, and I think these are things, many of these things are quite doable.
Just a few things that connects to things that have been said. First off, I want to thank Senator Chesterfield, who did carry this legislation, and then Senator Key, who co-sponsored it, and thank you for spurring this conversation. A couple of things, moving towards I do hope we have a work session and to kind of maybe have some different data when we look at that, or at least different data next year. First off, and this gets at something Ms. Saber said, I mean, all write-ups are not the same, and especially those that take kids out of school are, really damaging in terms of achievement. And Ms. Anderson, you said that there's not data on referrals to law enforcement available now?
We weren't provided with a nice set of compiled data. I'm sure we could get it if we knew how.
We don't know if it's available.
Right.
We do not have it for the analysis we were asked to do. But it would be worthwhile, as Ms. Wright suggested and mentioned, that this sort of confirms the school to prison pipeline. It doesn't get that far yet, right? It confirms all the disparate outcomes within schools. We don't know what happens beyond school, but we would certainly love to try and be helpful and go further with the analysis.
And did y'all have in-school versus out-of-school suspensions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would really like to see that broken out. I mean, the research is so clear in terms of the particularly damaging impact of out-of-school suspension on student learning, and so that would be particularly helpful. I'd also maybe push back just a little bit on I think in your presentation you were kind of diminishing the disparities within schools. I mean, first of all, they were still statistically significant, and if Dr. Ritter was at a conference, he would probably be presenting them and emphasizing that. And especially when we're thinking about the severity of the punishment, especially the in school versus out of school suspension, referrals to law enforcement, etc. I mean, I'd like to dive down into some of those within school disparities, because they're still there. We just know that there's something going on that's a little different than the more systemic issues that are present at the school level. So I'd like to note that. I know the legislation also does say that we need to start looking at good practices around the state, and I think we've started to hit at this. I mean, it's about leadership, it's about cultural competency training, it's about a lot of these things, and so what I would like to see to help us is, what are those schools that should be having incredibly high rates of punishment, but are obviously doing things smartly in a way that doesn't have negative ramifications for learning. So I want to see some of those outliers, those good outliers, because I think that's where we're going to find the best practices, and whether it's leadership training, whether it's the scaffolding of punishment, so it don't immediately go to DEFCON 4, but start in a more appropriate way. That the NASB, National Association of State Boards of Ed report that we saw this week, may suggest that some of those things can really be effective. So I want us to start to move from what the problem is to what the good practices are.
I just wanted to kind of jump on what Ms. Saber said about leadership in the school, and you addressed that earlier, but I would like to see specifics with ethnicity of leaders, age of leaders, and the years of experience of the leaders in the school, because that has a lot to do with, if you're an old school type of person and you think, well, when you do this, I think you need to be put out of school, whatever it may be. I think that has a lot to do with how how a student is disciplined and how a person views discipline as well.
And just one more thing, and I just keep harping on this. I'm feeling my time on this board slipping away, and I hate to leave without thinking that this would happen at some point. But somehow to incorporate this information into our teacher preparation programs and our teacher leadership programs, along with what Ms. Newton said about understanding a child of poverty and what those markers are and how to address that individually, for each child. That's something our future teachers and leaders all need to understand better. So I really hope that we're able to take this information and translate it into policy and teacher preparation programs and elsewhere that really makes a difference.
Ms. Favors, I can speak to our one teacher preparation program that we have some interaction with, the Arkansas Teacher Corps, which intentionally places students in economically disadvantaged areas, and that is absolutely an intentional focus of our training during the pre-service training and the embedded in-service training that it happens throughout their entire time in the Arkansas Teacher Corps. So I agree with you that matters a great deal. And I think it's easier for us because we are intentionally placing students in economically disadvantaged areas to focus on working with exactly those sorts of students. Perhaps where a general teacher prep program who might be placing students anywhere might not have the same, at least not the same focus as our program would have.
And we thank you for your report. It's certainly thorough and comprehensive. And just as a final note, we see a lot of literature and being written and describing these young people, sometimes probably the majority of young people, as exhibiting symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. So I think it's very serious that what we've associated with traumatic life events are now parallel to students in classrooms because evidently they're having the same impact in a different realm, in a different environment. So I think they may be going as far as diagnosing many young people, but certainly describing those things that are so traumatic that would lend itself to this descriptor. So I think that we are going in the right direction, Board, in terms of our intent to be able to look at this closer. And at this point, I'd ask for a motion for this action item A2. Ms. Savers.
I move to approve.
Ms. Savers moves to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in or any further discussion? I'm sorry, don't limit any discussion.
If I could just add one thing, Madam
Okay.
Chair, and that is just for next year as well. And I think I might have mentioned this last year too. Quantitative being very compelling, but if there are any good testimonials, like actual stories here, especially as we start looking at some of those outliers and good practices, especially as we start thinking of the teaching component, right, and starting to drill into some of those experiences. If we could have folks, I know our last Teacher of the Year did a lot with trying to videotape some of these best practices and such, and if we could have some stories to complement the numbers, I think that could be helpful as well.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion approved. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
We're now down to A3, and unless somebody needs a quick break, we're going to ask Mr. Kurz to come and give his report. Okay, we're fine. Mr. Kurz, consideration of the Little Rock School District's monthly report.
Good morning. I am here this morning with Mr. Greg Adams, who's one of the co-chairs of the Civic Advisory Committee, and he has a very brief report, which we could either move to now or at your pleasure.
So you're suggesting his is brief and yours is long?
Well, I guess I'm a lawyer, and we always love to go last if you're practicing law. So let me ask Mr. Adams to step forward, and I will be brief as well.
Your affiliation for the purpose of this report?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Greg Adams. I'm the co-chair of the Civic Advisory Committee for the Little Rock School District. Thank you for the time this morning. I do have just a very brief report. Our committee has continued to meet in the summer, and our major development has been that we have set a retreat date for September 19th, utilizing the facilitator that's being underwritten by the Arkansas Public Policy Panel and the Rockefeller Foundation. And we have also set up a retreat planning committee from our overall committee to help us plan the details for that day. Our hope is to come out of that retreat day with a strong consensus for goals and strategies, what we'd like to accomplish, and some tasks and how we're going to organize ourselves. Mr. Kurz has presented us with some large, overreaching questions that he would like to have input from the committee, and that will be a time that the committee will be able to discuss how we want to respond to those requests too from Mr. Curtis. And I'm hopeful that we'll strongly engage in those questions, which I think will be very appropriate for a committee. Thank you.
May I ask a quick question again? The students that were on the committee who are now at a totally different school, did they roll off the committee and someone new come on, or how was that handled? And also if teachers were transferred?
No, thank you. We do have students who are going to be who were assigned to our committee who are going to be in different schools this year because they moved on up to a different school, and so we're looking at those schools as the school year begins to assign new representatives, because we feel like we need to have new representatives to somebody who's actually there in the school this year. The same will be said for the teachers. We have some teachers who are going to be in different positions, and so we're going to be looking in the next month, hopefully before our retreat date, to have new teacher representatives also. You're welcome.
I will try to be brief. I'm going to talk a little bit about school opening, and I'm not going to sing, although I've sung at lots of schools. If I were going to sing, I would sing the Johnny Cash song, "I've Been Everywhere, Man," because I've been everywhere. I've been in a lot of schools. I will say that we are ready. We have challenges in some schools, but we are ready. I was in several schools yesterday and early this morning. Morale is good. Teachers are working hard. Staffs are cooperating, and I'm very encouraged by that. And I invite any of you, the commissioner as well as several other ADE staff persons have indicated they might want to come to schools on opening day, and you're all welcome. Anywhere, at any time, please come to our schools, because I think that presence is a positive thing. Let me give you just a brief overview of an enrollment trend, and it's just a trend, and this is the world's worst time of the year to try to project anything, but if you looked at our enrollment a year ago, and you compared it to our enrollment today based on what's on our books, we're up 656 students. I have no idea who's going to show up, who's going to actually get there, and who else might show up. We had a room full of people at our student assignment office yesterday, so very difficult to predict, but I just want to tell you where we are right now. As you know from opportunity choice transfers, we have some very tight buildings. We still have a huge issue, in my opinion, with the fact that some people see schools as offering more opportunity than other schools. That is the greatest challenge I have right now, is to educate the public, for one thing, of the marvelous students that are in schools which are not preferred. And I was with those students yesterday. I'll be with them every day. I can bring them up here, and you can meet them if you would like, or if you ever want to go to these schools and see marvelous kids who are doing marvelous things. We have them everywhere, but that story does not get told. So, and I want to tell that story, and I will continue to try to do so. And I'd invite you, anytime you want to go with me to a student council meeting at any of the schools that people don't think are marvelous, I can show you kids that are doing, young people doing marvelous things, and I'm very excited for them. I meet new ones every day. I met several yesterday. I want to talk briefly about sort of the organizational matters, then I want to move to the big picture, if that's okay. What I'm going to talk about right now is boring and stuff you've heard about before, but it's the blocking and tackling of organizational management and education, and that's what we're working on. Staffing is what has been done well. We've staffed up with school improvement specialists, even though I think some of the requirements only said that we needed those folks at semester. We built those teams, spent a great deal of time with representatives of ADE. Dr. Wild is here, and others are here, Mr. Tolbert. We've all worked together and cooperated on trying to develop an integrated plan for the proper engagement of school improvement specialists. It's a very tricky thing, because if you're trying to do what I'm trying to do, which is build a direct line of accountability from my office through associate superintendents to principals, assistant principals, teachers, and students, you have to be careful not to interject other people within that accountability chain and interrupt that very direct line. And we've spent a fair amount of time with the process map to try to locate and really think about where the points of inflection should be for various facilitators. We have school improvement specialists. The ADE has school improvement specialists. We have math facilitators, literacy facilitators. We have special teachers. And the last thing I want to do is ever interrupt that chain of accountability. So we spend a great deal of time on that, training our people and working with ADE so that we have a process map and we don't interrupt that chain of accountability, because that's what I'm focused on. Again, the blocking and tackling of the simple things you've heard me talk about before, the accountability measures that we're going to put in place, and we've done so. We're going to use TLI for interim assessments. We're going to pre and post test. We're going to be data driven, and we're going to focus everywhere we are, every single school, actively managing, goal setting, and promoting accountability. Sounds kind of boring, but I predict that we'll get more pop out of that simple thing, improving morale, having direct and clear lines of communication and accountability, than we will from any special thing that we do. I think the easiest gains will be from better management, more accountability, and more focus. And that's what I'm hearing from ADE folks. I went to conferences. I'm training up to be a superintendent. You'll be proud to know I'm going to class, and I got a lot to learn. Lord knows I do. But I know what I don't know, and I've got great people on our team who are making these good things happen. Our distressed schools present unique challenges. I don't have to tell you that. We're focused on those schools in a lot of interesting ways. Baseline gets all the publicity, but I'm focused actually now a lot more on the other schools. Because actually my biggest fear at Baseline is that we have too many moving parts, too many people trying to help, too many cooks in the kitchen. It may not be true, and I hope it isn't, but that's what I'm worried about at Baseline. At the other schools, you're going to hear from those principals tomorrow. They'll all be here, and you can ask questions. So I'd rather not, I'll be happy to, but I may have been thinking about not coming. I almost think it would be better if you want to interact with them and ask them anything you want to know outside of my presence. I would like for you to do that, and I promise you I won't look at the tape. I know they tape these meetings, but I want you to ask them whatever it is. And what I've told them is that your points of emphasis should be, or might be, I shouldn't say should be, but might be, what are you going to do differently this year than you did last year to change results? A simple question, but simple questions are the hardest ones to answer if you've ever tried a lawsuit. It's the simplest question is the hardest one to answer. What's going to be different next year? This year actually starts Monday. But it'll be strictly up to you, and they'll all be here, and they'll all be prepared, and I appreciate the chance to be with you. And I'll come if you'd like, or I'll make up my own mind about whether it would be instructive for them to answer without me trying to intrude or otherwise step into the middle of it. I would like to kind of go to the big picture now, if I might, because that's very important. We've been making the news a little bit. People want to interview me all the time, and honestly, I don't want to be the story, and I'm trying not to do that. I honestly am trying to step out of the picture because we have so many good people working so hard, and I want you to understand how much I appreciate our team. But the big picture is so critical right now. We have some schools where we don't have room for new kids. We have schools where people want to attend and are doing all sorts of things to try to get in schools, including fudging on where they live a little bit, you might say. We've taken measures with the commissioner's help to try to manage that issue. So it's not that we don't have good schools. We have great schools, but we also have schools where people don't want to get in. That's a big picture item that I mentioned, and we're working on that because if we don't promote long-term stability in our school district and focus on student achievement everywhere, this will be a constant problem. We have to solve this problem by making every school a school of choice, and we're working hard to do that. We also have to consider growth. Some people might say that we don't want to serve every kid in Little Rock. I want to serve every kid in every school zone, and we make no bones about that, and I have plans to do that. I also want to respect the Civic Advisory Committee. I've asked them big questions. I think like most of us, they want to focus on certain things that are maybe closer to them personally. That's human nature, and I respect that as well, but I really need help from you or from them on what do you want to accomplish big picture wise. Do you want to build new schools in this town? Do you want to ramp up and open schools not just out west or not just down south or southwest, but everywhere? Because the one thing I'm not going to do is make comments with respect to any particular group that wants to do any particular one thing. It has to be a comprehensive plan, has to be thought out very carefully, and it shouldn't be isolated, and it shouldn't be driven by emails or blogs. It ought to be driven by prudent thinking, and it ought to respect the fact that our community needs to be behind it as a whole. And anything we do in Little Rock will be scrutinized as it should be, and the impact on the community as a whole must be considered. I am prepared, and I have a plan. It's my plan. It's not the community's plan, your plan, the Civic Advisory Committee's plan, but I think it's a good plan, but I'm not sharing it. I will share it at your convenience whenever you request it, but I'd like the Civic Advisory Committee to take a big picture view and tell me what this community wants this system of education to look like in 3 to 5 years. And it'll be a process. But I'm prepared to step in that direction, because if we don't begin to address our major needs comprehensively, again, not on a one-off basis, it's not like a pop and popcorn where a bunch of people kind of get excited and we do one thing and then we do something else and then we hope it all fits together in the long run. That's backwards. I want to do it differently. And we do need an overall strategy, not only just for facilities management, but for management of our operations. I've been in the last few days, I've been to our warehouse, I've been to our transportation location, I've been to our procurement center, I've been to our food service location, I've been to safety and security locations. We've got locations everywhere. If we don't fix that, it's going to be hard to slim down our administrative budget, which I'm working hard every day on. Another big picture item, a little good news. We had planned an operating deficit for this year, but based on current numbers, we've turned that from a $2 million loss to about a $2.6 million operating surplus. That's going to improve this year. We'll continue to push in that direction, and if we work hard and make the cost savings come true that I think are out there, we'll have the money to build new schools if that's what the board's pleasure would be, or if that's what the community wishes to see. It won't be easy, it'll be very difficult as a matter of fact, but if we manage correctly and work very hard, we can do that. Main thing we have in Little Rock that's in short, we have great people. Man, we've got great teachers. I talk to them every day. I was with them this morning. I actually ran from a school talking to teachers to a get ready for school meeting downtown. Thanked all my folks that were working there, or our folks that were working there, and then rushed over here. And I'm very optimistic that if we continue to work hard, we can have great success. I know y'all have asked questions about disciplinary matters and how we're going to handle those things. I think I'll rather respond to your questions than tackle that sort of ad lib. I'm not fully prepared on that, but I'll be happy to share with you anything I can with respect to that.
If I may add to the four questions, there's a few things I wanted to cover. And I always thank him, and I especially thank Jenny Curris every time I see her for allowing him to tackle this. A few weeks ago, I was invited to speak at the Principals Institute for LRSD. And I would just say that the positive energy that I observed in that group of principals, assistant principals, and other administrators at the building level was much different than anything I had observed in interactions prior to Mr. Curris coming on board. His team at LRSD office, those critical staff members and professionals that are doing so much, I can only describe it as they feel unleashed now to be able to do the jobs that they know need to be done. So just to say that the leadership, the organizational style, the approach that Mr. Curris has taken is really taken hold, and I think you're starting to see that now filter on down into the buildings. I'm approached, and I forward those requests to Baker often, but we have different groups in the communities that are now seeking partnerships and stepping up and asking, hey, how can we help? And so, you know, I expect that over the next month, 2 months, there are going to be a lot of other exciting announcements of things where we are have those opportunities for partnerships with groups that were taking a wait-and-see approach, but now that they see the positive energy taking place, that they want to get involved and they want to help
be part of this turnaround. So I'm encouraged, and want the board to hear me again thank Baker for his leadership that he's bringing to the table.
Thank you. Ms. Dean, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I just want to reiterate what the commissioner said. I've heard so many great things about you and what you've been doing in the community from parents all around. So I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for the positive energy that you've injected into everything that you've done. So thank you.
Well, that's very, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for everything. Just a couple of questions. You alluded to the space concerns, especially at the junior high level, but also at the high school level. And, you know, I think that we all hope that this positive energy, of course, leads to more and more and more dozens of kids being educated in the district. And so, I mean, in a best case scenario, I mean, how quickly could we see, you know, at least some, you know, new space, especially at the junior high level?
Well, sort of open the door, and I'll be happy to discuss that in whatever level of depth you want. I spend a lot of my time thinking big picture now, which is so much better than May the 6th when I started, when I was really worried about managing simple things like, can we cooperate? Can we hold a meeting where we do something positive and people are empowered and want to speak up? We've gotten beyond that, which is marvelous, because now I can step back and instead of flying right on the deck, I'm up about 15,000 feet now. I really need to be at 40,000 feet. But I'm still learning so much by being on the ground floor that I don't want to get off. But we could ramp up very quickly. But the problem I see is that without a comprehensive plan, let's say we did what apparently we've been asked to do publicly on blogs and stuff, which I don't read. And I've said publicly, if you really want to bash me, you need to do that directly, either in person or on email to me directly, because I don't read it if you just bash me kind of generally on Facebook. But you know, there's been a lot of talk about certain structures out west that are available and for sale. I ran into an architect who's a good friend of mine, and he would go out there and have a look around any day. But I'm not going to go look at that building. I'm not even going to step in that direction until I can say, not only are we going to do that, we're going to address these very severe needs that we have in South Central Little Rock and Southwest Little Rock. We have beautiful buildings. I was in Geyer Springs yesterday, beautiful little school. I was in Wakefield yesterday, which is a relatively new school, marvelous school. But I was in Franklin. Franklin, we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last 2 years at Franklin. And the people down there are working so hard. And we've had so many really distressing, one especially distressing thing go on in there. Marvelous building for what it is, but it was built in 1949. It's not a modern school. It's not a Wakefield. It's not a Stevens. It's certainly not a Roberts. But if we wanted to, before I step out on a West Little Rock, I want to be able to tell the community and my friends that I live with, this is what we're doing everywhere. This is not another one-off deal where I'm listening to certain people or playing, taking sides. I'm just not going to do it. The Civic Advisory Committee can do that. If they've got the nerve, or you can tell me to do it. I work for you. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to insist that we have a comprehensive, collaborative plan that makes sense over the long term. And there's a little short-term pain associated with that right now. But I'm willing to take the hailstorm, because I know it'll blow over. But until we have a long-term comprehensive plan for closing small schools that are inefficient and building schools that are modern and meet the needs of modern students, whether that's special education needs in music, needs in art, needs in computer laboratories or literacy, special rooms, and that's what we've got to do. And our little old buildings are so quaint, and some of them are nice. I mean, they really are. For what they are, they're really nice, and you need to go in them. And but that's not what we're looking for long term. I mean, I'll just give you one little. Y'all pulled the chain, so I'm going to try to be quiet. I know I apologize, Madam Chair, but what do you have when you have a half-time nurse? What do you really have? And we've got a lot of half-time nurses. You really end up with a nurse that goes to 2 staff meetings, spends time in the car, works like mad, never gets settled in, and you don't have much. They work so hard. I mean, I see them, and they're just all over the place. But if you can put that same nurse, even with more students, in one place, with one office, one set of supplies, everything that he or she needs to do the job, full-time, get acquainted with the staff, learn the students in one school, they're so much more effective. The same is true with music and art and all the enhancements. It's okay for a teacher to have the same number of students in the four walls of a schoolroom, but it really makes a difference on all the support. And it's so expensive to educate kids in small school. And I love small schools. They're wonderful. But if you really want to see this community grow, we have to confront that issue. And I'm ready to do it. But I'm not ready to step out and say, let's build a new school out west, while everybody else in town is scratching their head and saying, well, what about our needs? I just think that opens up a level of, it blows the one thing that we've got going for us right now, which is tremendous amount of goodwill. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice or risk that goodwill without a comprehensive plan. I can give you a plan in a month. I'll give you a plan late tonight.
And I agree with everything you're saying. It would be great that by the fall of 2016 that we could really begin to capture that group of sixth graders that year. That's kind of what I would begin to say, okay, that's a big turnaround. If we start to capture large numbers of those sixth graders who, we know that's the departure grade in so many cases, and I that's not the longest term plan, but that would feel so good that year.
It pains me, and I won't tell a whole lot of stories, but I was at an elementary school that's a high poverty school, and a very high rated school. I'm not going to call them out. I'll tell you if you really want to know. And the two kids that were the highest achievers, I think, and I didn't compare test scores, both minority kids. Both we've done such a tremendous job, and they have done such. These kids and their families have done such a tremendous job. And these are the kids that we love every kid. But it pained me so much when neither one of them is going to middle school with us. You know, and it makes it that much harder everywhere else. And so I'm with you. I mean, I read, and we've gotten some really good research from my friend Mr. Newton, and I appreciate it, about all that, and it's painful to me. And these people know where to find me. I hear from them.
Okay, I know you're not going to want to go into much detail here, but on the contract negotiations, are you whatever you want to say about that? I know it's a. I mean, I know you're not going to want to go into a lot of detail, but I feel like we would be remiss not to talk about it. It's kind of the elephant in the room in terms of school operating effectively this year.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll say it this way, and I don't want to. I really respect LREA and their leadership, and because they've stepped up, in my opinion, been so prudent, so measured in their responses to what are highly volatile issues. My preference, which is well known by virtue of the contract proposal, was to start with a contract that clearly states that we recognize LREA and that we clearly bargain on wages and benefits. And if you really just drop back and forget about the length of the agreement and all that sort of thing, those are very important items. Recognition, bargaining on wages and benefits. Whenever I've accepted a job, that's kind of the two biggies. Everything else is very important, but those things are very important. The draft that I propose, and I have a copy if you'd like to see it, says that we'll negotiate working conditions. I want to start with a little agreement, and if we have to work it up a little bit, I'm good with that. It's going to be good faith negotiations, fairly undertaken, promptly, to move where we negotiate salary and benefits, which are the big issues. Then we negotiate working conditions. Those are big issues. But I want to work from a little agreement up rather than our agreement currently it's 92 pages. It starts, and then it has exhibits that take it over 200 pages. And it's a document that is sort of grown. It's over 50 years old. But gosh, I'm all about good faith negotiations. I think we'll get there. We've got great teachers, and I understand, and I say every chance I get, teaching and learning doesn't occur in my office. It occurs in a classroom between a qualified professional. We've got great teachers, and I really respect them. But I tell you this, if we don't have a sustainable financial future, as well as schools that achieve, then none of us has a future in education in the LRSD. It won't exist. So those are my primary goals, is to recognize our teachers, let them know how much we appreciate them, expect a lot, but then provide them with the top pay of anybody and the best working conditions with people that appreciate them.
Good morning.
Thank you for your report.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm hearing great things about the different things that are changing, the attitudes, so I think you're having a big impact there. The other elephant in the room is last week, we had parents from Little Rock District who were wanting to exercise opportunity choice, and Dr. Fields either left here feeling beat up or we feel your pain, but we don't agree with you. So are there any processes in the works to help better work with those parents? If you don't have room, you don't have room. And if you have an agreement with the Little Rock City that you won't move in portables, then, you know, that's it. But those parents do, by legislation, have a right to go to a district or a building that is not in academic distress. I got the feeling from listening to the parents that they were notified, like form letter kind of thing, and you and I both know that to get bad news, it comes better if it's a personal visit or some other type of way. But what I also wonder is, are those families being fully informed of, well, if we don't have room here, then there is transportation money. You can apply and look at Bryan or Benton or North Little Rock or whatever, because if you're going to wait for a big plan as opposed to piecemealing, as you've sort of labeled it, about taking care of the families that might want to go to a non-academic distress building or might want to go to Little Rock, period. But according to Mr. Fields, there were no spaces, and I'm sort of like Dr. Barth. If we get the best case scenario and the 8th graders want to stay here for 9th and the 5th graders want to stay here for 6th, and Dr. Fields is saying there is no space, what is your plan?
Well, my plan, and I alluded to it briefly, is to make schools that are not viewed as schools of opportunity into schools which are schools of opportunity. And in fact, they are for some students. And we might get into this even a little bit in this discussion about discipline, but if you look at the macro picture, we have severe problems in at least 6 schools. Actually, there's more than that. There's virtually no difference in the global performance of the schools which actually went over the line than another number of schools which are so close that I'm essentially managing them the same way because I see no difference. But what I see in schools on both sides is that if you have failure of any one student, and that's what I've said and I've told our staff, a student who fails is a failure of our system across the board. Not that school, we're not playing that game anymore. That Parkview and Central and Mann and Dunbar are viewed as schools where everything's going great. Well, no, it's not. If there's any kid in there that's below basic or basic and that we're not reaching, then we have a failure in that school. And that's essentially the answer to your question obliquely, because if you go to Fair Hall and McClellan, and I've been in all 3 of them in the last several days. I met some kids at Hall yesterday, spectacular kids going to great schools and achieving great things, and just marvelous people. But those kids' stories don't get told. I can name kids. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to embarrass them. Kids I know that went to governor's school, that I've gotten acquainted with at J Fair, or that went to the youth leadership conferences, and they report back to me how it went, because I want to understand those kids. Not those kids in particular so much, but kids at those schools, because we have tremendous kids in those schools. And there's room for more kids in those schools. But parents think, gosh, I'm not going down there, or I'm not going to stay here because it's not, it's just not quite what we're looking for. And I value parents, and I understand that. And we've, in an odd way, in the interest of helping those schools, we've let them become stigmatized to a degree, and it's the kids that pay the price. You've heard me talk about it. So I'm gonna be at those schools. I'm gonna be at Central. I was at Central Monday morning at 5:15, dressed out and jogging with the football team. If you think that wasn't an ugly situation for me, but that's about all I've done at Central, and I'm not going to Parkview. I'm going to try to get things working at schools like Cloverdale and Henderson, where parents say, hey, there's opportunity there. I know there's been some issues, but that's where we're going to go, because we can make changes there. And I hate to, it's just so hard in a building, and you know this, and if you don't, we can go talk to principals and teachers. You can really change a school, and you can impact students, but when you concentrate children of poverty, and I don't care what color they are, I couldn't care less about that, really. But if you concentrate students of poverty, and this is a little bit of straight talk that our community needs to hear, if you concentrate children of poverty anywhere, and then expect everything to change rapidly, you've got a big job on your hands. Because kids learn from their peers, and I'm not saying these are bad kids, they're wonderful kids, I've just told you that. But we've got a real challenge in our community. We need fair housing laws, we need middle-class people all over our city. It makes a big difference in education when we have zone schools. But we accept that challenge, I'm not running from it. But we have to change those schools. We cannot put every kid at Central, every kid at Parkview, and that's not fair to our community. We have to have centers of excellence everywhere, and then we have to reach every child.
And I do appreciate your point, and I do agree, and I know that because I've worked in the schools similar to the ones that you have. But if it's my child and it's their 11th and 12th grade year, and I hear about big plans, but I don't see anything changing fundamentally, they do have opportunity school choice, and I just wondered if you all could come up with a plan or a more personalized plan for these families, so that maybe all you'd have to do is talk to them and encourage them, and they would, feel more comfortable. But I do want to be sure that these parents know that that law was not passed and it doesn't apply to them, because it does in fact apply to them. And then the other thing is, I've been in the school business, so when parents call me, I say, have you talked to your principal? Have you talked to, the next person in that? I get that. I'm not trying to do that. But they live in a zone. They're first graders that live in the Jefferson zone, or they're third graders who live in the Fulbright zone, and they were told, we don't have any more space in that grade. So how is that being addressed?
Well, it's actually a fourth grade at Jefferson where we don't have any more space, and it's painful. A lot of those things are caused by this paralysis that we've been involved in since really Fulbright was built in 1978. You talk about Fulbright, there's been a fair amount of growth out there, right? Roberts was built 5 years ago. Jefferson is a tiny school in a neighborhood that's turned over with a lot of new families, younger families with a lot of small children. And it's, again, we cannot put any more people in Jefferson. This week, I said, is it a possibility of adding a fourth grade class at Jefferson and enrolling the overflow and the kids that wanted to come to Jefferson, as well as Forest Park, where there's no room in fourth grade? I can show you the list of where there isn't room. I brought it with me. And the answer is no. We can't magically put more kids in a school building than state law allows. And that's this paralysis that I'm talking about, where we have a popcorn approach to facilities planning. We hadn't done anything effectively since Roberts was built. and that was that was not without its pain, because there's no comprehensive plan. People in Southwest Little Rock say, what about us? People in Northwest say, what about me? People in Central City say, what about our schools? And they're all right. They've all got a point. And they're all entitled to a comprehensive plan. So I can't fix the fact that Forest Park has a capacity of 450 kids and you can't shoehorn another one in there. I get complaints every day. They've lost their specialized rooms that the PTA paid to equip for additional classroom space. They do a great job. They achieve it over 90% of their proficient advanced. So I don't have the answer short of this comprehensive plan I'm telling you about. Now, this opportunity school choice is a great idea in one sense, that you say that these are schools where they're distressed, which means, I guess, that 49.5% or more of the kids are not proficient in advanced. That doesn't mean that kids down there aren't going to make 30 on the ACT, because we're working on that.
And I think if you had an approach where those parents have been talked to or encouraged or helped in a different direction, but in fact you didn't get a formula, you're a great salesman, and Mr. Fields is a very capable man. I just think those are the things that come to us.
Okay.
I also appreciate the fact that you have been there a very short time. And, I totally get all of that. I've had to shoehorn kids into the buildings, and so I do appreciate the situation. I just think that since these parents have been given this right, whether they choose to, they've withdrawn a couple of them from today. So apparently y'all are working. Yeah, you all are working even within a week, with those kind of things. But please understand, I understand your position. You've been there such a short time, and it's like people coming to me for counseling, and it's such a mess that, some things can be fixed and some things can't. But you inherited a mess, and we want to do everything we can to help you speed the fixing of that along, because we all love and appreciate all of our school districts and the children within those districts. We just want to help each of you as you make an effort to do. But we have to ask you these hard questions, and we have every confidence in you and your school board.
Well, thank you. And I will say this, the ADE's been nothing but great.
That's our schedule, and because it's our opportunity for all of us. I think we know to have a discussion with you, and so it's not that, every point is important, but we got to move along. So, Ms. Ryan.
I promise to be brief. And thank you, Madam Chair, and also thank you as well, Mr. Curris, not just for your time today, but for everything that you've been doing this summer as well. I do also want to thank Mr. Adams for his role and his leadership and his report today as well. I think after the vote in February, many of us wouldn't have maybe expected to see some of our school board members as activists and engaged. There could have been scenarios where one would have assumed that they may not, and then to see them still disengaged and with the leadership and what that's representing, and you all working together is probably something that gives me the most hope. And so I really thank you for that. And it's toward that ends that I do hope in this comprehensive plan that you're working on. Please know I in no way advocate arbitrary targets. Obviously, the idea of you taking a time with a comprehensive plan is one that we can have something that's really meaningful and actually see school turnaround and such. But I do know that at the end of the day, if you really want to fulfill the full potential of morale of the community, just some sort of guidelines that there is some work toward returning back to local control, the district, right? Again, I'm not setting a timeline. I'm not even asking that you do. But as you think of your targets and what you're working toward, please also include that in there as well. I think that's what's going to really cap off, right? The idea that we've done this work together, but that at some point we know that this is just not this infinite, right, target out there, right, of state control, that someday that the Little Rock School District can be back to local control is something I would appreciate hearing as the months go ahead and as you are able to reflect more on this plan. In terms of the discipline piece, since I am the one that brought it up and you did reference it as well, if I could just maybe ask for tomorrow with some of your principals, right, if they might be able to touch on some of that piece as well, specifically the junior high and high schools, for the very reasons that were talked about in the previous report here. Just wanting to make sure that as you're thinking of plans that's part of it. And for that reason, I know you were put the question to us: should I show up tomorrow? Should I not? I know I personally would like to have you here just to also hear the questions and some of the thinking here as sort of the leader. Obviously, I love the idea of hearing directly from the principals, but I do think at the same time you as sort of the leader in this direction, and again, the one that's kind of putting together this plan. Some things may be revealed tomorrow as we start digging into some of the individual schools that might lend itself to that. And then the final thing that I would just sort of ask is, I know that for the same reason that my colleagues brought up the teacher's contract, it is something that's going to be extremely important for this fall. I heard about the negotiations vis-a-vis the newspaper, and maybe some of my other colleagues were in that similar boat. If there is any way that we could get some updates as that's going along, even if it's just an email from you, from Deborah, or from you, Commissioner, just to just give us a sense of how those conversations are going forward. I guess I would appreciate maybe not reading about it in the paper and hearing about it maybe directly from you all if that's possible, just because of how important, obviously, the roles of what teachers are going to play moving ahead. But beyond that, thank you so much. And I hear your Spanish is going quite well, so thank you.
Right, Miss.
Pero no bien. Do you want me to? I can give you. Let me just. I want to meet your requirements. So, if you don't mind, tell me exactly what you want me to do. I mean, I can give you a weekly update. I can write it down, and it'll be FOIA. That's why my plan, my global plan, is.
Come through a commissioner, and he can.
And it doesn't have to be at the level of weekly. It's just as we get to the next phases, just having some sort of sense versus seeing it in the paper and then having to react sometimes to teachers or other folks that might contact us. If we can just have a heads up of how those negotiations are going.
Well, I wouldn't want to put that onus on you, Mr. Curtis. I wouldn't want to put that onus necessarily on you from the chair's standpoint. If you can get information as you and the commissioner can deem it relevant for our use or discussion. Some may need more or less, but so that would be something that you and the commissioner, and I'm sure you guys talk often.
I'll be happy to do whatever y'all need me to do.
Okay.
Miss to do that.
Now, real quickly, Mr. Curtis, a lot of good vision and hope, and that is so encouraging to me, and I have no doubt that you'll have a fabulous first day of school and a really successful year. Seriously, thank you so much. And what can we do to help you create your plan, implement the plan? What can we do? Because I think the plan is critically important.
Well, I think we need to figure out if the Civic Advisory Committee is going to go macro or micro. I mean, if they want to tell us who to hire, I'll listen. If they want to tell us, what to do in a school building, we've got highly paid people that are working very hard on those matters that are professional educators, including a lot of them from the ADE who have really been a big help. Right now, that's where I would like for that sort of thing to come from. But I really need help on the big picture, community-wide. That's what, and I hope they will turn to those things very rapidly. And then I will, if you don't mind, I think I hate to do it because it'll stir up stuff, but I can literally dash off a big picture plan that shows some of the financial implications of what I've been talking about. And that's all I'll say because I know we're over time, but.
We have an aggressive agenda, and we may make it through by midnight. But anyway, thank you for Mr. Black. Do you have a question?
I'll just pass.
Okay, Mr. Williamson, Ms. Chambers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
I don't know if I'll do this or not.
Yeah, well, I think when
Quickly.
that
Recommendation was made for that committee. It maybe has a misnomer by being called advisory. It was intended, or my vote was intended, the way Dr. Barth made the motion, that it's a group that helps you communicate to the community, but it was not in any way an administrative group or a group that got between you and your board. It was not in any way intended to be in the weeds. And so I think if you need that clarification from us, we can clear that up pretty quickly.
Well, the committee's got great leadership. They're working really hard, and I really appreciate the committee, and I don't want to sound critical, so please understand that point. I think they're coming along. I just think if y'all have sort of asked, I'm gonna give you, it'll take me a couple of days to type it up, but I've got hen scratching. It's none of it's FOI-able. It's all in my head to all those who will hit me this afternoon. But I'll get with the commissioner and we'll talk, and then I want to show you the big picture vision. And then I hope we have a good opening on Monday. I have my fingers crossed. Y'all are all welcome, and thank you so much.
Okay, so now we have an action to get a motion relative to Mr. Curtis's report.
Move to accept the report.
Moved by Dr. Barth and second by Ms. Wright to accept the report. There's no discussion, I don't think. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. Then the motion passes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to reassemble at 12:10 by that clock. You got Mr. Wood here and Dr. Yes, and I know Mr. Wood's going to be short. I know his style, and I know it's not long. Have your seats, we're ready to get started. It's time to reconvene. We're now down to action item A4, consideration of agreement between PCSSD and JNPSD concerning the detachment of the District 1 District Jacksonville from Pulaski County. And we're going to start by recognizing the presenters, who will be Dr. Jerry Guest and Tony Wood, but are going to ask the commissioner to give us some background and give us some context for this discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to introduce this item, the two parties have been working for several months now at the direction, the detachment order that was issued by this board gave them direction on the items that needed where they needed to reach an agreement. And I think this agreement that I think we met 2 weeks ago about this, and where they called me and said they had what they thought was very close to a final agreement. And in that meeting, we were able to come to a conclusion on a couple of minor items. And at that point, they said, yes, we can agree with this. And it's a solid agreement. It's an agreement that both districts, I believe, can move forward during the remainder of this transition time. And it's brought some clarity to areas that needed clarity. I think the split of the assets that they have determined to be appropriate, and both districts moving forward will be able to operate efficiently, not without some difficulty. As you can imagine, this is like separation of Siamese twins. And it has been difficult. But I want to express my appreciation to Mr. Wood, and before him, Mr. Lester, and to Dr. Guest, and to their respective teams, because they have really done a lot of hard work on this. And I'm happy. A couple months ago, maybe, I think I had a report that we thought we were close, and I had to tell you that we had to pull it from the agenda. Well, today I'm happy to tell you not only are we close, we are complete. And I'm happy to present this. I have approved this, as you see on the form, or on the document, that my approval was in form only, and this board will then be asked to approve it. And then I believe it will go on to the court for review, but I'll let them address any of those questions that you all may have. Madam Chair, I'm happy to present this, and happy to present these two gentlemen to talk about it.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start? Dr. Guest.
Well, I noticed Mr. Wood stepped back. It's not always that you step forward. Sometimes it's that the other guy steps back. I don't know what to say other than what Mr. Key said. Truthfully, I think he's captured all the hard work and the time that we put into this. And I think it gives a framework for the detachment of Jacksonville that will be critical to the successful detachment of Jacksonville and the PCSSD following that detachment. So we're here to support this and seek your endorsement.
I don't have anything to add.
I think as for the benefit of the new board members, this has been how many years in the making? How many years? Is this from start to
I think
end?
Jacksonville's been trying for 30, but I think this new thing is like 3.
So that is, so it's the lack of comment is no indication of the hard work that's been in the process. So we'll start on this end. Ms. Chambers, do you have any questions? Okay. Mr. Williamson.
Just as a former banker, I would hate to have this amortization schedule to deal with, but that just drove me a little crazy. But if you guys agreed to it, it was fine with me. I thought it may be easier just to budget a standard payment instead of a declining one, but whatever you guys are happy with is fine with me.
Mr. Bart? Ms. Savers? Ms. Ryan?
Just a word of congratulations.
And I second that.
Yeah, the same, and I don't want to hold this issue up, but Dr. Guest, did you hear my comments earlier this morning about y'all's next, when's the Pulaski County's next fiscal distress report?
I'm not sure, Dr. Barth, when the next report is. I did not find that out.
Okay. And just, I mean, I think as we look forward to that, I mean, I think it is time for this board to maybe have a different kind of report the next time around with a particular eye to the clock, the 5-year deadline, where we are, how we're going to get there, if we're going to get there, and then what the implications of that would be for the federal courts, and then how the the bonds, the mills, the decision on mills and the other schools out there, how that may have some implications for the unitary status determination moving forward. So I think we need a little bit more time and a little bit more comprehensive report than we have traditionally gotten on fiscal distress because of how close we're getting to the end of our 5-year period there.
No questions, okay?
I move that we accept the report.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Zook that we accept the report and recommendation, second by Mr. Williamson. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. We'll go back now to item C3 if Ms. Freno is in the room. I understand that the department is ready with the information requested. And this is in reference to review of loan and bond applications, specifically Dollarway.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this matter has been tabled, so we would need a motion, a second, and a majority vote, please.
Motion. So moved by Ms. Savers. And second? Second by Ms. Chambers to untable this matter. So, Ms. Reno.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All in favor?
Thank you. This board, with regard to this matter, has the authority that's granted to it in accordance with the law. And the law that is relevant here is 6-20-1205. And that means in the board's discretion, considering the merits of the application and the recommendation of the loan committee, which their recommendation was that the bond be approved, this board may either approve it or they may deny it. This board does not have a more general authority to consider past situations. Because Dollarway is not in fiscal distress right now, and I don't think it has been for a while, all that you have the authority to consider is what the law gives you the authority to consider, which is the merit of the application and the recommendation of the law.
In that information, do we have a motion?
Just a quick question. So, as the committee did its examination of this case, do they look at the substance, the purpose of the spending?
I will let Ms. Holloway, who is on that committee, speak to that. Dr. Barth.
The committee does look at the purpose, the eligible purpose, but there's no statutory authority for a judgment call as long as the purpose is within statute, and this is.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have a motion? C3. As it relates to Dollarway, because I understand that we've already dealt with the other school district that was involved. So a motion specific to the Dollarway district at C3. What happens if we don't, what happens?
Item dies.
Okay, I know it dies, but what happens?
What happens?
When it dies?
Well, Ms. Freno can
Okay.
explain. It's still going to be on the ballot.
That is an important point. This bond application will be on the school board election coming up next month. Consequently, I'm sure if Dollarway were here, they would urge that there is urgency with regard to this.
If it doesn't pass, there's no question. But what if it does? Does Dolly come back to the state board and seek approval after the fact?
If what passes, if the election, no, they would not come back to the board. I mean, this right now is the board's time to either approve or deny the application.
Okay,
And then they would put it before the electorate.
if we deny, it's still gonna be on the ballot, right? And then if the millage passes, what will happen then?
I can't tell you that if you
Okay.
deny, it will still be on the ballot. I mean, let me get the law.
Or if we take no action, it's not on the ballot either, right? Or is it on the ballot? That's what I'm saying. Because the ballot was probably already printed, whether or not it would be a moot point.
What the law reads is that the school district shall not sell bonds until the issue is approved by the State Board of Education to be evidenced by a writing signed by the state board. So there will not be the sale of any bonds.
So at this point, unless someone makes a motion within the next few seconds, then we don't have a motion. So then it's not approved.
Then I'm looking to my parliamentarian.
Okay.
My parliamentarian says then it would die as not being accepted.
Then it dies.
Well, I mean, I know you did, and I think we were all sitting here trying to figure out what to do. I mean, these are usually such routine matters. I feel it's a little unfair not to do it without them having gotten word that we had concerns. And I feel some responsibility. I didn't raise the issue until we got here, basically because I thought about it yesterday a good deal. But so I'm very torn what to do here.
Is it appropriate to get a motion to table until tomorrow, since we'll be in session tomorrow, and then the district will have an opportunity. That's your.
And they'll be here.
They'll be here, and so that would be an opportunity to clear questions. I don't know anything else to do other than that because we can't answer their question. They can't answer our questions.
Right.
So is that the pleasure of the board then? Ms. Freno, is that okay?
We do not have a court reporter tomorrow. I mean, but I guess we can get a court reporter tomorrow. The tabling would be appropriate.
Right. And
No.
it would be.
Pardon me?
It would be not. I'm trying to find a nice word, but next month is too late.
Yeah.
Because the elections would have taken place, or they would not have taken place.
It's like the third week of, third Tuesday? Isn't it third Tuesday of September?
I mean, if the board has concerns and wants Dollarway here, certainly it is within this board's discretion to take a vote to table the matter.
I ask now for a motion to table this matter until Friday the 14th, and that we have the appropriate recorder or here to cover that.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt, I'm sorry. We're going to contact Dollarway and see if we can get them to come today. Would that be something that the board would entertain? Or
Action item 35.
okay, I understand. That's
fine. That's fine.
But I also think we have to be sure we don't have them.
Playing devil's advocate, not necessarily saying what I believe to be good. But right now, the local board has control. The local district has control. The local administration working with their board has control. We no longer have taken them over for fiscal distress. Therefore, are we trying to act like their board and second guess their board in this matter?
I don't know that we're doing that as much as we're trying to get a question answered. Because ultimately, the authority lies here to take this action, and we have the responsibility to get our questions answered, or it wouldn't be an action item.
It's not, it's a consent.
I mean, a consent either. But it wouldn't be an item for consideration or needed our approval, and so we can wait until this afternoon. We'll again, can I get a motion to table this consent item C3, until this afternoon, giving the Dollarway District an opportunity to come. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
By
By Mr. Williamson, move to table until this afternoon. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Just a discussion piece, if they could call in is what I was,
No,
just,
I don't know. We're gonna ask him to come. It's 40 minutes down the road. We'll be here for a very long time. So, okay, do you have opposition, Dr. Barr? Okay, then the motion carries. We need a break. I need a break. So we're gonna break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:10.
New school year. While this is an exciting time of year for our students and their families, we must also be mindful of student safety. So I know firsthand how important school bus safety is for Arkansas families and communities. That's why I'm proud to kick off this year's school bus safety campaign, Flashing Red, Kids Ahead. We want to remind all Arkansas motorists to obey all traffic laws, especially when they are near a school bus. It's illegal to pass a stopped school bus whenever its red lights are flashing and students are getting on or off the bus. On average, a bus stops for only a couple of minutes to load or unload students. This is a short time, but unfortunately, it only takes a few seconds for a tragedy to occur. Please help keep Arkansas students safe. For flyers, helpful tips, and other resources, visit the Department of Ed's webpage at arkansased.gov, and remember, flashing red, kids ahead.
Digital technology has changed almost every aspect of our lives, including how our teachers teach and students learn. ADE wants to showcase your students and how they're using technology to discover, achieve, and grow. For details, contact Katrina Kraft, Arkansas iTunes U Administrator, at 501-683-0560.
Hi, I'm Mark Gocher, Deputy Commissioner for the Arkansas Department of Education. We're just a few short days away from the start of a new school year. While this is an exciting time of year for our students and their families, we must also be mindful of student safety, especially in and around our school buses. As a young teacher in Russellville, I drove a school bus for 7 years, so I know firsthand how important school bus safety is for Arkansas families and communities. That's why I'm proud to kick off this year's school bus safety campaign, Flashing Red, Kids Ahead. We want to remind all Arkansas motorists to obey all traffic laws, especially when they are near a school bus. It's illegal to pass a stopped school bus whenever its red lights are flashing and students are getting on or off the bus. On average, a bus stops for only a couple of minutes to load or unload students. This is a short time, but unfortunately, it only takes a few seconds for a tragedy to occur. Please help keep Arkansas students safe. For flyers, helpful tips, and other resources, visit the Department of Ed's webpage at arkansased.gov, and remember, flashing red, kids ahead.
Our chair had to step out for personal issues for a few brief moments, so we are going to go ahead and proceed with the agenda, just acknowledging the length of the agenda. We are now on action item 6. Apologies. Action item 5. That one was 5, so it is 6. Thank you. So action item 6, the Dermont School District Year 2 probationary status. If the presenter, Brandon Morrison, could come forth. Yes, Mr. Morrison. Or Mr. Hardy.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Key, we do have Dermont here today with the Year 2. We also have Mr. Morrison here as a standards specialist and Dr. Wild as a school improvement specialist. We did do a visit to kind of pull together with school improvement for the academic distress side as well as the Year 2. We have submitted to you the documents related to the probationary issues from both years. Based upon the evaluation that the team did at Dermont, they have a schedule that, if put in place with fidelity after October 1, will rectify the situation for the probation from this year. So it is something that they've worked diligently to correct. We do have them here for questions if you would like, but we also have recommendations from the team and a collaborative group here at the ADE that we would like to see possibly put forward as action for the Dermont School District.
I do think we'll want to hear your recommendations. I know in other cases we've given the opportunity to the district to speak as well. Which would do you have a preference of which would happen first?
I would recommend that we do the recommendations first. That way that the school district could speak to those recommendations. Basically what we're wanting to move forward with is a cross-collaboration between standards and school improvement. Because as we've seen, districts that have an issue with standards or with school improvement, there's a cross-correlation between the two. So we're working to cross-train our staffs so that we can support each other more effectively as we move forward. So as if we're looking at a teaching issue, then we can see what is the impact on that related to school improvement, so we can address both of those at the same time. So with that as the spirit that we're looking for, because they're in academic distress, you will be getting regular reports from the school improvement unit. What we're asking is that we look at a quarterly report to the board during the regular board meeting that is a combination between school improvement and standards. So on a quarterly basis, Dr. Wild or his appointed school improvement specialist will go down to Dermont with Mr. Morrison, the standards specialist for Dermont, and evaluate where they're at and provide you with a report back. So as those reports would move forward, we'd be looking at one after October 1, which would enable us to say, did they implement the schedule with fidelity and have they rectified those issues? Then we would be going back after January, so we'd be looking at second semester to ensure that we're still on target. Then we would be going back in May so that we could do an evaluation for the year, but also see what are their projected plans for the upcoming school year, so that we have all this congruent together. So we would be presenting those reports to you from both units as one presentation. We would also ask that Dermont School District be required to come before you as an action item to present a report to the board and be able to answer questions. This is similar to what we've done with other districts. This will enable the department to demonstrate how effectively we can work together to actually support a school district, and also give us a sampling to see if this is something that we can scale up to a larger issue, which would enable us to work with academic distress, potentially standards, physical distress, and all of those in a collaborative issue to better serve the students.
Of the accreditation issues were staff related, and they were cited, like someone teaching out of the area, that if a district gets approval from Ms. Pepper's department to have an assigned sub or someone in a position that's different from the area in which they're certified, do they still get cited, or they don't get cited because they have gone through the correct process to get an okay for that?
Part of that deals with the ALP process, which is that allowing to teach out of area. And the first year you teach out of area, you automatically receive a cite for that. And that's just to say, you're denoted on the accreditation report that it will be a cite if it continues in year 2. So that's how we're tracking those. And a cite is something to say, hey, it's kind of like a warning sign. here's something, if not corrected, could lead to a potential probationary issue, which is much more severe.
Any other questions for Mr. Hardy? Mr. Hardy, I think we'll give the Dermont School District an opportunity to respond.
Who's here to speak on behalf of the Dermont School District?
We have the superintendent.
Wonderful.
This might be our first year.
Of course.
You want to finish this?
Good afternoon. I am Christy Ridgel, Superintendent of Dermont School District, and I have brought my high school principal, Mike Duncan, and my curriculum coordinator, Ms. Arnice Gardner. And I'm here responding to the unfortunate occurrences when the Dermont High School was founded in probation violation in 2013 and 14 and 2014-15 school year. The district had a career orientation teacher who was teaching out of licensure field the first year. The second year, the district was in violation because it failed to teach the required 38 units due to failure to teach a required math course and a social studies course. During the first year of these violations, I was serving the district as elementary principal. Even though I served the district in dual capacity as elementary principal and superintendent during the second year, when I assumed interim superintendent position in November 2014, I was made aware of violations and began to take immediate action. All the certifications issues have been corrected in the district. All course offering requirements are in compliance with Arkansas Department of Education requirements. We have collaborated with ADE Standards Unit and the School Improvement Unit. Additionally, we have conducted a self-audit to ensure that we are offering the required 38 units. We will continue to monitor our certification, course offerings, and other compliance issues to ensure that we are providing the best education that our kids deserve. I thank you for affording me the opportunity to address you at this time. I assure you that if afforded the opportunity, I will do all within my power to ensure that I do not have to face you again to explain or defend accreditation issues for the Dermont School District. Thank you.
I think we do need to point out that this will be your first full year as superintendent, and everything has been on the upside since you got there, so we do appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, Superintendent, what is your name?
Christy Ridgel.
Thank you. Do you have a curriculum?
Yes, I do.
So there is an established curriculum in the Dermont?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Any other questions?
I just want to let the board members know that Dr. Gosher and I, in one of our trips to the Southeast Co-op, met and visited with Ms. Ridgel, and we are very confident that she is the right person to make the corrections and make the improvements that need to be made there. We've just great confidence in her ability. We, as former Commissioner Wood used to say, we needed to have an eyeball-to-eyeball conversation, and we're very pleased with what we see coming from there. And also have specifically called Karen Oaf at the co-op, and I said, Karen, can we count on you to help Ms. Ridgel as well as she goes through the process? And they said absolutely. So we have a great partnership. We look forward to the improvements that they're going to make in Dermont.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Wright, did you have a question? Okay. Are there any questions? Any other further questions?
I really like the approach of the two units working together. I think it's a really promising strategy, and I would move to accept the recommendation of the department on our treatment of Dermont in the year ahead.
You heard the motion by Dr. Barth and the second by Ms. Savers. Is there any other discussion, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Ridgel. We have confidence that you will give your heart to the district.
Thank you.
I know, I'm just trying to say. We got so many in the pool. Okay, 8.7 is consideration of appeal for denial of school choice application, Coppage family.
Hi, good afternoon. Jennifer Davis, staff attorney for the department. The Coppage family filed a school choice appeal after they were denied from the Amarillo School District. They do reside in the Blytheville School District, and they are represented today. But we do have a few school choice appeals, so before I get started, I just want to go ahead and cover the procedures again in case you forgot them from last week. Like I say, the appeals are with the non-resident district. So the non-resident district will get 5 minutes to kind of state their case, open it up, followed by 5 minutes from the parent. After that, the non-resident district will have 20 minutes to kind of present more to you, followed by the parents as well. And at any point in time, you can ask questions. And also, we have requested that the resident districts come as well for you to ask questions to them. Like I say, this first family is represented by counsel, but everybody who's going to testify outside of counsel does need to be sworn in.
Okay. The people that are ready to testify, please stand. Including school personnel. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to call a representative then now from the Blytheville district, the non-resident district.
Well, Amarillo is a non-resident district.
I'm sorry, Amarillo district, they're non-resident district.
Good afternoon. I'm Sally Bennett, the superintendent of the Amarillo School District. I, in fact, did deny the application based on the assertion from the Blytheville School District that they had an active desegregation order, and as is listed in the Department of Education website. We do have the capacity to accept students, and we'd be happy to do so.
Now, the Blytheville district, is there someone let's make an opening statement? As I understand, the procedure is 5 minutes for opening and 20 minutes for rebuttal.
Right, and what I would suggest is if, go ahead and let the district and then the parent open up, and then at that point in time we can... No, the non-resident district, Amarillo, who just went, and then allow the parent, and then during the 20-minute presentation of the Amarillo School District is when I would call any representatives from the resident district up to support their case about why they issued the denial.
Represented by
Jess Askew. May it please the board, I represent the Coppage family here. I have been looking to see whether anyone from the Blytheville School District will attend, and as far as I can tell, no one is here. I do have a document that I want to hand around and discuss. Thank you. And this is our 5-minute piece. I want to commiserate a little bit with you, and I want to tell you some good news, and then I want to ask you to do your duty under the School Choice Act of 2015. The commiseration is frustration. I feel it, you feel it, parents feel it, we all feel it. We are very frustrated with a lot of these school choice issues, and I submit we are frustrated with the role of this board in school choice issues. I want to speak directly to the 2015 Attorney General opinion, which I've read backward and forward. I know you all have read, council have read across the state. It says nothing about the State Board of Education. It's directed to the Arkansas Department of Education. It says nothing about the appeal, which is the reason why we are here today. It speaks instead to what the Arkansas Department of Education does when it gets a letter like the one from April 22nd that the Blytheville School District sent in saying we're under a federal court order that is contrary to school choice. The AG opinion said, when the question presented to the AG was, when the Arkansas Department of Education gets one of these letters, can it do anything to look at the bona fides or the justification presented? And the answer was the statute says nothing. And you know, I'm not going to debate that question because it doesn't apply to you, and it doesn't apply to this appeal. The General Assembly has given you as the State Board of Education, an entity separate from the Department of Education, the authority and the responsibility to hear this appeal. There are a number of issues that people will bring up in an effort to nullify school choice. And I know this as well as anybody. I've been dealing with school choice since the Teague case in the Malvern School District in 2011. I represent Mr. Coppage, Mrs. Coppage, and others in Blytheville in an existing federal lawsuit against the Blytheville School District having to do with the 2013 School Choice Act. That decision should be decided any day now from the appellate court in St. Louis. The good news is what you don't have to do today in this appeal. You do not have to look at a federal court order. You do not have to determine whether Blytheville is or is not in compliance with a federal court order. You do not have to determine whether or not Blytheville is subject to a federal court order. That's the specific question that's on appeal in the federal court case where I represent these people. You don't have to determine whether the Blytheville School District is in unitary status, even though it admits that it is. You don't have to determine whether the Blytheville School District is completely desegregated, even though it admits that it is. You don't have to look at a plan or an order from a federal court to determine whether school choice conflicts with anything in that plan or order, because Blytheville doesn't even contend that there is any such order or plan. When you look at Blytheville's letter from April 22nd of this year, it says it has desegregation obligations, not that it is subject to a plan or an order that is conflicting with school choice. Desegregation obligations is something that is discussed in what I just sent around to you. So the good news is your decision is real narrow. And even better, I have sworn testimony from the superintendent of the Blytheville School District from this federal court case in 2013, where I asked him specifically about ongoing federal court desegregation obligations that he claimed. And that's what I've sent around to you. So you don't even have to determine whether there are any ongoing desegregation obligations, because he said that there were none under oath.
There's a limit of 5 minutes for introductory remarks. If you have a couple of more minutes, you could have a couple more minutes, because I didn't advise you that. And after that, an opportunity for rebuttal was 20 minutes. So.
Thank you. I'll take a few more minutes, and of course, I would expect this would come out of my 20 minutes. So I'll finish up here quickly.
You have to break it up. So
yes.
You can just take a minute to wrap up, and then
yes.
we'll have the Bible district.
All right. What I have is Exhibit A, which I've sent around. It's a few pages from trial testimony under oath of the Blytheville School Superintendent, Richard Atwill, from the summer of 2013. And I started in the middle of it, and you'll see about halfway down on page 67, I start asking him, what case are you relying on to say that you are exempt from 2013 school choice, a different issue than we have here. And he says Brown versus Board of Education and Franklin. Now today, or on April 22nd, the letter from Blytheville also references a case called Harville, like Paul Harville, who some of us know. That was a voting rights case that had no desegregation obligation at all. And we go through that here. Then I asked him about the Blytheville-Franklin case that he was relying on and what the existing federal desegregation obligations were, and I'll come back to that. I'll stand down now, but I've got the evidence here. All you have to do is hear this appeal and look at it with open eyes.
Now invite to the podium someone from the Blytheville district. Is anyone here from Blytheville?
I don't believe so.
Then Mr. Askew comes back to the 20 minutes.
And our family, but the 20 minutes is inclusive of any rebuttal or any statements the family wants to make.
Thank you very much, Chairman Newton. I've set this up. We don't need to get into federal court orders. You don't need to determine whether there are unmet federal desegregation obligations. I've got that under oath, and I'd like to go through that fairly carefully with reference to this Exhibit A. The first 2 pages are the cover that we have with a federal court transcript. The third page is page 67 from the transcript. At the top of the page, you'll see I'm asking the questions of Richard Atwill, who is still the superintendent. I'm asking him whether he seriously contends that the Blytheville School District is under a federal court desegregation order today. In my opinion, yes, and you seriously hold to that opinion. And then I ask him the names of the cases. And at the bottom he says Brown and Franklin. And then I ask the question on line 21, who is the judge who is supervising the desegregation efforts that you contend are going on in the Blytheville School District? Isley, to my knowledge, I think that's how you pronounce his name. Top of the next page. And what's your basis for saying that? It's his signature on the documentation. From 1978, answer, and before. Question, but not since? Answer, not that I'm aware of. Question, and who represents Blytheville School District in that case, Mr. Atwill? Answer, I don't recall. Now remember, this is a school district that wrote you a letter on April 22nd saying it has unmet federal desegregation obligations, and that's exactly what I'm asking about. And he doesn't know who his lawyer is. And then I say, question, well, the pleadings that you've attached to one of your briefs that was filed June 19th of 2013 has the name of a lawyer. Do you see that on the screen? We were looking at a document on a screen at the time. I do, yes. And it says the name, Mr. James W. Steinsiek. Answer, I suppose it does, yes. Question, do you know him? His own lawyer. Answer, I don't know if he's dead or alive. No, sir. Question, so you don't know whether Mr. Steinsiek is dead or alive? Answer, that's correct, I don't. Then let's skip over, because the lawyer and I fussed a little bit. Bobby Coleman, the lawyer for Blytheville, and I fussed. And let's go to page 69, line 18. Question from me. Now, Mr. Atwill, when was the last time Blytheville School District reported to the Federal Desegregation Authority concerning this case that you contend exists? Answer, I do not know. Question, has it been since you have been superintendent, since 2009? Answer, no. And here's the bingo. Question, what remedies are left to implement in that desegregation case to your knowledge as superintendent of the Blytheville School District? Answer, I don't know. Question, as superintendent of the Blytheville School District, what current effects of past racial segregation are there that remain to be remedied? Answer, in my professional opinion, I don't know. He didn't know what the violations were. And that's the end of that excerpt. That's sworn testimony. And I got to ask those questions. You know, in this appeal, I wouldn't have the opportunity to ask those questions of an opposing party under oath, but I was able to in 2013. This goes directly to the question whether there are desegregation obligations of Blytheville School District under any order. And the answer to that question is no. There are no desegregation obligations because the superintendent, since 2009, didn't know what they were, didn't know who the lawyer was, hadn't reported, didn't even know what the violations were. So, you have an appeal before you. those who want to nullify public school choice in this state because they disagree with the policy statement and policy judgment made by the Arkansas General Assembly have come up with all sorts of reasons why you cannot use your eyes, your ears, your judgment, and render an appeal on this question. The only thing you have to determine is whether Blytheville School District has unmet federal desegregation obligations, and I'm not quoting, but I'm fairly close to quoting what the April 22nd letter says. And I've just demonstrated under oath that there are none. You don't have to decide that there are none because that's already in evidence. All you have to do is say enough. Blytheville School District is operating a charade. It is trying to avoid the law of Arkansas that these fine citizens have the right to choose to go to another public school district outside of Blytheville. Blytheville School District has schools that are in academic distress and have failed, and yet it plays games, hoping that you will not do your duty and hoping that you cannot exercise judgment on whether what it has said in this April 22nd letter is true. Now, you just heard from Ms. Bennett, the superintendent of Armorel. That's the non-resident district to which the Coppage child wants to transfer. She said in her letter to this board, we denied the application simply because of what Blytheville said. She also said, we have room and we would welcome that child. So now it is to you, State Board, to make what I think is the easiest, most common sense determination possible, which is Blytheville School District under any obligation that would conflict with public school choice? They're not even here today to talk about this. They know I'm here. I've been litigating with Mr. Coleman and Mr. Beckett since 2013. They're the lawyers. Mr. Beckett is the one who wrote the letter. They're not here to even play out the charade. They're banking that you will not do your duty. Now, if you have any questions about what your duty is or why the law is as it is, I'll be glad to give you any answer, to the best of my ability. But I think this question is very cut and dried. The General Assembly gave you, not the Department of Education, but you, the State Board, the power and the responsibility that comes with that power to decide this appeal. It is time to take the blinders off, and it is time to do your duty, which is what Mr. and Mrs. Coppage request. Thank you.
Any questions from the board members?
I've got one.
Okay.
So this is testimony that the judge has not ruled on. Am I correct?
Judge Chris Baker ruled on this, and she ruled that Blytheville School District had never received a unitary status determination, not that Blytheville School District has unmet desegregation obligations. So she has ruled that there was never a unitary status determination. And that's a good point, because there's another part of this charade that I've neglected to talk about. In the attachments to Mr. Beckett's letter of April 22nd, he attaches HEW and federal court pleadings up through 1971. Well, guess what? As this testimony shows, that case went on until 1978. And what happened? In 1973, Judge Isley shut it down. There's an order that I submitted, Blytheville didn't, that said there's nothing left in this case. And I'm going to retain jurisdiction in case you all have any problems that you want to bring to me. 5 years later, in 1978, he entered another order, which I've also given to you, saying, you all haven't come to me, this case is over and done, it's dismissed. So we have a technical issue on the appeal. And the appeal, that technical issue is whether the case was dismissed completely or whether some issue of whether Blytheville is subject to that case lingered because Judge Isley never entered a unitary status order. Even though Blytheville admits that it's in unitary status, there just never was a technical order saying that, which I agree. But that's the issue that's before the federal court. You don't have to worry with that. We're going to get a decision, I think, any day from the federal court on that issue. It does not concern you. You don't have to get into that one bit. Blytheville says we can't do school choice because of unmet desegregation obligations, which is exactly what we went through.
Ms. Davis, could you speak to that question from Mr. Williamson, please?
Well, as we kind of discussed last week during the school choice appeals, I don't believe that under the AG's opinion that we have been advised that we have the ability to determine the sufficiency of the proof. I think that was one of the issues in several of the appeals last week. So, again, you're the board and you're welcome to do what you choose to do, but our advice is that if it gets into interpreting of whether or not the evidence is sufficient. And, because this case is already, we had advised parents before that some of their options are to get a ruling from a court of competent jurisdiction. And this case is currently in a court of competent jurisdiction. And it might be advisable to allow that court to make that ruling because the board is somewhat limited in what they can do based on the AG's opinion. And as we discussed last week, the AG's opinion, while it's not binding on this board, it is persuasive, so I would just caution you about forging your own legal path.
Does this board have...
And I would like to respond to that point because the lawyers have a disagreement about the AG opinion. Yes.
Yes. I'm just asking our counsel if this board has the ability to overrule a federal court.
No. And just as a side note, if another option would be is if you want to not grant or deny at this point this appeal pending the court order, you are welcome to, of course, table this issue. I am not certain that tabling it at this point to another month, depending upon the court, would make a difference, or if it would be needed at that point to...
But regardless if we approve or deny and the court case comes through, that's going to rule.
Well, right. And, if you denied it even and the court case came down that Blytheville was unitary and so therefore they did not have a genuine conflict, then at that point, the only difference I think at that point would be that the family would not have the ability to choice in because the deadline has already passed. And so that would be the only caveat, is that if it is tabled and there is a decision, then this board could still rule on the current choice application that would allow them. But if you denied it now, and they wouldn't have the ability until next year to reapply.
Ms. Davis says question. Oh, I'm sorry. You have to rebut.
Thank you, and I appreciate it. I know this is a little bit out of order. Mr. Williamson, I'm reading now from the AG opinion. It goes to the scope and nature of the obligations placed on the Arkansas Department of Education, and the question is, specifically, does the ADE have any obligation or authority to review the information submitted by a school district? The State Board of Education is an entity created separately from the Arkansas Department of Education. Commissioner Key is the head of the Arkansas Department of Education. You, ladies and gentlemen, are the State Board of Education. This is not directed to the State Board, and the gist of this opinion is that the General Assembly didn't tell the ADE what it could do to review the material that's submitted. Fine, I don't debate that. But it did. The General Assembly did tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that as the State Board of Education, you have the authority, and I submit the responsibility, to hear this appeal. And there are no limitations on how you decide that appeal, and I would submit you would let common sense and good judgment guide your deliberation.
Agreed.
and this is, I guess, for Ms. Davis and maybe Mr. Key as well. As we consider all of these cases, it occurs to me over and over again, what is the incentive for any district in this situation to pursue unitary status? If in fact, I mean, over time, we've seen districts actively pursue unitary status. Pulaski County, I think, has done a really great job. However, there are districts that as evidence here by the document that Mr. Askew gave us, where the superintendent has no idea what steps he would have to take to pursue unitary status.
I think a big difference between the Central Arkansas case, Pulaski, Little Rock, ongoing case, and those other cases is a dollars issue, because there were significant dollars attached from the state coffers. So there was pressure that had been applied at different times from the General Assembly, from the executive branch, to get a resolution. And the other districts don't have that incentive. Now, what we do have now, which we discussed briefly last week, is that as part of standards monitoring, that we are going to step up our efforts to monitor that component of, are you seeking unitary status, to try to resolve your desegregation issues. But that still does not, that may be an incentive to stay, for a district to stay out from in front of you all as having to answer why you have or haven't. But really, I think that's, Jennifer, you can add to that if you want to. I think that's the only thing that we have in the department to kind of accelerate that process.
Right, and unfortunately, you've seen last week and even today so far that a lot of these orders are like really, I mean, they're quite a number of years old. So I can't necessarily speak to what happened during the last 40 years, but I think that a lot of the districts, at some point or another, they fell off the radar. And a lot of the superintendents over the last few years, since school choice and the desegregation has come up, they have started to become on the radar, and that's now when Standards is trying to help them monitor that and get them, get them to unitary status. Because, as discussed last week, with one of them being a 1959 order, it's, it's a big difference of how it affects in 2015. So unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily help the parents now, but because it is brought back up and in front of you guys, I think Standards is working and will be working to get those districts moving forward.
This is really unfair and not transparent in any way for families. If there were a list of things that we knew that the district had to do to achieve unitary status, because ultimately that's what we want for every district, and we knew that they were working towards those, but to have no understanding at all, and then it falls on the backs of parents to resolve an issue with their children is just really difficult. Sure.
But isn't it accurate that the Blytheville district, the case that they submitted is in fact been demonstrated to have been resolved? They didn't quote the ongoing case, which hasn't been ruled on. So we have to think in terms of this child right now with the case that is closed since 1978.
Right, and I mean, if the case has been closed, without looking into it more, I can't necessarily say as if it's a docket's been closed or if there was some kind of declaration of unitary status that just wasn't officially memorialized in an order because time had gone by and the judge decided to close it. I couldn't accurately say. But
in fact, we don't swear in attorneys, so we have to assume Mr. Askew's telling the truth, right?
Sure. And like I say, I mean, the testimony that you had there that he presented, I mean, that is sworn, but I think the superintendent has also said that he is unaware, but I mean, that would be our interpretation of whether unaware meant no.
And he's quoted in his newspaper that he didn't ask to be excluded, but he thought he had to be excluded. So his testimony under oath and his the article in his own newspaper, which he didn't refute, I'm assuming that he realizes he probably does not have a case. Madam Chairman, I move that we, not yet.
Commissioner Key.
But, Ms. Davis, let me ask you this, because there's been a lot of discussion this week and last week about this board and its role, whether they can or cannot interpret court orders. Let me ask you a different question about whether it's this board or any other state board that it's empowered to hear appeals, administrative appeals. This isn't an administrative appeal, is that correct?
Well, yes. I mean, this decision, your decision today, could be further, appealed in an APA-style appeal. But in that appeal, I think that the judge is only going to look at whether or not your decision was arbitrary and capricious. They won't necessarily, well, hang on. They could, but I wouldn't go as far as to say that they would make a determination on the desegregation order.
So as a board that hears an administrative appeal, then in effect it becomes a finder of fact versus an interpretive body.
I mean, it does, but again, keep in mind that the AG's opinion that it says that we don't have the authority to interpret. Again, you guys can do what you want, but I advise you, and we have been advised from the AG that it's not necessarily our role or authority, and it says that you're not necessarily required to do so as well. But, it would be your responsibility under the hearing procedures to review the documentation and ultimately make that decision.
And the Attorney General's opinion was to ADE, not the state board. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, it was written to the ADE, but I would...
We're choosing to ask you questions in ADE, but we in fact are independent of ADE.
I wouldn't say that. No, while you are a separate board in and of yourself, I'm not sure. I would be interpreting the AG's opinion as whether or not she meant that ADE as an umbrella or ADE specifically as who I'm employed with versus the state board. I would have to make that interpretation that I don't feel comfortable making for her.
Since it is an opinion, and often AG's opinions are not even ruled accurate at different court levels. Is that correct?
Right. The AG's opinion is purely persuasive authority. It is not binding rule. It is not binding law, regulation, or any way binding on this board.
And so if we do something, we take their opinion under advisement, but we rule differently, and then the Blytheville district doesn't like the way we rule, they can in fact take us to court, right?
That is correct.
Right. But that's, that would be their decision, because if we rule the other way, the parents can take us to court. So it's not a matter of making a decision to stay out of court.
Pretty much, yes.
So, Ms. Davis, just to pick we made a whole series of decisions last week, obviously on facts very similar to the facts in this case. Would we be moving towards being potentially engaging in arbitrary and capricious behavior if we made a decision contrary to those decisions with in essence, the same fact pattern?
Well, because each case, I think, it has been very specific on the facts. And this case is our only one with the Blytheville School District. I would probably say that if there were, providing that you had accurate reasons for your decision one way or the other, that you would be less likely to implicate those ones from last week. Because, like I say, every one of these cases have been so specific.
If not, we are ready for a motion. I'm sorry, do you just ask you to have a 2-minute follow-up?
Thank you. Yes, just a brief follow-up. The state board is established in a separate statute in the Arkansas Code. And if you all needed to take a few days to get advice to get clear on the fact that state board does not equal ADE, and get clear that appeal does not equal review of the materials submitted by a school district such as the Blytheville School District, Mr. and Mrs. Coppage would be more than willing for you all to take the time to look at that. You don't have to rule today. The question here is not, do you have to interpret a court order? And it's not, do you have to make any decisions about the Blytheville School District? This is an appeal. The statute puts the appeal directly into this body with no limitations on how you handle it. And you should use your common sense and good judgment. I have very carefully given you sworn testimony that would support a finding that Blytheville School District is not engaged in any desegregation obligation activity that is in conflict with school choice under the 15 Act. And that's a very narrow basis on which you all can grant this appeal. And we request that you do so. But if you want to take the time to study this question about the AG opinion, fine with us. Thank you.
What is the pleasure of the board?
Just one final quick question, whether it's for Ms. Davis or Mr. Askew.
There's reference of this being in court right now in terms of the desegregation order. Do we have a timeline for that? Because I know there was reference us tabling this for a few months. What's the anticipated timeline?
Well, I believe that it had been requested for an expedited opinion, and they were hoping to have it by today, and they didn't. So I don't think they're, the courts can rule when they want to, but it was requested that it be expedited, but I don't think that we have a deadline.
But it sounds like it might be sooner first.
Ms. Davis is correct. We argued the case in St. Louis on April 15. It is an expedited appeal. We argued the same case on a preliminary injunction on April 15 of 2014 and received an opinion on August 1 of 2014. So I think we're in the strike zone. And I've been checking my email every morning at 8 o'clock to see if I've gotten the opinion. Haven't gotten it yet.
There again, this case that's in court right now is not the one that Blytheville presented as their reason for denying.
Absolutely not. No, it deals with a very technical question, whether Judge Isley had to enter a separate order finding unitary status or whether he could just close the case in 1978. And I will tell you this, and I'll take an oath on this. Judge Isley is one of the foremost judges on the federal bench that we have ever had in the state of Arkansas. And he single-handedly desegregated hundreds of school districts in the late 1960s and early 1970s when freedom of choice was rejected as a remedy for de jure segregation. He knows this stuff and can teach us seminars all day long. And he closed the case. And, I know that the judges on the 8th Circuit know Judge Isley and know how conscientious he is. And he closed the case without needing to find unitary status because it just wasn't necessary. So, I have very strong opinions about the case, but you're right, Ms. Zook, that is not the Franklin case. And it is, Blytheville is telling you today that a case that was closed in 1978 by Judge Thomas Isley is requiring desegregation obligations today that contradict school choice, and yet a superintendent under oath can't tell you who the lawyer is, what the obligations are, what the violations were. This is crazy. It's a charade. It's designed to nullify school choice for the citizens of the Blytheville School District, and you should grant this appeal to stop that.
I move that we grant the request to transfer.
Request permission to transfer. Ms. Zook.
Okay. And is there a second?
We're not sure if your microphone's on. But now it is.
Okay.
We couldn't hear you.
Okay, Mrs. Zook has moved that we request the permission to transfer. And I've asked for a second. There being no second, then the motion dies for lack of a second. Were you getting ready to second?
I don't know what to do.
Well, then the motion dies for lack of a second.
Your options at this point would either be to grant the appeal, to deny the appeal, or as I mentioned earlier, you could table it into the next meeting in the event that there is a ruling that determines that Blytheville is unitary, and if they are, then you could revisit this appeal.
So, but that's not.
That's not our problem. So we have two other options, to table or to follow the recommendation of the department. Right. So those are the options on the table, irrespective of the school start date. So do we have anyone willing to make a motion, either one of those motions?
I move to sustain the original decision.
So Mr. Williams has moved to sustain the original decision. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Barr. All in favor? Can we have a roll call? Mr. Commissioner.
I'll use this one.
Okay.
Ms. Wright?
No.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
No.
Ms. Zook?
No.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Ms. Newton?
Yes.
I voted 5-4.
The motion passes.
And that motion was to deny the appeal.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
The next item on the agenda is A8. And A8 is consideration of appeal from denial of school choice to Chris family. Resident district being Forest City, non-resident district being the Palestine Wheatley.
Right. And the Chris family is not represented by council, and I know that Forest City is.
So we're going to ask the non-resident district to come first, the Palestine Wheatley.
Okay. And I think the Chris family may, aren't they? I think they may be outside, so I'm going to go locate them.
Afternoon, Board, Commissioner Key, Ms. Newton, John Estes, Superintendent, Palestine Wheatley School District.
Okay, proceed, Mr. Justice. Yeah, because you're the-
I'll Tony Wood from here on out. I don't have
Oh,
anything.
you're Tony Wood. Okay. That's what it says.
The Chris family was here just at least before lunch. We're checking the room down there, but if not, then they have already left.
You think left is never to return or just left?
Well, I'm uncertain of at what point they actually left. I know that they were here before we broke for lunch. So I don't know if they're probably coming back from lunch and still trying to find a parking spot or, but I mean, other than what was in
that case, if that's the case, that they're not here right now, we'll just move on to 8-9 and come back to, yeah.
a motion and a second to table that. If we're going to table it and move, table it to a later point in time.
I'd like a motion to table, give them
Okay.
an opportunity to come back.
So moved. So moved.
So moved by Ms. Dean, is there a second? Second by Ms. Zook to table the matter.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we'll table that matter. Give them, Mr. Estes, we're giving the Chris family an opportunity to come back. And after this case, we'll like to hear from you and from them, hopefully. A9 is consideration of appeal from denial of school choice, the Goodall family.
And the Goodalls, like I say, they are residents of Brinkley, and Forest City, and they had requested and were denied choice to Palestine Wheatley, and they both sides have representation here today.
So anyone except the lawyers, as it relates to A9, the Goodall family, please stand, be sworn. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Could we hear from Mr. Estes then? I think you're the non-resident district.
Board, Commissioner Key, Ms. Quita Newton, Teacher of the Year, congratulations. I'm John Estes, Superintendent of Palestine Wheatley School District.
In your position, do you have a position on the transfer?
We denied Ms. Goodall. Ms. Goodall is a friend of mine. She's got 2 kids in our school district through Opportunity School Choice from last year. We denied the 2 this year, 1 because of the exemption, 2nd grader, and 1 because of space, a 5th grader.
And they did, and I think that their attorney today is going to argue both for the denial under the school choice as well as the denial under the opportunity school choice that was a lack of capacity. So the procedures for both will be the same, but if you have any questions at any point in time for those, we can either handle them separately or you can handle it as one big. I would suggest that you handle either grant or deny, but if this board chooses to grant or deny on each individual child, just that we will need to have separate motions and to handle that.
The attorney can step forward and identify himself. You have 5 minutes for opening.
Thank you, Chairman Newton. My name is George Roselle, and I represent Erica Goodall and her children. We've been down this road before. This is our 3rd time before you today. Many of you, I see new faces, so welcome and congratulations on your appointment to the board. As a preliminary matter, I want to address several of the issues very quickly that Mr. Askew spoke about and that the board was very inquisitive about, and I think was proper to question on those issues. Number 1 being whether or not the board and the ADE are separate entities or not. And I point this out only because I have very personal experience with it, in that one of the Attorney General's tactics in our current case that's before Judge McGowan in Pulaski County was to move to dismiss the case because we appealed based upon the ADE denying their appeal back from 2013, and their response was that we didn't name the board in time. So I'll leave it at that the AG has clearly delineated that you guys are separate, and they know that, and they've argued that before the courts. So for the department to say that we are restrained from reviewing any declaration of exemption, I think is wrong. I think that the AG spoke to the question by the legislator, and I think that the legislator asked about the ADE specifically in his question. So I do appreciate the consideration that was given to Mr. Askew's appeal as well. The second clarification I want to make up or discuss is something that I believe was asked, I think, by Ms. Zucker-Seviers about the incentive to actually become unitary. And this is very important because as also part of that case, and it's been going on for a couple of years now, also part of that case, we sent to Forest City certain requests for admissions. And those requests for admissions were designed by their very nature under the structure of the law, which is required to be shown to declare someone as being unitary. Their response was to seek a protective order from the court not to have to answer the questions because another dispositive motion was still pending. They didn't want to answer the questions about whether or not they should be declared unitary, and they did so specifically immediately after those requests for admissions were filed. So those 2 issues I think are very important because you're exactly correct. Forest City receives money for every student they get, every student they have, every student they maintain. And they will lose finances if in the course people are allowed to transfer out. Here we have the Goodall family. This is our 3rd year here. We have 2 of their children left. 2 of them have been accepted under opportunity choice. Forest City filed a lawsuit about that case. That's still pending in, I believe, St. Francis County. But those 2 students have been accepted, and they are excelling in their schools. One of them is a cheerleader involved in several community activities. One of them has straight A's as an ongoing 8th grader. And I'm happy to say, item number 810, we are pulling that appeal because that student has been accepted under the transfer from Brinkley over their initial objection after we realized that the exemption claimed was improperly cited. And she will be joining their oldest child in the 8th grade this year, and I've advised their family to reach out because these students are going through a lot. They're going through a confusing time. They're going through a time where they don't know where they're going to school or if they're going to be going to school with their brothers and sisters. They're going to a school in a time where they may have a different spring break. And that's what we're here for today. I believe that certain holidays and school days are taken differently from each individual school district. So that being said, the students here are being ripped apart in our case. We're here today under opportunity choice because we believe opportunity choice adopts under 618-430 when a school becomes in academic distress, the students or the parents are allowed to apply for transfers under school choice or opportunity choice. School choice includes a sibling provision. School choice says if your siblings are already going to this school, you get to go too as long as there's capacity. Now, Mr. Estes spoke about capacity very briefly, that there wasn't for the 5th grader. I haven't seen the numbers. I don't know. We received our denial as to the opportunity choice early last week. But I'm here on just a few more specific points as to these two children and their applications to attend Palestine Wheatley this year. Number one, we have the sibling issue, that they should be allowed to attend under the clear public policy of the state of Arkansas. In 2 separate statutes, it says that siblings should be able to go to school where their older siblings do. So if one is accepted, the other one should be too. One of those is 618-108, and the other one is contained directly in the school choice provisions.
So that's your 5 minutes.
May I ask for just a couple more minutes, Ms. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The second issue is that the students were not denied on time. You know, this board has made very specific and very, very certain findings about when a student doesn't apply on time, that their application is denied and it's properly denied. But in this case, we applied on March 25th and then again at their request after the new forms were put out. You know, the day that the new act passed, we applied. And we didn't receive our denials until August the 1st for school choice, which I remind you, the denial date, the deadline is July 1st. Secondly, it's for the failure of Forest City to properly identify the case under which it claims its exemption. The new law has very specific statutory requirements about what they're required to send you. I'm not asking you to look at the order today. I'm asking you to look at their exemption and see if it contains all the provisions or all the requirements of their exemption declaration. The exemption requires them to put the jurisdiction of the court, the date of the court, whether or not it's still undergoing obligations, and to describe what those obligations are. And theirs contained just a reference to McKissick. Then they included a copy of their complaint from their current Forest City case against Palestine Wheatley and all the attachments thereto. So for these reasons, we feel like we are properly here before the board today. You have the authority clearly by the statute. 619-1907 clearly states that the board may review the denial of a transfer. And that's all this is. You have the opportunity and the obligation to review denials of transfers on capacity. You do it all the time. I saw 3 denials last week about capacity. I also saw more denials from July about capacity. Actually, I saw approvals on capacity. These are the same issues, whether or not the circumstances that are being represented are true and correct. I'm not asking you to look at the McKissick order. I don't think, just like Mr. Askew, that it's still in effect. I don't think that Forest City is still operating under the vestiges of desegregation. Or of segregation, excuse me. But that's not why we're here today. We're here today because there are direct routes under the code for siblings to transfer along with their other siblings. That it is the policy of the state of Arkansas that brothers and sisters go to school together. And right now we have a split family in Forest City and Palestine Wheatley going to 2 schools every day for drop off and pickup. We have a split family attending different open houses. We have a split family where the students who are younger don't know when they're going to get to go to Big Sister School. And that's a problem, and it's not fair.
Thank you. Someone from Forest City? Yeah, Rick. Okay, would you identify yourself?
Sam Jones.
Mr. Jones.
I'm not sure where to start because I don't have anything to offer on the issue of capacity or the denial under the Opportunity School Choice Act. I don't know how this body wants to divide those issues up. I'm here to talk about, if you need me to, if you want to take the other issues up first, you may not need to hear from me. I'm here to talk about Forest Cities exemption under the 2015 Act, which on its face is what these applications said they were for. And I can go ahead and address that now. We have clearly submitted all of the matters from the McKissick case. The McKissick case is in litigation. It's before Judge Wilson. It's been submitted on motion for summary judgment. The last response is due next Monday. We'll probably have a ruling on that in September. And the core issue before Judge Wilson is, what does the McKissick case mean, and what is its current vitality, which all conveniently dovetails into the question y'all discussed earlier today and last week about, is there any need, even if it were empowered to do so, for this board to go behind the McKissick decree, which is still out there, unlike the argument you heard about Blytheville. And we've still got an active decree that spells out the obligations. We submitted it to the ADE in 2010. We submitted it again in 2013 as part of the 2013 Act. We submitted it again on April 14 as part of the 2015 Act to demonstrate why we're exempt from school choice under current law. And Mr. Rozelle just kind of blithely dismissed. He said, well, they submitted a copy of their complaint to Judge Wilson or in the federal court. Well, it has all the McKissick orders attached to it. And I think y'all have seen those, even though the new members of the board have seen those or have had an opportunity to look at them. And they spell out in detail what the obligations are. And it's clear and undisputed that we still operate under that decree and have never been declared unitary. Let's see what, one thing that I think is important, and I realize 5 minutes flies by. Mr. Rozelle mentioned 618-108, and if this, you may want to call on Ms. Davis to address this, but that only applies to siblings of those who transferred under the 1989 Act. If you look at it, it talks about if any child transferred under an act that's been declared unconstitutional. Well, this refers to the 1989 Act. So they're trying, maybe unintentionally, but they are mixing apples and oranges. Then I think he also made reference to 618-1904. That's regarding transfers under the 89 or the 2013 Act. And this is where I get a little bit confused, because at one point it was said that it was found in y'all's order from last year that the Goodalls were actually residents of Palestine-Wheatley. That was one basis for denying their transfer the last go-around. But 618-1904 talks about a present or future sibling of a student who continues enrollment at the non-resident district under this subsection may enroll in or continue enrollment in the non-resident district. Well, that's talking about a different statute and doesn't have any application here. And again, this is one where it's not a matter of public policy. It's a question of examining the statute very carefully to see if the sibling preference has any application. And neither of these that have been cited do. I realize I'll probably get another chance to either answer questions or...
You're in the 20-minute time.
Okay.
Allocation now.
Okay. Then if I could... We have also routinely reported to the, back when the State Department, or back when ADE was a little more active, as part of the standards provisions that Commissioner Key made reference to, we make routine reports to ADE about our desegregation obligations and what we're doing. So I just mention all that because I think it's simply wrong to make the representation that Forest City's not operating under a desegregation decree, that it's not current and active, and that because we appropriately asserted it, that we're exempt from the operation of the Act, and we don't think any good and valid reasons have been advanced to this body to rule otherwise. If I could go back to 6/18/1904 just for a second to give you the specific subsection, it says a present or future sibling of a student who continues enrollment in the non-resident district under this subsection. Well, the transfer wasn't under 6/18/1900 of these other siblings. They were either transferred under some other provision or they were already residents at the time of the transfer. So these two who were previously enrolled, when they enrolled as residents of the Palestine Wheatley District, which takes them out of the transfer ambit. Now, I hope that's clearer than mud, but I'm trying to parse the specific statutes. And unless y'all have any specific questions, that's...
Are any of the employees of the Forest City School District from a different district allowed to bring their children to Forest City, or vice versa? If they live in Forest City and they work in a different district, are they allowed to take their children with them? Do you have your superintendent?
She's here. She has not been. She's not been sworn because I didn't think she'd have to answer any questions, but we could certainly ask her.
That's not a question.
Strangely enough, we got that question asked this was one Forest City employee who had brought their child. That child was sick.
Actually, we got that question is floating around the state. If I can make a representation, you're certainly willing to ask Dr. Hardrick. But that question is floating around the state in the form of an FOIA that's been directed to several different school districts. So we have already checked Ms. Zook, and we have one employee who this year for the first time brought her senior student to the Forest City district, but she lives in another district. Did I say that right?
I'm not sure this is the first year.
It may not be the first year, but it's one student.
So is that a precedent? I know that they said that they... Well, I'm Jennifer. You win the prize, Miss Davis.
Okay. It is allowed under the law that there is a statute that would allow transfers for employees of another district to bring their child, providing that there is capacity, and, they don't necessarily get to choose which school. They may just be able to say transfer to a district and one of the schools in the district. So, it does happen, yes.
And that doesn't make it an exception to what we're arguing here?
Not necessarily, and I'll get the law out just to make sure, but if I remember correctly, there is not, and like I say, I'll verify, but there is not a provision in there that for schools that are under DSEG, I think you get the privilege of, working there, and you can bring your child providing there's room, but I'll verify that for you real quick. I'll look up the law.
Okay, also under statute in 6/18/1907, it says one of the responsibilities of ADE is to gather data for every 2 years to see if these transfers that are allowed or not allowed, determine if a racially segregating impact has occurred in any of the school districts. Do we have that information?
I don't have that information. I believe that we do somewhere have the information, but I personally don't. I believe doesn't Oliver have that information? Is that something that Oliver may have? Oh, wait. Okay. And just for clarification, desegregation does not apply to the employee transfer. And that is correct.
Okay, and do we have the data on the, whether or not the racially segregated impact of transfers?
I do not. Do we know if we have that?
If I may, we do have the data that has been submitted. I know it was
Right.
submitted at least twice to the General Assembly when I was still over there. I don't think the data was sufficient to determine by analysis if there was a segregative impact.
I just want to be sure we're doing everything
We're supposed to do under law.
Right, and you know, one of the things that I will note is because this appeal has been stated that they're under opportunity school choice and school choice, that I think that there's a lot of confusion about what statutes apply to what, and so if you need some clarification, if we want to handle one at a time, I'll be glad to give that.
It's my understanding that the older two children would be in academic distress schools, and the younger two children would not be. That would be the difference. Is that correct?
Okay, the fifth grader would be, but I do not believe I'm getting confirmation from the parents that the older two children were not transferred because of academic distress. Is that correct?
They were last year.
Okay, the older two children were transferred.
And the fifth grader is at the middle school that's in the academic distress?
Yes.
So that's why they're asking for opportunity?
Yes.
School choice?
And yes, and then the other child under public school choice, just to go with the siblings.
Because the child is going to a school that would not be under academic distress?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure that this gets at part of what Ms. Zook was asking about, but, and I want to make sure I didn't misspeak, but under 618-1904, if those older children transferred under opportunity school choice, 618-1904 is reserved for children is reserved for siblings who transferred under either the 2013 Act or the 2015 Act. So the fact that they may have had siblings transfer under the Opportunity Act doesn't translate into a right to transfer under the 2015 Act.
I was just trying to get at the two we're discussing today.
Okay. Really, unless the board has some other questions, or if, I know I have a little bit of time left. If Mr. Rozelle,
But you don't have to use it.
I know I don't have, and I want to do the best I can to stay on the board's good side. I was just going to comment that if Mr. Rozelle has something else to say that I feel the need to respond to, I would like to reserve that time.
Mr. Rozelle? Before you come, I have a question, I think for Mr. Estes. So there would be, what's one is an issue of capacity or lack of capacity. Is that correct? So would you speak to that? I think you said in one instance there was in the opportunity school choice, was that the one that there's no capacity for?
Fifth grade is full.
I see. Just don't sit down.
This should be quick.
For trying to help the board, because
The Opportunity School Choice Law has different implications regarding what this board can decide on appeal.
Right.
So it can only look at the capacity. That's what I'm reading in law. Is that your understanding?
Yes, and there are some provisions in there that I think sometimes that if there's a negative impact on a desegregation order, but generally the only other reason is to deny for lack of capacity. And capacity under Public School Choice Act is different than under Opportunity School Choice. Capacity under Opportunity Choice is set at 95%, and under Opportunity it's set at 90%. And I think another issue is, just real quick, the sibling provision, that applies to school choice. And it is not in the Opportunity School Choice statute. However, there is what was mentioned earlier, the statute that is outside both of those acts that does address continuity of education for siblings, and that, you know, siblings, it says that have transferred under any school choice act, and I know that I think somebody said it was only for the 89. It is still active law, and it doesn't specifically say this only applies to previous children. So there is a continuity of education that is outside both of that. So that way it could apply to opportunity school choice as well. But just to kind of keep those a little separate, I know it's getting a little kind of convoluted because, like I say, the School Choice Act has a provision, but opportunity doesn't. So, I mean, just so that there's a little clarity.
Okay. For Mr. Roselle, in connection to that, Mr. Estes, please, one more time. Ms. Roselle, please, still don't sit down. So what is the percentage in the opportunity school choice?
Say that I can have no more than 25 kids per grade, per class in 5th grade, averaging no more than 25 kids per class. I've got 24 in both of my 5th grade classes. If someone does not, however, Ms. Newton, if y'all grant me permission, if someone does not show up on the first day of school, which will happen, I'd be more than happy to accept the child.
And what if two more people?
If two more people show up, I'll be up here asking you for a waiver.
Is that Mr. Roselle?
And I would say too that this board has held pretty.
You have 20 minutes also. We hope that you don't take too
I won't, and I'm going to have Ms. Goodall tell some stories here in a minute too to make everything a little bit lighter as well. Just to rebut Mr. Jones's representation that the McKissick case is still ongoing and that it's being argued in front of Judge Wilson right now. The case that's ongoing in front of Judge Wilson right now is called Florida City Special School District versus Palestine Wheatley Special School District and Wynn School District. It's not a reopening of the McKissick case unless there's some more recent order than what I've seen as of last month. So I'm not, I think that issue can be confusing as to whether or not that case has been actively reopened and they're seeking unitary status therein, because I don't think they are. In addition, if you look at Section 4 or subsection 430 of the educational provisions, I think it's, if I go back to my notes here, it's 615-430C. That's when a school is in academic distress, and it tells the board what it can do, okay? And it says to the board, you can accept students under transfers under either the mechanisms of the opportunity choice transfer provisions or the school choice transfer provisions. And I think that's important because what that is telling the students or the families is we can apply under either of these and then go forward if we're in academic distress. And that's what I wanted to point out to you is that Ms. Goodall has submitted these applications citing every statute she can. And the reason she's done that is because there may be different relief under the statutes. But I think that 615-430 really incorporates everything together, and that's why we argue that the sibling provision should be extended to the opportunity choice students too. And that's why we say that the youngest child was an applicant under opportunity choice and school choice, and then the oldest child was as well, because we think those sibling provisions should just override everything else, that you should not be breaking up the families, and that the statutes are there to be read together and to be read consistently. And so for opportunity choice, not to have a specific reference under 1904 to a sibling following another, well, I think that provision is wrapped up in 430 when it says you can apply under these two provisions. And because of that, and I know these are technical and nuanced and sometimes the weeds are tall, but the overriding policy is the same, and that's that we shouldn't be breaking up the families and the students. And we've done that in this family, and it's really sad. And so I'd like to have Ms. Goodall testify just for a little bit about what the impact has been on her family.
So you have over 17 minutes actually. Ms. Goodall.
Erica, you're soft-spoken, so you need to, I can talk to them. Please state your name for the record.
Erica Goodall.
And where do you live?
Forest City, Arkansas.
And last year, was there any reference to you living in Palestine Wheatley?
Yes, sir.
And was that true? Did you live in Palestine Wheatley last year?
No, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I cook in Monroe, Arkansas.
How old are your children?
11, 7, 10, and 13.
And where do the two oldest children go to school?
Palestine Wheatley.
What grades are they going to go into next year?
7th grade and 8th grade.
Tell me about the 8th grader. What were her grades last quarter?
She makes straight A's.
And tell me about the 7th grader. What's she doing?
She made the cheerleading team for this year.
Is she involved in any other clubs or anything at the school district?
She's no sir, no other clubs.
That probably takes up a lot of her time, I imagine.
Yes.
Tell me about how your family coordinated the scheduling of school or students attending 2 different school districts last year.
It was hard.
Why was it hard?
Trying to get all 4 children to school on time at 2 different schools. Trying to make sure I pick them up on time. Sometimes when another school is out, the other school is out. It was just real confusing and complicated. And it just, it saddens them because they want to know why they all just can't be together.
And now, is one school district require uniforms and the other not?
Yes, sir.
So does that make them feel odd that they're having to wear different things from their siblings?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about your 5th grader. What sort of issues does he have right now?
He wears braces. He has speech problems.
And has he suffered any sort of adverse treatment from the other students at Forest City?
He got bullied there and tried to kill himself.
Is this the 1st or 2nd year that he's been bullied at Forest City?
2nd time.
Okay. And what about your 2nd grader? How's she doing?
She's doing good. She just takes speech there, and she has ADHD.
But she's never attended Palestine, right?
No, sir.
But your 5th grader, he attended Palestine growing up earlier.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You applied for school choice in March of this year, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive a denial by July 1st for your school choice applications?
No, sir.
Do you know why you didn't receive a denial for your school choice applications?
No, sir.
But you later on received a denial for your opportunity choice applications, right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe the board has a copy of those that have been passed around that were sent out on the 27th of July. Is there anything else you'd like to ask the board today?
Just to consider what I have to go through. My younger babies asking me every day, what school will they attend? Will they be with their older siblings, or will they be separated? And it's hard and it's sad.
Thank you, Erica. Obviously, Ms. Goodall says that a lot better than I can, so I appreciate the time from the board today. I would appreciate the board considering the overturning of the denial of Palestine Wheatley of their applications for school choice and for opportunity choice, given that both their siblings attend Palestine Wheatley School District, given that the youngest child attends a school or the middle child attends a school right now that is in academic distress, given the difficulties had there. The fact that Mr. Estes says he's willing to take him, we appreciate that. And I believe Mr. Estes also has space for the 2nd grader, so no capacity issue has been referenced for her. We would like for this family to be united today, and we ask the board to do their duty and to review the denial of the transfer under the code that gives it that power. Thank you very much.
Mr. Goodall, I have a question. Is it your contention and Ms. Goodall's contention that failure to notify by July 1 was a violation of the procedure in school choice request?
It most certainly is, Chairperson Newton. It is the statute uses the word shall, and as the board is probably well aware from listening to Ms. Davis and before her, Mr. Lassiter, for a significant period of time, the word shall means mandatory compliance, and we don't believe that they were properly denied, and we believe just on that issue alone they should be accepted.
Mr. Jones, would you like to address that, because it could be a pivotal piece in this whole discussion?
I don't know what, excuse me, the Forest City School District is supposed to do about that. It was the obligation of Palestine Wheatley to give timely notice of acceptance or denial. Now, if they were late, talking about, Ms. Savers is fond of talking about gaming the system, then every parent in Arkansas who wants a choice could just kind of slip the word that, if you'll deny our application a day late, then maybe we can convince the state board to grant the application. that's not the fault or the responsibility of the Forest City School District. I don't know what consequences would attach to Palestine Wheatley, but I think the fuss is between the parents and Palestine Wheatley on that one, because Forest City, for all I know at that time, had no idea these applications had even been made. So on that one, I don't think you can go around by Laura's house and get to the conclusion that Palestine Wheatley's presumed or apparent failure to give timely notification means that automatically these appeals should be granted. I'd just like to add once again that because of the way the transfers of the older siblings occurred, there is no specific transfer in the law, and the two statutes that specifically address it are later in time than the other statute, and they talk about when sibling transfers can be considered, and I think they are the controlling law in this case, and that otherwise no good and sufficient reason has been advanced as to why, including even under the Opportunity School Choice Act. If you want to get into that, counsel is correct. It does contain similar language to the 2015 Act. It just doesn't say that this board is to take that up. We think it should. We think for the same reasons, and I'm unclear now which transfer acts we're talking about. I thought we were here on a denial of a transfer under the 2015 Act. And somehow Opportunity School Choice keeps working its way into the equation. I just want y'all to be aware we've taken the position in the case before Judge Wilson that in interpreting McKissick, I do need to clear that up for you if there's any concern. I never represented that the case before Judge Wilson was a trial of the McKissick case as to whether or not Forest City is unitary. It's a trial of the McKissick decree as to what it means and whether it is sufficient to support the exemptions claimed by Forest City in cases like these. That's what's before it. But the McKissick decree is clearly before him, and all the parties have asked him to tell us what it means and whether it means that these transfers shouldn't take place. In any event, I don't think a reason under any of the statutes that apply here have been advanced to warrant the granting of the appeals. I think it's, and I know it tugs at y'all's heartstrings for a parent to get up here and talk about bullying. Well, you know, I could, if that's of any concern to anybody, that's not a new issue with this family in Forest City. Dr. Hardrick could get up here and talk about that if you really want to hear about that, but I don't think, technically speaking, it's an issue for y'all to consider. The law either permits it or it doesn't. Bullying's a matter that if there's a real issue there, it needs to be dealt with, and there are mechanisms for dealing with that, but it shouldn't enter into the equation of whether or not you're going to, in effect, go around the law, so to speak. And Mr. Roselle, in his late file papers yesterday, asked you to waive state law. I think that's important. Today, I didn't hear him say waive it, but that's what he said yesterday in his email. He wanted y'all to waive state law because it was state policy to keep all these kids together. Y'all can't waive state law. You can't waive a statute. You can't create a statute. So for all these reasons, we believe the prudent and wise course of action is to deny the appeal.
We'd like a summary from you, Ms. Davis, as to what, just a summary, short summary, and state to us our options in proceeding in this particular action item.
Okay, so if you are going to entertain the children separately, or entertain them under School Choice Act and then Opportunity School Choice Act. Under the Public School Choice Act of 2015, if, like I say, Forest City has provided documentation to us that they are under a desegregation order and that we don't necessarily have any information, or we would have to interpret that it is, unitary or something of that nature, then of course you can do what you choose. But how it has been done, that generally they're under a desegregation order, which would prevent transfer. Under opportunity school choice, if the child is in a distressed school and they can take them, you could grant that. There is a state statute that does say that there's a continuity of education that, like I say, is outside of the Public School Choice Act, that says for students who are siblings of children, who have transferred under school choice, that there is, that you can keep them together and choose to do that, and it is outside those acts. However, so under state law, you could transfer them, but what, if any, conflict it would have with the desegregation order, I cannot say. I mean, that would require us to go back to interpret the desegregation orders, which, we've established that we don't have the authority to do or the obligation. So at this point, you can either grant or deny in whole the applications. If you want to, do them separately, grant one, deny one, or just vote on them separately under public school choice, and then do it under opportunity school choice, you can choose to do that as well.
I think one of the things that looms large is the desegregation order that cannot be separated completely, and the board would choose to do what the board chooses to do through a motion. But I'm thinking that the shadow that is there, or the deseg order casts a shadow on both, as far as I'm concerned, and I don't know what but what I understand from you is that we're not legally bound, though we can separate. We're not necessarily legally bound to separate them as two different actions. We can go with them both under school choice, or we can split. So I just want to make that, is that the...
Yeah, you can deny or grant in whole at this point because it was presented as one appeal. So you can do that as well. And I know that, and just to want to address the July 1 deadline for response, the law is silent on, what penalties, if any, there are for not responding in July 1. So, I mean, like I say, just so if you had any questions about that, the law is silent. So we would have to, you would have to put in penalties or no penalties where the law is not giving us any direction.
I don't propose to speak for the board, but for myself, I think this probably is one of the most agonizing things to have to deal with, and it's just, it's a sad state, I think, and this is just Toyce Newton's opinion, that something isn't done, whether it be from the judicial standpoint to decide this issue. It benefits attorneys, and no disrespect to attorneys, but I think as far as families and school districts, they are on the side of getting the least benefit from this. So however it fleshes out, I just hope and pray that it does, because this is just, this is outside of reasonable, and it's certainly, it's outside of reasonable. I'll stop there as far as I'm concerned. So, but we still have to, as a state board, make a decision, and by virtue of that, we're at the point where I'm going to ask for a motion. I think Ms. Davis has aptly explained where we can go with this, and so by virtue of that, here we are, board.
Madam Chair, may I ask an inquiry of Ms. Davis?
Yes, sir.
That would
clear us up.
Well, maybe clear up something for me, because when we get these appeals in the department before we send them to y'all, we don't know the race of the families involved. Is that accurate, Ms. Davis?
That's correct.
So when it comes to the appeal and we see, that there is a minority family trying to transfer, it kind of flies in the face of common sense to think that a desegregation order is limiting to a minority family looking to move. Ms. Davis, we don't see that ahead of time.
Right.
And we only know that when it gets to this point.
Right. Well, when they have done, and it says that, you can't necessarily deny based on, you make your decisions on this, especially under opportunity school choice. But this was brought up by a member of the board during last week's hearing, that there was a family and you know, and again, the law states that they have to do a genuine conflict, and it says a desegregation order or court-approved desegregation plan, and we would have to interpret whether or not it would negatively impact, and I even think the opportunity school choice uses negatively impact the racial balance. So theoretically, you could make the decision that it would not impact negatively the racial balance or a desegregation order by allowing a minority family to transfer out. But it was brought up last week as well.
And on that issue, taking race into account in that way would be problematic in the eyes of the Seattle and Louisville U.S. Supreme Court cases, correct?
Well, I mean, I think it would be more problematic under the idea that we would be interpreting what the court-approved desegregation plan outlines. I think that's what it would be.
Can I just need, I'm very clear on the public school choice, on the opportunity school choice, in terms of, and I'm very clear on the capacity part, but in terms of the role of deseg orders on opportunity school choice, can you talk through that one more time? And I apologize.
No, you're okay. And like I say, it's something that has not, I don't think, been brought up a lot, and I can read it to you if you just bear with me. I'll grab this. Let me find it. For lack of better terms, it just says that, you know, if there are desegregation orders that would negatively impact a transfer, then kind of under the provisions of a desegregation order, the provisions of a desegregation order govern. And I think that most of our transfer laws allow, I mean, even legal transfer is, you know, has provisions for desegregation orders. I think that kind of looks at whether or not we are getting involved in the federal court system and making those determinations when we may or may not have the authority or ability to do so.
So the rules are essentially the same?
Yes, they're not, I mean, they do not require a district to provide a conflict letter or, you know, an exemption, or there's no claim or burden necessarily on the districts. It is just something to consider, that if there are desegregation orders and it would negatively impact, it is a consideration.
Now, would we, if we were to deny in the opportunity school choice case, would we need to state whether the grounds were based on capacity or based on an existing desegregation order?
Well, because the appeal was originally brought under a school choice, it would be up to you to choose whether or not to separate out for school choice and opportunity school choice. You can grant or deny it under public school choice, because that's how this appeal was originally brought. If you choose to break it out and it was a capacity issue, then we could state that it was for capacity, but because it was originally brought under school choice, you could handle it under there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
All hearts and minds clear?
I just have a brief clarification as to that. The initial appeal was brought on July 27th because we had gotten no denials. And so it referenced the only thing that the time that only passed on July 27th, that moment in time, that for the appellate time to commence, was the school choice denial. On yesterday, after receiving the denial for the opportunity choice, we referenced the opportunity choice and we appealed that issue as well. And that was sent to Ms. Davis and Mr. Key by electronic mail, because at that point in time we had all the information necessary to do those appeals, and we sent those also to Forest City and Palestine too. So I want just to make clear that both of the issues were brought as to the appeals on the basis of each individual statute.
What do you do? Do you object to Mr. Jones's contention that it's not Forest City's responsibility to meet the deadline, that it could have been some collusion? I'm not suggesting there was collusion between the two, but there certainly could have been a mechanism to have that drop off the table.
As Ms. Davis said, there is no set out. I mean, the provision is mandatory, of course, because it says shall, but it doesn't say what's going to happen, you know, in that case. When we applied, we submitted our applications both to Forest City and Palestine, because we've been going on with this for 3 years now. We know how this works, so we know they're going to be involved. So they had clear notice of our application as of March 26th, and again on April 15th. So you know, they could have submitted or requested Mr. Estes to do a denial on school choice, but I believe Mr. Estes considered our application because it was made under both school choice and opportunity choice, and that's why he considered his deadlines being August 1st, because it was the later of the two deadlines. So, you know, we believe that the statute requires a response by July 1, and I think that more testimony would have to be heard to show collusion if that's what Forest City wants to show. Thank you.
No, and I'm going to clarify that. Okay, and just, okay, I'm sorry, do you want to go ahead?
I have a question for the superintendent of Forest City. Would there be any point? Okay.
No. Did you get sworn in? Okay.
Sure. So you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
And your name?
Tiffany Hardrick, Superintendent, Forest City.
Would there be any point, or would you have a position if these parents ask for a legal transfer? Do you have any idea how your board would rule on that?
Well, we couldn't. We've explored this issue as well, and I think that it reads that a school board cannot accept legal transfers a school district that's under desegregation order. Am I saying that correctly?
I don't think that's accurate, but that may be what you've been advised. Because I know Pulaski County allows legal transfers and they're under a big court order.
I guess you've asked our legal expert.
I looked at this yesterday and I can pull up the exact language. Oh wait, actually here it is. It says that, you know, the board of directors of a local school district are prohibited from granting legal transfers in the following situations. Whether either the resident or receiving district is under a deseg related court order or has ever been, and here's the key, the transfer would negatively affect the racial balance of that district, which has or is under one. So the way that this reads is, while a desegregation order is, you know, factored in, it is not the only factor. It's only if the transfer would also negatively impact. And if, in this case, it was determined that allowing a minority students to transfer would not negatively impact a desegregation order, then under this, it appears that it would be allowed. And then also, just real quick, under the deadlines, like I say, and Mr. Rozelle did submit his opportunity school choice yesterday, but this appeal originally had been presented to us and to you originally as a school choice. But the deadline for school choice is May 1 to apply and July 1 for response. You have until July 30th to file an opportunity school choice. There's no specific deadline on when you have to respond. I think it says, it might say 30 days, but you can apply up until July 1. So the August 1st deadline for a response on opportunity school choice is not necessarily. Okay.
And who are you?
I'm Brad Beavers. I just don't look as much like a lawyer this week.
You don't have to swear.
No, ma'am. To follow up on your question, the and part of the legal transfer was what Dr. Hardrick had not yet dealt with the last year. Of your question about the prohibition against legal transfer, she had not had to deal with the and part about and effect. So I would advise her in this particular case that would be a board decision on a legal transfer that we would take to the board. And I'm the one who's in Forest City and would be advising her on those questions. But in the particular question that you asked, we have not had a request for legal transfer that issue would not have been an issue.
The board asked you what you think?
The board makes its own decisions, but I would advise them as to what the law is. Yes, ma'am. So, but as far as them making a decision, they won't. No, ma'am. They don't take my advice about making decisions other than what the law is.
So would the window be open then under those circumstances of a legal transfer for the family to either get what they want or if they don't, come back before this body?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I've ever seen whether there's an appeal from a denial of a legal transfer. I never looked at it. I don't think there. Commissioner Keys.
So we need to act on this
Yeah, I don't think that there's an appeal process on a denial of legal transfer.
No.
Okay.
But as far as the window being open to ask the boards, that may, that's a board decision.
Well, we're ready for a motion.
Board. I move in the spirit of keeping a family together that we grant the request for transfer.
So you've heard Ms. Sook's motion that the transfer request be approved. Is there a second? I thought you were trying to say something. Is there a second? Then the motion dies for lack of a second. Is there any other motion regarding this matter?
I'll move to affirm sustain the denial based on existing desegregation order, or at least something that should be determined by the court of competency.
Second.
So there's a motion by Dr. Barth to sustain the recommendation, sustain the denial of the school choice application, and the second is by Ms. Wright. You heard the motion. Are there any questions? Ms. Sabers.
Just to be clear, they can then go and request a legal transfer. It's, okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Ms. Zook opposes, so that's the end of that action. Yeah, we need to take a 5-minute break. I saw Mr. Williamson standing up and I thought, I said,
Before we break.
we've not broken yet, Ms. Wright.
Okay, so before we break, the attorney for the Goodall family would like some clarification on which application that you're denying it. Like I say, the appeal was done under the school choice. And while we did receive opportunity school choice from a denial yesterday, I think it's up to this board. I don't think they have to consent.
Dr. Barth, is that
Do we have to consider the opportunity that came in late?
It was the grounds were the same in both cases.
Okay, so that both applications, and is that the consensus of the board and the vote? Okay, then that's what.
Just 2 more seconds. The Chris family, I don't believe, has shown back up. So if you want to, like I say, I have good news following this, that after we, if you want to untable it, and so you can go ahead and make a decision or not, but then the next 3 school transfers on the list, A10, A11, and A12, have all been resolved, so they will be withdrawn.
A13, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, 10, 11, 12, and 13 have all been resolved satisfactory, so they will be withdrawn.
Well, we got a emergency, so we're going to come back on the 15th.
We're just a few short days away from the start of a new school year. While this is an exciting time of year for our students and their families, we must also be mindful of student safety, especially in and around our school buses. As a young teacher in Russellville, I drove a school bus for 7 years, so I know firsthand how important school bus safety is for Arkansas families and communities. That's why I'm proud to kick off this year's school bus safety campaign, Flashing Red, Kids Ahead. We want to remind all Arkansas motorists to obey all traffic laws, especially when they are near a school bus. It's illegal to pass a stopped school bus whenever its red lights are flashing and students are getting on or off the bus. On average, a bus stops for only a couple of minutes to load or unload students. This is a short time, but unfortunately, it only takes a few seconds for a tragedy to occur. Please help keep Arkansas students safe. For flyers, helpful tips, and other resources, visit the Department of Ed's webpage at arkansasid.gov, and remember, flashing red, kids ahead.
Digital technology has changed almost every aspect of our lives, including how our teachers teach and students learn. ADE wants to showcase your students and how they're using technology to discover, achieve, and grow. For details, contact Katrina Kraft, Arkansas iTunes U Administrator, at 501-683-0560.
Hi, I'm Mark Gocher, Deputy
Sam?
We're on next.
You're next.
Shouldn't take us.
Maybe 9 o'clock.
No.
It's good to know.
7:30.
7:30. my goodness. What is he?
This is a test. It's only a test. It's been
I'll be back.
So we're ready to reconvene, and we can have everybody take a seat. And we're going to go back to C3, I think. That was tabled, so we're going back to C3. I understand that there are representatives from the or a representative from the Dollarway School District here. Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay. So we had tabled this consent item. We were going to ask for a motion to untable the item.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Williamson, second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. So we're back. So would you identify yourselves for us? And I think you know why we called you.
Superintendent Dalloway. I'm sorry, Patsy Huey Dalloway, Superintendent.
Hi there, Scott Beardsley. We're the district's financial advisor for Security Beardsley Public Finance. We're sorry we're casually dressed. I'm on my way to Tuckerman for an open house. We understood you wanted questions and answers on Dollarway, so we dropped everything and we're here to answer any questions you have related to the bond application.
We have some questions. I think Dr. Barth was the one that raised the question.
Yes, and we really very much appreciate y'all coming in on such short notice, and we understand you may not be fully prepared today, but and I think my concern that others shared was really some of the decision making behind moving forward with spending so much money on athletic facilities at a time when obviously, as we've seen with the conversation last month with the Academic Distress Committee, that your district has such challenges in the academic realm.
Well, let me address part of that, and we'll let the superintendent address it as well. I think that the board hopefully is familiar with the process for local school districts when they're going to present a millage to the voters. It's the board's responsibility to come up with a package and present that to the local voters for their approval on any change in the millage. The school board went through 6 different options, each one addressing different facility needs that they had. And the board has voted to present to their local electorate a package that addresses every facility need within the school district. Over 60% of that is academic in nature. The board has received, since your call this morning, hopefully a breakdown of each of the different projects. 2 of those are partnership programs that have been approved by the facilities board. One that will be for this year and one that is for next year. So of the amount that the $13 million in projects, 62% of that is academic in nature, and approximately 38% of it is related to repairing athletic facilities.
Thank you.
He spoke for me. That it is exactly what I was going to say. Thank you.
In the conversations at the board level in Dalloway, was there conversation about this issue in terms of whether were there packages that were put forward that really maybe place more emphasis on the
a menu approach where each of the items that were eligible for partnership, things that were 100% the district's responsibility, and the board had as part of their matrix each project listed out how much that layered on in terms of additional millage, and they walked through each of the options and had an ongoing discussion about, how much is too much, which projects do we drop out, and at the end of that discussion, the local board's decision was we're going to present the entire package to our voters, and this is what the millage increase that's necessary to meet all of the K-12 facility needs.
Thanks. And I just want to say it's not showing disrespect to the local board. It really is because of the academic challenges that I think you guys know are facing the district, and the recent, very recent fiscal challenges facing the district. That was the basis of the concern and question.
And layer on one thing that maybe give you a little more comfort. Part of the millage proposal is for operations. So the millage not only covers the debt payment, but there's an additional increase to meet some of those ongoing operational needs as well.
Any other questions? Ms. Saver, any other questions? Okay. Then what is the pleasure of the board in reference to C3, review of loan and bond applications for the Dalloway District? Do you have a motion?
I'll move approval.
Okay. Mr. Barth has moved approval. Second by Mr. Black. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you for coming. Those were critical answers to the questions that we had, so thank you. We'll move now to A8, and that would require us to get a motion to untable that action item, consideration of appeal for denial of school choice, Chris family. Ms. Davis, do we have a motion to untable this action item? Moved by Dr. Barth, second by Ms. Savers. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Davis.
Okay, so the family still have not shown back up, so I'm thinking that they're not planning on it. But like I say, Palestine Wheatley, are they still here? No, but Forest City is. So Forest City would still like to go ahead and speak before you make a vote on this. As the Forest City is the the resident district.
Under the circumstances presented, we would simply ask that the board consider as part of the record and as a statement of our position, urging y'all to sustain the denial of the transfer of the matters we've submitted in writing to the board, and that will conclude our presentation.
Is this child in an academic distress school?
No, this child would be entering kindergarten.
Thank you.
We have a motion relative to this action item A8.
Move to sustain.
Move to sustain. Can get by Mr. Williamson. Second. Is there a second? Second. By Ms. Dean.
Any questions? All in favor, let us know by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Ms. Zook opposes, so the motion carries. So we're now down to A14, consideration of waiver request for teaching license, and Ms. Legal.
I spoke with Mr. Lang about his waiver hearing request, and we're asking that the board allow us to postpone a hearing until next month's meeting.
So that table or postpone? Who's here?
Postpone.
Postpone.
We have a motion to postpone.
I move to postpone till next month's board
Motion,
meeting.
motion by Ms. Wright to postpone. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Savers. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Then moving to let me see. A15, consideration of recommended training for Professional Licensure Standards Board. S. Vaughn, Ms. Lewis.
And I'm forgetting the month for some weird reason. I'm sorry. I guess it's been a little bit of a long day. But the last time you heard Ms. Vaughn's case, she had requested a review of the PLSB's evidentiary hearing recommendation, and the board voted to place her license on probation for 2 years and assess a $75 fine and require her to complete professional development in the area of portfolio assessment. And council was instructed to come back before the board with a recommendation on the portfolio assembly and assessment training. And we have reached an agreement on that, prepared a proposed agreed order for the board to consider. You all should have copies in front of you. And I can go through the terms of the order, or in the order, according to the order, Ms. Vaughn would have to complete no less than 6 hours of portfolio assembly and assessment training by the end of her probationary period. The training she receives would have to address the preparation, alignment, and scoring of portfolios. Specifically, the training would have to provide instruction on developing study topics, aligning each portfolio to each individual student's IEP, demonstrating student comprehension and independent work, and assembling and assessing and evaluating the portfolios. Ms. Vaughn would have to contact either her local education cooperative to schedule a training session, or request that her superintendent sign her up for training that's offered through the collaborative efforts of the ADE Office of Student Assessment and Questar. And of course, this training is in addition to any other mandatory training that she's required to receive, and she would have to bear all the associated costs of this additional training.
I move that we accept the agreement and ask Ms. Newton to sign.
To sign the order. It's Miss. I'm sorry. There are two Miss Newtons here now. Okay. Is it Chairman Newton? Okay, thank you. Is there is the attorney, Mr. Burnett, here, or anybody here on her behalf?
He is not here. He has, however, signed the agreed order. And I just want to, as a state on the record, I'm sorry, that Ms. Vaughn does need to provide the PLSB office with proof that she has completed the training.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Lewis to accept the conditions as
Outlined in this agreement. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Do I sign the original or this copy that I have? What do you?
Please sign the original. And I gave you a blue folder earlier today. It's in there.
The next item is A18 charter. Have I missed somebody?
16.
I'm sorry. I'm sick. Well, I got to change my glasses. A16 charter application timelines. Ms. Perry.
Yes, Mary Perry, Coordinator, Division of Learning Services. A16 is the charter application timelines. The board approves the timelines, and we're bringing those to you after the charter authorizing panel approved them on July 15th for release for you. These are the open enrollment, district conversion, and renewal charter applications timelines. You'll see we're trying to get everything on a little bit more accelerated schedule as early as we think we can do that, and get the renewal folks to have the most current data to discuss when they're talking about having met their goals of their charter and comparing it to other districts around them. So we're bringing those to you based on particular days of the month, and then we would put them out there on our calendar of events, on our charter calendar of events, to get them out there and publish the specific dates that things would be due going forward.
Just a quick question. So, we've heard before the timing, especially in the relatively rare instances in which we've removed a charter, that parents and children really don't have time to get in line for another charter or another option. If a charter was removed from a reapplicant, when are we anticipating that would happen?
We're anticipating that the renewal applicants would go to hearing in December, which is earlier than they've gone before, to the charter authorizing panel. So in January, the board would then decide whether or not to review a decision made by the panel. And if you decided that you wanted to review a decision, you would have your hearing in February, which moves it up a little bit. Again, we would have loved, Dr. Barth, we heard you loud and clear and agree wholeheartedly. We would have loved to move it up a little earlier, but we just want them to have their most recent data too. And I know you do too, to look at that when they come in to discuss renewal. So that was kind of why it's not even a little bit earlier than that. And this would be for, I should point out, these are for renewals that expire in 2017. We can't go this early. They won't have that data as early as we've got proposed here for those coming in. So it'll be later this spring. It'll still be later this spring. And then the actual applications for charter will start spring of 16, and then the renewals will spring of 17. So it's going to be one more year that it's later than even much later than we would like for renewal. So please know that.
Thank you. I appreciate you working on this.
Yes, sir.
Questions? Could we have a motion relative to charter application timelines, Ms. Savers?
The proposal.
Second. Moved by Ms. Savers, second by Ms. Zook. Any questions? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Then the motion passes. Then we're now at 8:17, Ms. Terry, Charter Authorizing Panel, Action on Open Enrollment Public Charter School Amendment, Ozark Montessori Academy.
Yes, ma'am. The next four items are charter amendment items that were also heard by the Charter Authorizing Panel on July 15th. The Ozark Montessori Academy was authorized on October 16th, 2014. This is a brand new school that has not, well, actually it just opened, didn't it? It opened last week. Alexandra visited it earlier this week, or it opened this week, so it's up and running this week. But a brand new school, and they have asked for an increase of enrollment from 120 to 140. They're just accelerating their plan. Their plan all along was to operate in grades K through 6 with a maximum enrollment of 120 for year 1, growing to K-8 with a maximum of 280 by 1920, the 5th year of the charter. And they appeared before the before the panel, and asked to accelerate by just 20 students there. You have on the phone, remember today is the decision whether to review the decision by the authorizing panel. And I would like to call your attention to the fact that the very last thing in the agenda, the very last couple of pages in your packet of agenda, they are items that show you how the charter authorizing panel voted by member and their reasons for the way that they voted. So you're going to begin to see that routinely when those come to you, so you can see who voted how and why. Even on items that they may not be required by rule to state reasons, you're going to see that from the panel.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. We appreciate your questions. I saw Dr. Barr's hand.
They're calling in too.
Yes, I need to know if Ozark Montessori Academy is online.
This is Rochelle Nichols with Ozark Montessori Academy.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, Ms. Nichols. Is this a question about procedure before we get into?
It's actually really just a compliment for, and I meant to say it on the last item, this, just how helpful this new way of presenting the documentation. So
I don't get credit for that.
whoever gets credit, I think this is going to cut our time in dealing with these cases down so much, and this is really thoughtful. So thanks for everything.
The chair of the panel, Deb Kaufman.
Oh, imagine that she figured out a
Absolutely.
system. All right, great. I don't have any questions on this one.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Ms. Sagers. And based on this wonderful new listing of how everybody voted and why they voted the way that they did, evidently there's a long waiting list, and it was unanimous. I move that we not review this item.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All against? Okay, that's a unanimous vote. Ms. Zook, apologies. Ms. Zook voted against. Is that correct?
No.
No?
She seconded.
Seconded. Sorry. Oh, that was what you were saying. Sorry, I saw the two there, and then I was trying to. I now have to get used to Deb's sign language there. My apologies. Well, thank you so much. So, Ms. Nichols, thank you for joining the call, but we won't need your testimony at this time, and congratulations on your waivers. Moving on to action item A18, we have the opportunity to consider the district conversion public charter school amendment to Lincoln High School New Tech. Ms. Perry, you're once again recognized.
Thank you. Lincoln High School New Tech, authorized back on January the 9th, 2011. They are approved to serve students in grades 8 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 850. And again, they appeared before the panel on July 15th, and their request was to remove New Tech from the name and to remove their partnership with New Tech. You'll notice that you have the entire application for charter in the packet, and they had gone through and stricken and put in red the changes that would be made to the New Tech piece, so that I thought it was very easy to read. And you have Ms. Courtney Jones, principal, I believe, on the line.
Ms. Jones, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Hi, this is Courtney Jones.
Just hold. We'll see if we have any questions for you.
Okay, thanks.
Just to finish up this item, because Ms. Newton came in, do any of the board members have questions, either for Ms. Perry or Ms. Jones? Ms. Jones, thank you for joining the call. All right, seeing no questions, do any of our colleagues have a motion? Ms. Savers?
Can we not review?
Second.
Okay. So that was a motion by Ms. Zook and a second by Ms. Savers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any against? All right, that's a unanimous vote. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your time. We will not need your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. And hopefully that's the last time I'll have to leave, maybe. A19 is Charter Authorizing Panel on District Conversion Public Charter School Amendment, P Ridge Manufacturing and Business Academy.
Thank you. P Ridge was authorized on January 16, 2014. The charter is approved to serve students in grades 11 and 12 with a maximum enrollment of 215. Again, on July the 15th of 2015, the representatives were in front of the charter authorizing panel, and they requested an amendment. They actually requested an amendment, a waiver through the amendment process of the media specialists and those requirements at the school. Again, I expect that you'll have Charles Clark, Director, Mr. Charles Clark, Director, on the line.
Yes, this is Charlie Clark.
If you'll hold for questions.
Yes, sir.
Any questions, Mr. Clark? Some questions?
I move not to review.
There's a motion not to review by Ms. Savers. Second?
Second.
Second by
Dr. Barr, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you very much.
So we're down to a 20 charter authorizing panel on district conversion public charter school amendment, Warren Middle School, or conversion charter.
Warren Middle School was authorized on January the 16th of 2014, and they're approved to serve students in grades 6 through 8 with a maximum enrollment of 450. Again, they appeared before the panel on July 15th, and they were requesting some changes to the GT program. Ms. Newton, there were two individuals that appeared to me who had indicated they wanted to, they'd signed in perhaps to say something on, I believe they put A21, but I think they might really have wanted to speak on A20 that pertained to GT.
We want to speak specifically to the idea of wavering.
Okay. There are some folks who want to speak on the waivers of GT. She's telling me generally speaking, so.
Not specific to.
Well, we can start. So is it relevant to this particular application or just?
No, it is not relevant to this particular application.
So we'll wait. Ms. Perry, you can advise us when it might be good to insert that particular, those folks to speak.
That will usually be at the very end of the meeting, and it's not pertaining to a particular
agenda item.
As it relates to A20, do we have a motion regarding the conversion charter for Warren Middle School?
Actually, I have a question.
Okay.
And so I know on this one there was a provision that there's satisfaction by October 1st about the services for gifted and talented students, and it's really a procedural question. I mean, what if that doesn't happen? What if we've granted the waiver, the amendment, and then for some reason the ADE, gifted and talented staff just don't think this is working. How would we handle that?
The plan is due on the 15th.
I think that you'd see that would be reported back to the department, and we would work with the chair and let the chair of the panel know that, and they might very well want to call them right back in as soon as possible at the next available meeting. That seems to me that would be the appropriate protocol to follow there. As you can call any charter back in at any point. The panel can call any charter back in to take a look at that. So should there be concerns there, the panel can get them back in.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that this isn't set, because they're clearly wanting to activate this for this coming academic year, and I'm a little worried that the gifted and talented program at the school would not be cemented kind of on day one. So I do have some concerns in this case. I mean, I know that there was a lot of confidence on the part of the panel that it could be done. So I'm definitely a little queasy about it in terms of timing, but I also am sensitive to the clock.
And I expect that you
Have Carla Wardlaw, Assistant Superintendent at Warren, on the line.
Ms. Wardlaw, are you on the line?
I am.
I guess I will ask a question then, if that's all right on this issue. Ms. Wardlaw, this is Jay Barth, and my question really does relates to the timing on the kind of getting the revisions to the gifted and talented program in this proposal kind of put in place so that students are able to begin to take advantage of that early in the school year.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did, and we've already scheduled our students I think the sound's messing up, but anyway, let me start over. Our students are already scheduled for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. They'll be getting their GT through their science class, and we also have another pre-AP class that students will be observed, and if they are recommended for gifted and talented, they'll be put in that class at that time.
Okay, and so, yeah.
They'll be getting this on a daily basis, not just 45 minutes a week.
Okay. And so when will those identifications begin to take place?
They take place immediately. When they're in class, they'll be in observation and they'll be assessed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Then what is the pleasure of the board relative to 820, charter authorizing council action on district conversion, middle school, amendment 1 middle school, a conversion charter?
Move to not review.
Been moved not to review by Mr. Williamson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Dean. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Okay, Ms. Perry, we're down to 820. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. We're down to 821 district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charter Amarillo School District.
Yes, ma'am. This is the very first one here that you'll have for this. Act 1240 of 215 allows a school district to petition the State Board of Education for all or some of the waivers granted to an open enrollment public charter school that draws students from the school district. We do have representatives from the Amarillo School District here. Miss Sally Bennett, superintendent, will begin the presentation, but first we have Jennifer Davis, who will discuss the hearing procedures for today's meeting for the benefit of the board and those listening as well.
In addition to explaining the hearing procedure, would you give us again some background on what the act is intended and what the stipulations and consequences of that are?
Sure. The Act 1240 was intended to allow school districts that to get waivers that any charter school that pulls kids from their district have, or they can request the approval of that. We discussed during your work session previously some considerations. The Act makes no provisions for granting provisionally, conditionally, and additionally, as long as the charter school has the waiver. When you grant a waiver, that school district has the waiver for the length of time the charter has. And there is no provisions in the law at this point in time, or that was directly in that act, for you to revoke it. So just something to consider. And the hearing procedures will, the district will, everybody who's going to testify, other than attorneys, will need to be placed under oath, and then the district will get 20 minutes to kind of present their case for why they're requesting these approvals. Anybody who would like to speak in opposition to that, there's kind of a 20-minute cap. Of course, those time frames can be extended at the chair's pleasure, and so opposition will have an opportunity to speak, and then the district will have 5 minutes to kind of wrap up or have any rebuttal or anything like that. At any point in time, of course, you're welcome to ask questions, but at the end of all the testimony, the question and answer can happen, and you can either choose to grant in whole or in part the waiver request, or you can deny in whole or in part.
And the 20 minutes includes for council and the district.
Yes,
okay.
The hearing procedures, and like I say, you can grant additional time as needed at your pleasure, but there is a 20 minutes, and same thing for opposition. It's kind of a collective 20 minutes.
Collective 20 minutes for everybody?
According to the hearing procedures, it just says that opposition will have 20 minutes, and if additional time is necessary.
Okay. They don't have to take 20 minutes?
No, they have up to 20 minutes or less. 20 minutes or less.
All those that are non-attorneys that intend to testify on either side in support or opposition, will you please stand and raise your right hand? Stand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Your side has 20 minutes. So are you alone?
Yes, ma'am, I am. And I promise not to take 20 minutes. Okay. I'm Sally Bennett. I'm the superintendent at the Amarillo School District, and it's my pleasure to be the first one out of the block today. See if I can work this from behind me. We're very dedicated in our small rural school district to providing the very best education possible for our students. This week during our professional development, we've been talking about learning targets and bringing students in as partners in the learning process. And that's something that we want to continue. And we believe that some of these waivers will help us facilitate the learning for our students in a more effective and efficient manner by having some flexibility to do some of the things that the KIPP Delta School does, which draws some students from my district. Just a little bit of background, if I may. We're kind of rich in history. School was founded in 1937, and I had the first lady who walked across the stage called me week before last wanting to endow a scholarship for an Armorel graduate. We're in the upper northeast corner of the state, and we got our name very unusually. It's from Arkansas, Missouri, and R.E.L. Wilson to make Armorel. So we have a very strong and proud tradition. What's too far? We are community strong. We are in the heart of the steel mill area. We are partners with Arkansas Northeastern College. In fact, in May, I had a student who graduated on Friday night with an associate's degree from ANC and Sunday afternoon with a high school diploma from Armorel High School. So we're very involved in our local community in the extreme northeast part of the state. We're also one of those kind of different school districts. We're one with a high wealth index because of the steel mills that are there. But I'd also like to say that we've had a number of layoffs in our area, and my enrollment is declining. So that's something that we're very careful of. I don't receive state foundation funding because we receive money in excess of what is provided according to the foundation formula. But we're very strong physically and academically. Our elementary school received an A on the school report card. We have small classes. We are very in tune to response to intervention, data-driven decision-making, and this year I'm very proud to say that my kindergarten through second grade teachers have all been trained in dyslexia, and so we know that we're going to be able to do some really point-in-time interventions for those children. Our high school received a B report card grade, and we're not very happy about that. So we're looking to continue to improve. We're technology rich. We had a grant last year for an East Lab. They wrote a grant in turn for an outdoor classroom. This year we have a Perkins grant for a mobile app development class. So we're pretty excited about that opportunity as well. Our students are involved in community activities, and they continue to do well on assessments. As you can see on the slide, we typically outperform the state average on ACT scores. In regard to these particular waivers, we have done quite a lot of communication regarding the things that we're asking for. The district administrative team met this summer and had discussions. We discussed it at our local school board meetings in June and July. There was an article in the Gazette on July 19th that referenced the Armorel School District's waiver request. At our board meeting on Monday night, the board passed a resolution supporting these waivers. The following day, I met with our Personnel Policy Committee, and we talked about that. And then the next day, I had a discussion with my entire faculty regarding the waivers that we're asking. And then today, it was in our local newspaper. So we're asking for these 4 items, basically. We're asking you to give us relief on the alternative learning environment. As you can see in your application, this is my 4th year as superintendent of the Armorel School District. We have not placed a student in ALE during that time. We still complete the program approvals, we still do the reports, and I have an approved program for this year. But we're looking to be as student-centered and providing the most least restrictive environment possible. We're small, 424 kids. I hope it's going to be that much when we come back on Monday. And we're able to respond pretty quickly when we see students who are struggling, who are falling, who are dropping between the cracks. And I think that we can best meet these needs of our students in other ways than through a structured, formatted program that is prescriptive in what the requirements are. The second waiver request we're asking for is closing the Achievement Gap Task Force. Here again, we're responsive. Our achievement gap is fairly small. We're working on that. We're not even really a township. We're more of a community at Armorel. And so to get some of the people together who are identified as required members of that task force can be very challenging for us. So we're trying to work to meet those needs, and I think our academic success is indicative of that. Now, the two things that I thought would cause a little bit of eyebrow raising are the duty-free lunch and the planning time. Our teachers are very generous with their time. They frequently meet at lunch, they tutor students, they hold club meetings, so it's really not so much an issue with them giving up some of that time on occasion. And the same thing with the planning time. The new ACSIP requires that our teachers meet in a leadership team twice a month for an hour. Our class periods are 48 minutes long. That's not an hour. And so we're looking to find some way that we can have some more flexibility in being able to have some of the meetings that we need to have, maybe work through a planning time and a working lunch. I think teachers would probably be willing to do this anyway, but it would be nice to have an official waiver for us to be able to act in this manner. Not a single teacher came to see me after we talked about it. I intentionally hung around just to make sure that there was no problems with what we were proposing. Our teachers are there for our students. So I'm asking for these waivers for three main points. It offers us increased flexibility. It aligns with actually our current practice, and it helps increase our operational effectiveness. We think that we can spend our time wisely in serving our students better. Be happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
I have a question that I think maybe Mr. Briggs can answer. Is he still in the room, or is someone else could answer it? I don't really know the difference between the CEP and the provision 2 that's related to your first request. And without that information, I don't know that I can make an informed decision on that particular one. Or maybe you can explain it. That'd be great.
Let me get to that so I can see the exact reference. I do have some help here.
It's the rules governing the standards for accreditation and distribution of student special needs funding.
I can't answer that question. Let me look back through here. Those were
Ms. Barnes?
We received no money on alternative learning environment anyway.
That's why I wasn't sure of the wording.
Okay, what was your question? I apologize.
What's the difference between the CEP versus the provision 2 funding as it is referenced on her request on the ALE? It says the rules governing the standards for accreditation and distribution of special needs funding.
Okay, and I'm assuming that what she's saying or stating here is that because under the rules governing standards for accreditation, they're required to have alternative learning environments. They are also required with respect to special needs funding and how it's the categorical funding really. ALE is a part, ALE funding is a part of that. So based on this, that sounds like what she was talking about with respect to provision 2. and community eligibility, then you're looking at federal funding sources, which would require a certain percentage of your student population to be free and reduced lunch. You can then apply to be a provision to school. I don't think that you have to have a certain percentage, but you can apply once you've met a threshold to be a provision to, where you could then feed your students, all of your students, and treat them the same as you would if they were provision one, but you would also have to track and provide the funding stream from operating or another source to reimburse that back to the district. So unless, oh, Mr. Walters behind me, and he's an attorney, so he may have some additional information, but having the way this is written, that's what it appears that she was asking for. She's asking for relief from the requirements under the standards for accreditation, as well as state categorical funding rules.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I briefly address the board? At this point, Trip Walter. Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Key. Ms. Barnes did an excellent job of explaining everything. I just wanted to make hopefully a couple brief points that might clarify everything. The ADE staff has put together a document to assist charter, and now I think it would also apply to school district applicants for waivers and title commonly granted waivers. And in some areas where a charter applicant and now a district asks for waivers, there's a preferred way, as I understand it, that ADE staff requests that those waivers be handled. In other words, a certain package or groupings of all the various statutes and departmental rules that might apply in a particular area. And what Superintendent Bennett has asked for here is that common package, so to speak.
And also, KIPP is the school that draws kids from your district, is that correct? Yes. And do they have any empirical evidence that the waiver you've asked for, the second waiver, narrows the tag group gap?
Not that I'm aware of.
And the duty-free lunch, I think my concern there, I'm a student of Madeline Hunter, and she was a real big advocate for respite with new demands, and I'm not sure but what, of course I've worked with elementary and secondary, and elementary doesn't have a prep period, so to speak, like the secondary does in many instances. So I'm not sure but what a teacher not having any demands for a period during the day, I think that probably is a good thing for her to have.
Our teachers all do have planned instructional time daily, and I certainly wouldn't keep anyone from having lunch.
Well, I have issues with what Ms. Zick said. The last two items, I understand what you were saying as far as the teachers being willing to give up time as far as lunch and willing to give up time for planning. And if I'm not mistaken, I read in the Arkansas Code that they are able to do that, but they receive compensation, if I'm not mistaken. So that still allows for teachers to use that time to plan and use that time for lunch if they so choose to. But I have to agree with Ms. Zook that it is quite beneficial for a teacher to have that downtime. I mean, even as a parent, you're a better parent when you have time. When mommy has time, it's better for everybody in the house. Because if mama doesn't get a break, it can be kind of ugly. So I think I have issue with waiving that break time for teachers. I understand wanting to go above and beyond. I've done that myself, but I think it should be an option. I don't think we should waive that, and I think they should be compensated for their time if they so choose to use their lunch or use their playing time.
Well, thank you for that comment. And we also have an expert, Ms. Newton. Would you give us your comment on that or any of the other proposed? Because I think you're in a unique position. I know Ms. Zook has educational experience. Yours is more recent.
I do what you're talking about, give up lunchtime or give up planning period time, but I know as a teacher that the most important thing that I can do for my students is to be well planned. And when you're an excellent superintendent, I'm sure you've got great principals, but what's going to come down the line, might not be as good. And if those teachers have given up that planning time, that's vital for your students. They have got to have that planning time and that common planning time with be able to plan between math departments or literacy or co-teach or whatever it has to be. But they've got to have that planning time. It's vital for the success of the students, and it's an option, that they can do it, but to just give it up, I would have, as a teacher, great problems with that.
May I clarify?
And then before you do, I just think we'll remind to everybody that once a waiver is granted, it cannot come back and undo it in the event that something comes up and it's controversial or it doesn't work. It cannot be undone. But yes, with your comment, please.
Okay. I'm certainly not looking for this to be an everyday, even necessarily an every week kind of occurrence, but the statute says it's an individual planning time, and I'm looking for teachers to be able to do some of that collaboration that you're talking about without having to compensate them for meeting between a math and an English teacher, or we're using the Literacy Design Collaborative and looking at some of those methodologies. And the ACSIP now requires that leadership team meet as well, twice a month. Not looking for extended lengths of time, but having some flexibility when we need to do a few things that we can do that. Again, aligning what we're currently doing in practice with what we could possibly have approval for under a waiver, as some of the charter schools do.
Yeah, and I won't talk about the planning time. I do share concerns of some folks up here. I want to hit the other two areas where you've asked for waivers where I have some concerns as well. And one is the ALE issue, and it's grounded primarily in the fact that you have not had ALE students in recent years. But my real concern is we as a state have a responsibility to educate all children, and I don't all students, and I don't doubt that you work really hard on that. But we know that ALE students do require extra funding and extra energies, and because as Ms. Newton just said, because this would be a permanent waiver, it really is troubling that this would kind of lock the district in not necessarily addressing the needs of ALE students moving forward. And I know, and I'm glad it's not a challenge in large numbers at this point, but we don't know that that's always going to be the case, and so that's an area of concern. I'll make another comment, and then you can respond. And then I do have particular concerns on the task force on closing the achievement gap. I mean, your gap is not as large as other places, but it's not small. And I think this reliance that you stay here on other community organizations to try to step in and take care of that, I think really misses the point of those local task forces. I mean, it really is bringing people from different sectors together to think collectively about how to tackle the achievement gap issues that are distinctive to your community. And I understand folks are busy in a community. It's hard to get everybody involved in that who the statute lays out needs to be involved. But I think to give up on that entirely at the school level is really, really problematic. So any comments you want to make, but those are my concerns.
Certainly. And I understand your concerns. again, we're very small, and the ALE issue, I too think those students' needs have to be met, and we want to do that with all our students, and the district is very committed to doing that, but we think that we can meet those students' needs without separating them and sending them into a more restrictive environment, and that's really what we're looking to do, is to intervene early and often to better meet those students' needs. And on the task force, we've been meeting. We can't always get everyone that the statute states, just to be quite honest, but we do meet. We're a very small community. Like I said, I actually have 390 enrolled. We'll see if I get more than that when school starts next week. And they're very active and they're very supportive, and I have strong partnerships and talk frequently with local industry and our local Chamber of Commerce. It's not that we're not having those conversations. So I'm looking for just an opportunity to look at some things a little bit differently, to personalize the school at Armorel to reflect our community's needs.
Any further questions, Mr.
I
Williams?
don't have any questions,
Okay.
just a general comment. I mean, when we're considering these waivers, I mean, they're permanent, and
Unless the charter loses.
right, unless the charter loses its charter, you're correct. But you know, perhaps some of these changes, you know, may not just be best for our morale, but maybe all of the public schools in the state. I'm trying to think a little bigger than just, no offense to the northeast corner of the state. You know, folks in Texarkana may like the privilege of, you know, having some of these same waivers as well. And if they're good for one, you know, perhaps they're good for all. Would be my only comment.
Well, but the act doesn't address that. I know you know that. Just address those where the charters, where the school districts are subject to losing students to charters. So, point well taken though. Okay, any further questions? If not, can we have you have a question or motion?
No, I just, this is the first one of these, and just as a group, I think it's probably important for us at this point to just kind of talk a little bit about how we're going to address this going forward, just so we're consistent. I think and I'll go first, but I think what strikes me is the permanence of these decisions, and this superintendent looks amazing, and I'm sure that, you know, Armorel will continue down a positive path, but at what point would things change? And I guess that's going to be my personal concern. You know, the ALE thing, I understand what you're saying, but I also, if there were a different superintendent under different circumstances, it could be harmful to students. So that's where I am right now, and love to hear what anybody else is thinking.
I mean, I think I agree entirely, and I wish the legislation had been crafted in a way to allow the piloting of some of these waivers, so that we could figure out if they worked or didn't work. It's this permanence that really, I think, creates some challenges. Not to prejudge any of the others to come, because there could be some that make really perfect sense for a particular school, but I just wish this had been created as a pilot project rather than a permanent waiver.
And isn't Arkansas the only state to allow these sort of waivers?
I really can't answer that. We're the only state that would allow waivers such as this.
Don't know.
I think that was why the idea of a pilot thing is why I was asking if we had demonstrated at KIP where this is a waiver, is it working? Has it done anything? And if not, we wouldn't want to do it somewhere else. And if it is, we would want to do somewhere else. So I think if the districts could come in and say, I want to do this because over here at this school it's working, and we also may want to look at these other charters and say, you got this waiver and you still have an issue, so do we need to pull out the waiver?
I think that's a great point. I mean, in looking at these down the line, if the district could bring clear evidence, that these had worked in that place, then I think it would be a different. I would still have worry that it would be a permanent thing, but I think it would be something to go on. And in many ways, this proposal is really kind of thinking about the past and what hasn't maybe always been so easy in a district, and I think we need to always be thinking about the future because these things are.
There's a little bit of difference, I think, with Ms. Zook in terms of the way I look at it. It depends on I don't even think you can compare a charter to a regular school necessarily. It depends upon where they're drawn from with the population and demographics of a particular charter. So to compare KIPP even to Armor Rail is a vast, that's a stretch in a sense. So, and it may not be a stretch, but it could very well be a stretch because it could be a totally different population of young people. It is. Well, it is. I just was leaving it to your imagination. But there is, in fact, that, theory might be that it would work better for them than KIPP. But, so I don't think we can use a comparison of the data to do a measure. And the other thing I think we should be cognizant of is the fact that we can, at any time, for valid reason, revoke waivers of a charter, revoke a charter. So that's another thing to consider, that we do have the ability to do that, and that we don't in this situation. So just for conversation's sake and deliberation's sake also.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Certainly.
All right. Most of you have seen me here before on this same issue with open enrollment public charter schools. And let me say first off, then and now, I deeply, and I know Superintendent Bennett deeply respects and appreciate the diligence with which you always approach these matters, and always taking into account what's best for the student both now and in the future. The only thing I would add to the conversation, with all due respect, is as you know, Act 1240, I believe, was crafted and passed for the reason of giving school districts the opportunity to have the same flexibility in various areas that open enrollment public charter schools enjoy. And I understand, appreciate, and don't mean to do anything to disrespect everything that you all have said about the concerns. The only thing I would say is this: I think that Armor Rail has taken that into account, and in response has taken a very well-reasoned approach, tried to look at what exactly would work in its experience for its school. I understand the concerns have been raised, as administrators may not be there forever, things change, but I would put to you, or remind you, I guess, that I think Superintendent Bennett and her folks have done a very good job of looking at this in a very precise, well-reasoned and crafted manner. And I know with the open enrollments, one thing that the authorizers do, both at your level and the panel, is when we're talking about provision of services, shall we say, is always to look at, okay, if we grant this, what will the school replace it with to make sure that the students' needs are met? And I truly believe that this is the tack that Armor Rail has taken here. For example, with the ALE, obviously there's going to be concern about going away from that completely, but in my opinion, I think Superintendent Bennett and her folks have done a very good job of trying to tell you how students with those type of needs will be handled. It certainly won't be a situation where those students' needs won't be met. It will be done in a different way, and in her opinion, at least, if not a more effective way. So I appreciate your time and patience and the diligence of your review. Thank you.
Any other questions by the board? If not, are we ready for a motion? I don't know if we would take them individually, or you're presenting the whole package or you're submitting them individually.
My understanding is I'm submitting them all, but you can approve or disapprove any or all.
Well, right, that's what the attorney said, we can do it whole or in part. So we're looking now for a motion from the board.
I move that we take them in part.
Okay, no, it's a recommendation. I guess we're looking for a motion then. Or do we have to have a motion for it? We can.
I think I answered, but I'd rather one of the attorneys answer.
If you're going to take them in part, so if you're talking about granting some and denying some, is that what you mean by in part?
I don't know what the result of the vote would be, but I just thought it would be a good idea because I'm for some of them and not for.
Yeah,
So that's my motion.
I think then it would be a good idea for the board to vote individually. Now, there are 4 categories of the waivers that are being requested, so the board could vote on each category individually.
So that's what I'm asking, not for an in part or whatever, but if you have a motion, if you make a motion for the one or ones that.
I see. Okay, yes. I move that we grant the waiver for 1, 2, and 4, and deny the waiver for 3.
You want to tell us what, bring it back up on the screen again so we can review.
The ALE rules is the first one, the task force is the second one, and the daily planning period in a smaller bit of time is the 4th one. I would move that we grant all of those, but I would move that we deny the request for not having duty-free lunch.
Why don't we do this? If you don't mind, if this works good, why don't we do the 3 that you're proposing be approved and operate on the 3rd one, 4th one later? Okay. Would that be easier for everybody? Or do we? Okay, and so am I. So if I go back and I, go back on something I said we weren't going to do and do it. Or would it be better to go back to your original suggestion and do them one by one? One by one, okay. Let's start. So you start.
I move that we approve the ALE rules waiver.
So it's been moved by Ms. Zook that we approve the waiver for the Armorel District specific to alternative learning environment. You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. There's a second by Mr. Williamson. Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, could we have a roll call?
I think this sheet is going to be indecipherable, but that's okay. Okay. Ms. Wright?
No.
Dr. Barr?
No.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
No.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
No.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
3 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, then the motion fails. What is the pleasure of the board as it relates to closing the Achievement Gap Task Force?
I'll move to deny the waiver request on the closing the Achievement Gap Task Force.
Okay, so been moved by Dr. Barth and second by Ms. Wright to deny the waiver of the second waiver request, closing the Achievement Gap Task Force. You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Again, Ms. Chair, we have a roll call.
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
No.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
No.
It's 6 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, so the motion passes to deny the waiver for the closing the Achievement Gap Task Force. Then we're now at the third request, and that is a waiver for duty-free lunch. Do we have a motion?
I move to deny the waiver for a duty-free lunch period.
Okay. The motion is by Ms. Wright to deny the request for duty-free lunch. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. a roll call also on the denial, request for denial for duty-free lunch.
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Dr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers? Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
No.
And 7 yeas, 1 nay.
Okay, the motion passes for the denial of duty-free lunch. The fourth and final waiver request is for planning time. Do we have a motion?
I move that we deny the waiver for planning time.
Move for denial of the waiver request for planning time by Ms. Dean. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Savers. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, could we have a roll call?
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Dr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
No.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
No.
6 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, the motion also fails. Thank you for your time and your interest and your passion. Good pass. What I say? A good pass. The motion passes to deny. Okay, we're now at 8:22. The district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charter Batesville School District.
Yes. Again, this is Batesville School District coming before you with a list of waivers, and I would like to tell you that they have withdrawn the fourth request on the form. So they had 4 groupings, and they've withdrawn the last of those groupings. Mr. Harvey Howard, Deputy Superintendent, is here to begin the presentation. Mr. Harvey Howard, Deputy Superintendent.
Harvey Howard.
Swear me.
Would you raise your hand and be sworn, please?
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Let me first see if I can operate this. She just told me to go down and I had to go that way. So we're okay. Good afternoon. My name's Harvey Howard. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of the Batesville School District. I'd like to introduce our Superintendent, Mr. Gary Anderson, here. Our District Curriculum Director, Ms. Jennifer Douglas, and our Secondary Curriculum Coordinator, Ms. Lisa Huff. They're all here with me, and I'm excited they're here because I'm nervous. But it is an honor for us to come before you today and request waivers for the standards of accreditation for Act 1240. To us, Act 1240 is the most relevant and groundbreaking legislation passed in the current environment of public education, as it provides charter-like opportunities for traditional public schools like Batesville. Batesville is a school district of 3,014 students. We Title I school-wide. We're a Title III district. We have over 400 ESL students in our district. So we have a lot of diversity in our district that leads to all the programs that we try to provide. We believe in the district that emotion is the engine of intellect. So we try really hard to provide that to our students starting in kindergarten. Batesville has 4 elementary magnet schools that provide choices to our families that best suits their children. Our magnet schools provide a wide variety of learning experiences and have tried for years to extend these programs into the middle school with a vision of carrying them through grades 10-12. Act 1240 offers the flexibility that at one time we could only dream of and say, what if we could do this? Our goal is to create learning opportunities with career paths into areas that are relevant to our students, offering classes taught by highly qualified professionals in our community, and to create internships and our training with companies such as Entergy, White River Medical, Future Fuels, Bad Boy, and also reaching out to nationally certified auto and diesel mechanics in our area. We also intend to continue to develop the strong collaboration we have with UACCB and Lyon College. Our slides that we have is a response to the questions that were posed in the email that we received. The first slide that we have is you saw it there, it disappeared. It's the essence of what we believe, that all students, we want to be career and college ready. This next slide is about time and relationships. We believe that we have to spend time with students and families to develop relationships for our children to be successful. We believe that these waivers will benefit our students by increased partnerships in the community. We have a plan to improve our RTI program and develop a really strong RTI program in our high school to reach out and help improve our high school graduation rate. We are creating a period of time during the middle of the day. Our high school and junior high school operate on a block day. So we are creating a period of time during the middle of the day where our teachers can have relationships with students, contact parents, do tutoring, and anything else that the student needs, and developing a good relationship with those teachers. We intend to have 12 to 14 kids assigned to each teacher that they can work with them and help them not only to tutor, but to mentor them in the path that they may need to go in their career as they go through high school into post-secondary or into a job field. So those are the things that it's all about. The thing about teacher and TREA's collaboration with PLC, our district is really involved with the professional learning communities and PLCs, and we want to provide time. Time is a big deal in school, public school. How can we provide time for our teachers? And that's one of the waivers that we ask for is time. And we're hoping that we will be granted that waiver, but the problem is creating time. So in a 90-minute block of time, when they're a kid, we could steal a few minutes out of that 90-minute block of time to provide teachers time to collaborate, not only to work with each other and do professional studies, and talk about how they can help their students, but also have the same block of time at another day to work with our kids. So that's what that's about, time and relationships. These are the goals that we have for Batesville High School graduates, and we believe that these waivers will help enhance us going that direction. Effective communication skills, task completion skills, performance skills, and effective team members. Being an effective team member is probably one of the most important skills our students can learn. And the first waiver, again, this is about time, planned instructional day. We expect this to allow us to expand our partnerships beyond traditional educational institutions into businesses and industry partners. We hope to offer more career and technical pathways to meet individual student needs. This may lead to students traveling off campus to receive instruction or participating in internships with local businesses. A lot of times they have a program they want to go into, like cosmetology at UACCB. All those classes have to be performed there because that's where the equipment is. So it's a concurrent credit thing, so they would be off campus for that block of time. The curriculum offerings will meet all curriculum requirements, of course, but we may be able to provide these in the less than 30 hours required per week for the students. So that's what this waiver is about. I didn't click again, I apologize. Class size waiver. This is scary. We've assured our teachers we're not going to load them up with 180 kids or more than 30 kids in a classroom. But what we have encountered as we create classes for kids, and as you manage a school, managing a school is like being on welfare almost, because there's no increase in money, and you've got kids coming in and you have to manage the money and your students and your staff to provide adequate education. So we may have 150 kids in Algebra 2 class, and then we get a family move in with 4 and they're going into Algebra 2. So we overload that class. And last year we had to reorganize a whole entire class at our high school because we had a family move in with 2 kids and we had 152 here. So it's just a minor thing to do for us and help you manage your building is what it's about. It's not about overloading anybody. It's also about anticipating as we add these new classes, things are going to shuffle around. It's going to require us probably to add somebody, but that's okay. That's what schools do to serve the needs of students. And the third and final is our educator licensure. Work with local institutions of higher learning, including UACCB and Lyon College, as well as professionals in the community to possess outstanding credentials to teach newly offered courses. As we were looking into this as a side, welding has always been an important part of what we do or try to offer. But as you talk to engineers around the state, welding at our community colleges is really not up to par to provide the welding that's needed at Bad Boy or some other facilities or Future Fuels. They have to have special training. And we'd like to, and I know Energy has a really good program for that. We want to partner with Energy and have provide high quality welding skills to kids that want to go that direction. So that's one of them. Individuals hired as a result of this waiver will meet all requirements such as criminal background check and child maltreatment registries, meeting the requirements for all other highly qualified teacher status other than licensure if they teach academic core subjects. Just as another example, we've had a really hard time finding somebody for drama. We recently had a teacher leave for drama, go to another district. We have a lot of people in Batesville that have theater degrees that could fill into that, but they didn't have a teacher's license. So that's just an example of how you can use that waiver to help you through a problem. Batesville School District seeks to develop relationships with businesses and industry partners that will provide real work experiences for our students. The requested waivers will have little or no physical impact on our school district. We've been real aggressive in looking at all the things that are available to us as a school district, and one of those things was the computer science grants that were offered, and we applied for and received those. And we're excited about that and providing some pathways for our students through computer science in a program called Project Lead the Way. So we're really excited about that. But these waivers that we're asking you for, we do not expect to have any physical impact on our school district. Physical and academic effects and compliance. I'm not going to read all these to you. The third bullet, for these waivers, if granted, we intend to fully engage our community to help us prepare our students to be ready to enter the workforce. And this is not up there, but I made this note. We fully believe these waivers will help us to close the achievement gap by engaging parents, community, teacher, and students to the task of helping us and our students toward lifelong success as an adult. Monitoring effectiveness of the waivers, we're going to use the interim test that's going to be on the ACT Aspire, and Common Core formative assessment data that we have in literacy and math. We're going to review the RTI data in all buildings and collect data on course completion and new courses added.
You have approximately 7 minutes left.
You know, at home I did this in 10 minutes. I couldn't believe it. Should be the last slide. Yes. Communication with stakeholders. The board of directors, this was actually their idea. They wanted us to be more aggressive in the community and start providing more opportunities for students. So they're 100% behind this. Our staff is aware of this. We've had staff meetings all summer talking about curriculum, waivers that we're going to propose. And there's been a huge article in the Batesville Guard, which is our daily newspaper, on the front page about all the things that we're going to do or asking y'all for. Our parents have been involved through collaborative meetings with parent involvement. Through our Title I meetings, we even started talking about this past spring. So the community and the parents and the board are all aware of what we're doing. So that is the end of my presentation, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. We'll just start on that end and go around.
I have a question on the second one, section 10.2, class size and teaching load. So you want to move that from 150 to 180?
No, that's the request. We have no intention of doing that. That's the standard that it's in the standards that no more than 150. And I tried to explain to you the why of that.
My question is, it said 7th through 12th, so per day. Is that per grade? Is that 7th grade?
A teacher,
150 or 7th through 12th? Explain that to me.
A teacher can have a class load or a student load of 150 kids. If they teach math all day long, they can have 150 kids. Okay. So that's the standard.
And just a comment on the third one, I like the idea of bringing people from the community in to help with the deficiencies there at the school. Even though they may not be licensed, that sounds like something that's good to me. So.
A couple of questions. First, on your last slide, you didn't talk real specifically about teachers and their buy-in with this, especially related to not only the class size issue, but then also non-certified personnel being involved in instruction. Could you speak to that a bit?
Yes. There's always a concern when you start talking about changing the way you do things that I'm going to lose my job because you're going to hire somebody that can do it and they don't have to have a license. So, but it's weird, but we never even thought of that as a question. But teachers think of that all the time. You're going to do something to harm me. And we assured them that we're not, and that's not the intent, and never will be, or the intent of any harm to any teacher by bringing in somebody like this. Is to help kids. And there's a lot of highly qualified people in our community that can come in and offer learnings to students. And so, does that answer your question?
Sort of. And I don't question the real sense that folks who are not certified have great value to bring to the teaching and learning exercise. But I think we all know that there are things about the training of teachers that when it works well is very different than simply having work experience or other experiences, and that the absence of that is worrisome to me in some cases. And I didn't fully get the sense that there was buy-in by the teachers. I got the sense there was a attempt to kind of explain to teachers who had concerns. But I don't disagree fully with the intent here. I do have some concerns about whether there's been full buy-in and whether it's always wise to go this route. My bigger question is, I'm curious why y'all did not come a conversion charter route on this, because the proposal here sounds not dissimilar from a lot of other conversion charters that we have enthusiastically approved in recent years, and so that's why I'm curious. I feel more comfortable about the conversion charter route because it is not a permanent, but instead has regular review. So I appreciate your thoughts on that.
Okay. This is going to sound like I'm bragging, and maybe I am. But Batesville School District is a very progressive school district in north central Arkansas. Our magnet school program for the last 12 years has won awards with Lego robotics in the state. Our East Lab has won awards around the state. I've had Arkansas Highway Department engineers come into the building that I was principal of one time and pointedly asked me, is this a private school? No, ma'am, it's a public school. In our schools, two of our schools that are math science, they have science labs, hands-on labs that students go into. What I'm trying to explain to you is that we are way beyond somebody asking for a conversion charter to do something different. I think we're way past that. What we're asking for is these waivers to help us reach out to a group of children in our community that we're unable to service because we can't give the quality that they need to get that welder certificate or to learn how to do something like auto mechanic or body work or something like that that's not really offered in our area anywhere. To be a diesel mechanic, you might have to go out of state or way down in South Arkansas to get that license. So we're working to provide kids an opportunity to learn, understanding that, again, I'm going to go back to my opening, that emotion leads to learning. And if you can engage students in something that they really love doing, they will pick up on the math. They will pick up on, hey, I really want to learn how to read about that. And they will start reading and be engaged in that, which will bring you to another level. And I've seen that happen in students for 30 years. So that's the reason we're asking for these, not that we want to become a conversion charter and do something different, because we're doing a lot of things different already. So
Let's back up a little bit to this movement and teaching years, use her expertise, and anytime if I omit, if you want to ask a question, please let me know, but I think it's important that you weigh in on this.
I just did have a question on the class size. When you said you were on the block schedule, is that right? How many class periods a day do you teach? Okay, so why would you need to go over the 150? I guess is my question.
okay, here's our reasoning. When we break up in the middle of the day for our block of time that we're going to do the RTI and PLC interventions, we're going to assign students to teachers to be their mentor and to help them. And they're going to be distributed out through the building, but they're going to be assigned to those teachers to work with. And that was our original logic for this, so that when you get assigned another 15 kids to you, that it doesn't have an impact on us.
So if I teach 4, let's say 30, and then you add another 15?
Well, 10 to 12, yeah. And it may not be, it may be a code situation where we could code them as a study hall or something, you know. That's an issue too. I don't know about that. I understand your concern, and
I just hate to see a teacher go back to back to back to back all day long. full classes, you know.
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen in Batesville. Our schedule is they're going to teach 3 block periods a day. They get a 90-minute block of time that's their time to plan, collaborate with other people, PLC time. But we don't have that RTI, student engagement, relationship building time built in until we build in this other block during the middle of the day, which comes up to our time waiver that we're asking for.
I just, you know, you always want what's best for students. And if you have a teacher that is loaded with large class size every period of the day, then that's not good for students.
I have been sworn in, but can I speak to that question? Clarify.
Come forward this morning. You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony you about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please give your name and your title.
I'm Lisa Huff. I'm the secondary curriculum coordinator. This is my first year serving in this position. Last year I was an academic coach at the 1012 campus. And I think I can clarify your question about the block. We're on an AB block, so that means teachers have 3 90-minute classes a day. The next day they have 3 different classes. So a teacher teaches a total of 6 classes a day. And we've never tried to load up teachers. That's not our intent at all. Our average class size is generally anywhere from, I would say, 22 to 26 kids in a class. And it's not our intent to change that. But in our math, he alluded earlier to sometimes we have families move in, and our math teachers particularly might have a total of 150 students, which is within the law of what it says. There's 6 classes. They have a total of 150. But if we pick up 1 extra kid, then suddenly they have 151 students. And last year, we literally had to interrupt those kids' schooling for the first 2 weeks of school to completely redo the schedule to balance those numbers out. So that's one of the intent. That gives us some flexibility in that area. If a teacher goes over by 1 or 2 students, you don't have to totally interrupt the school day to try to balance out to get 150. And then he already alluded to explain the additional 12 to 14 students that a teacher would be mentoring or doing interventions or enrichment with, which is not actually a course, but for RTI.
I've been there.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I've been there on the rearranging of the schedules in the first week or 2 of school, and it's worth it for the whole year, you know, to have that smaller classes, because, I mean, just 1 or 2 kids, when you get a full class and you have a full load like that, it's hard. It's harder to reach every student, and sometimes those students that are lower achievers, they need that extra attention from the teachers, and when you get that big class, it's hard to do it. It's hard to do it.
Could I?
I'm from Melbourne, so
Yes, ma'am.
I speak Batesville.
Okay.
The teachers that come in who are not licensed, how do, and I don't even know how the charters handle this, how is it handled as far as the ethics and the things that are required for a licensed educator that would not be required, not just the education and the license, but do you anticipate any frustration among staff? Well, you don't have to live up to this, and I do have to live up to this, and all the test stuff and all that?
Well, no, because I'm really not going to. These would be very special people that we might ask to work with our students. They would have to go through the child maltreatment registry and do all the things that's required by the state for a teacher, except for the licensure piece. They would have to be degreed people or highly credentialed in the field that they work in. So.
And you will have some sort of evaluation system for them?
Yes, ma'am. We plan to, and this is so new that all these questions are things that we have thought of, and we're not going to bring anybody into our district that we feel is going to intentionally or may accidentally cause harm to a student, and that's not the intent.
A teacher who has to be held to one standard down the hall from a teacher who might be held to a different standard, and how, not that that's bad, I just wondered how you plan to handle it.
Well, again, it'd be a special situation that we have that. Some of the times it might be a kind of like an adjunct professor deal with somebody from UACCB that has a degree in English, or from Lyon College that is not licensed as an Arkansas teacher. So they could come in and teach a class for us. So, it's just situation by situation of how we would need one or use one, and then the course offerings that we may have to help our kids in the future.
No, I do understand the reason. Ms. Reinhardt, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, sure. Reinhardt for the Department of Education, and I'm director of the PLSB. I would like to clarify that these people who are not licensed would not be subject to the Code of Ethics. And respectfully, the school districts around the state never hire somebody they think is going to harm a student, and yet we frequently do see teachers who are trained, licensed, experienced educators who do fall into ethical violations despite all best attempts at training, etc. And so that is one cautionary statement that I would have in this regard on this.
How is that handled in the charters that have this waiver?
The charter schools their licensed educators are not subject. I don't think their licensed educators are subject to this either, subject to the Code of Ethics.
So,
just the licensed teachers.
So this would not.
We would not know. We would not have any statistics on that. We would not know because we don't receive complaints on non-licensed personnel.
They can just get rid of them.
They can handle it however they want to.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
Just to remind the committee, the reason that the presenters are sworn in is because as they are responding to your questions and making whatever commitments, that's going into the record. So what's on paper is, what they're saying is additive to what's on paper. So just keep that in mind as you hear them say, yes, we're going to do this, or no, that's not what we mean, we're not going to do this. That is part of the official record of the state board proceeding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Although that doesn't really assuage my concerns about when there are changes of leadership and otherwise, right, and these blanket waivers that, again, are permanent, still causes my concern. And especially with that third one, again, I don't want to delve too much into it in that I know we've spent some time on it right now about non-licensed professionals. But I think there's so many great models in Arkansas that show that even without these waivers, you can include these professionals in the classroom. Whether it's the schools of innovation that we're seeing that are giving those opportunities, and that might be another avenue beyond the conversion charter schools, right, to do that. I know the CTE classes in Fayetteville and Springdale and Northwest Arkansas all draw on these professionals to come in and such. That aren't licensed in this, but then also even within our licensure, making it easier now for these non-teaching professionals, right, non-traditional students to come in now and get licenses. I think there's just some flexibility out there, and one thing that would be helpful for me in terms of my understanding, just moving forward. Every year, I know we get a list of these individual waivers, right, for either ESL or some others categories that maybe certain districts didn't achieve. That's still right. Happens on an annual basis that there's waivers requested by districts because maybe they didn't have specific individuals, and that's handled on an annual basis. Is that correct? Could somebody from the department clarify that for me? I know we get that listing every year of all the different waivers, individualized waivers that the districts are asking for in regards to licensures.
You mean like the substitutes and assigned subs?
Yeah, or requesting distant teaching or different things. I feel like every year, right, we get a list of just different specialized areas requesting that, and it's in part of the consent agenda usually. Yeah.
Ivy Pfeffer, Assistant Commissioner for Licensure, and each month as the waiver requests come through and are processed in our office, then you all will review the waivers and approve those, whether it's a waiver for an alternate licensure plan for a licensed educator or a waiver for a district to utilize a long-term substitute.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, those come through and you have record of that. On a monthly basis.
So some of those are, I mean, there's individualized opportunities that maybe don't require these kind of blanket policy. I guess that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, and what I would also like to say, and we want to continue to do a good job of providing this information. There are opportunities for career professionals to teach in a public school through the PPTL, Provisional Professional Teaching License. That is without them having to go back to school. They can receive a provisional license if a district wishes to employ them. And they get mentored, and after 3 years, the superintendent can actually recommend them for a full license. So that would be those career professionals who show the content knowledge in that area, which is what they're describing. Another avenue would also be a technical permit through the Department of Career Education. And those serve in the same manner that a standard license would. So those would be two ways that the district could fulfill this without having the waiver from licensure. So
that's exactly
yeah. And on another note, just in terms of what they're requesting a waiver from, if the public school is granted a waiver from the licensure rules, that goes way beyond just licensing career professionals in the non-core areas. And so I would also want to make sure that we're only talking non-core areas, but also you all being aware that getting a waiver from licensure rules would be opening up to waivers from professional development, evaluation, background checks. All of that's included in licensure rules. So I'm not really sure, and maybe our legal people would need to talk about that.
But aren't you talking about a person like over at Bad Boy, or a person at the White Rivers, I'm talking to the assistant superintendent now, coming in and like for a short block, a month and a half, where they teach a particular skill to students? I didn't get the impression you were asking about hiring someone full-time to be on staff that teaches 3 periods a day, which is correct.
Well, you're exactly right. We're not looking to hire somebody to come on full-time staff. We're looking for that skill set. They could come in and work for a 9-week period with students, show them skills, actually, and use equipment that only the manufacturing companies in our area have. The community college doesn't have it. Our CTE program doesn't have it. We have a building full of welders that kids can learn basic stuff, but it doesn't give them any skill set to go out and get a job in the community. So, and same at UACCB. It's about equipment and money to buy the equipment, and the money to buy the equipment's in the industry that's in that area. So, yes, ma'am, that's exactly right.
Like you take a group of kids to a site for an experienced period of time, or you bring that person to your site for a short period of time, but not somebody you're going to hire in July every year that'll be there till June and teach 3 periods a day for 190 days.
That's exactly right. You know, welding has a lot of knowledge in it that's just not, let's put 2 pieces of metal together. It's a lot of chemistry in it, a lot of math. It's quite a skill. And so, anyway, what you're saying is true.
Well, I applaud the idea. I think it sounds amazing and, awesome for the students that attend Batesville schools. I think my concern is I'm kind of feeling, I think the way Dr. Barth is, this sounds like a school of innovation or a school within a school. And what happens is if we approve a waiver that will give you the opportunity to hire teachers who aren't certified, then what would stop someone in the future from using that to hire an AP English teacher? Or, you see what I'm saying? I mean, this is what is giving me pause about this. Oh, okay. So,
I can only speak to the intent. The intent is not to do that, and we do, and this is on voice record. We do not intend to do that, and the AP English is one that's an example you use, and that's a very skilled teacher, and it'd be really hard to find somebody that wasn't licensed that could come in and teach that class, and it would be wrong to do so unless we just couldn't find anybody available, and that's a real possibility.
Madam Chair, may I respond, or after the board questioning time, whenever is appropriate? Well, I had a direct comment and then one that was more general. I'll be very brief. I would like to respond, I guess, to really what Ms. Savers has said, and also a couple other folks, and in particular, if I may, what Commissioner Key said a minute ago. I understand from having gone through the RMRL, and just put on the record, the AD Legal asked me to put on the record, Trip Walter, Staff Attorney with Arkansas Public School Resource Center, and I am here today representing both the RMRL and Batesville school districts. I realize from the discussions that have been had up till now, obviously there's a great amount of concern on the part of the board as to what happens if we allow these things. And I certainly understand that, what you said about the permanence, but I think Commissioner Key made an excellent point, is what now Batesville is presenting to you is, I think, a coordinated, very well thought out package, if you will, of waivers designed to do one thing, and as I see it, that's to make their students more competitive, more college and career ready. And I think the comments have been made that these are similar to some conversion charters out there. And I believe Dr. Barth in particular has indicated one thing about that is that provides a level of security in there. There's a written charter, whereas this process does not. I do think Commissioner Key's comments are very good and very strong and very instructive. At the end of the day, whether we're talking about a conversion charter or an open enrollment public charter school or a school district in this situation, it comes down to some level of trust and integrity. And I think what we have here, that if you will may substitute, if I can use that term for the charter, is the written record, as Commissioner Key is saying, is of these proceedings. Okay? And so you've got Assistant Superintendent Howard's word, and the district provided information, which has gone through its administration and its board, that it will commit to, shall we say, responsible use of the waivers that you may deem to be granted to it. To further add to the teaching part, and that was brought out very well just now, I talked with Assistant Superintendent Howard. It is their intent that if that waiver would be granted, to use it, and you have on the record, in a limited fashion, as was said, just as with the charters, there cannot be any waiver of highly qualified, there cannot be any waiver of child maltreatment registry checks, there can't be any waiver of criminal background checks. They would be used for selective courses, and there would be training, specific training provided by the Batesville School District for these non-licensed teachers to try and allay, well, obviously, first and foremost, to get the best teacher they can for that particular class or group of students, but secondly, also to allay, I think, a lot of the practical concerns that have been raised by this board. as to the effectiveness and quality of those teachers and impact on the other teaching staff. As the class size and class load, again, very limited, very selected, all with the same kind of purpose you see in some of the conversions for college and career ready and for increased flexibility.
Just briefly, what parental component do you have?
I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Okay, I think it's on now. What parental component do you have in conjunction with those three things that will assure self-sustaining, ongoing support?
Okay. I don't understand the question.
When I say parental component, I could say community. We all know that at some point community has to be a part of it.
Right.
And what role does community have in this?
Okay. I'm thinking you have parents that are going to be involved in this, planning for the future of their kids, and in the 7-12 arena, we really start that heavy, working toward a high school, the end of the course system and high school level. The community, in the business community, we talked about the people we would engage in that to help our kids and to make this become a reality for the students in our district. So the parents in the business community and just the general community in general. I don't know how we would do that except with our parent involvement committee meetings that we have with our Title I program. So we get feedback from all of those areas. I don't know how to answer that any better than what I said, except community involvement to me first starts with a relationship with the kid, and the relationship with the kid transfers into the parents. The kids come home, they talk about what a good thing this is, I really enjoy it, and the parents get engaged in it. And once you get your parents engaged in what's going on in your school, then it's up to us as school administrators, I think, and to get the rest of the community on board with us and explain to them what we're attempting to do. So that would be the plan to make that happen. Yes, sir.
I believe Mr. Howard.
Yes.
Okay. Earlier, he mentioned how progressive Batesville School District is. Okay. And this progressive school district is being threatened by this charter, Arkansas Virtual Academy. Okay. Why can't we allow them to be even more progressive to improve the education in Batesville? I don't understand why you got progressive enough in Arkansas to allow charters to happen. Why can't we go to the extra step and help out these school districts that are asking for help?
May I respond to that? I guess just from my own perspective, it sounded like that was a question maybe posed to us and not to the speakers as well. Just from my personal perspective, it's not about trying to impede progressive education or innovation, but at the same time not wanting to undermine standards and respect for the teacher licensing process, things that might have bigger ramifications and with different leadership and under different circumstances. Could gut, right, the quality of education, of public education of schools that are already there. It's just that some of these things, and without having that accountability mechanisms that charters offer, schools of innovation or such, just feels too risky, right, especially when you're talking about something like licenses and too broad. If this were to come back to us, and I hope it does, and I won't make assumptions, I don't know how everyone is going to vote today, but if this were to fail today, then I would really encourage you to think about an open enrollment conversion charter and or a school of innovation waiver, something that does have a lot of those same flexibilities and with some focus and such, then would give us and I think a lot of us an opportunity to support some of the things you're talking about, or encourage you to have some of the conversations with staff here, right, around different models, right, that might apply to some of the things that you're looking for there. But that's my own personal opinion. It's just that these are broader in scope than maybe what is intended, and it's permanent. And especially when you're talking about pulling because of the Arkansas Virtual Academy, right, or things like this that are models that have long charters, right, that they're not these short-term, and especially recently we've been giving long charters of 10, 20 years. I mean, there's so many different things that could happen under those circumstances, and we have no way to call back or to address. So that's just, I know with my own, it's not for not being enthusiastic or not for not acknowledging the quality of your presentation. This has been an extremely exciting presentation, and to see this enthusiasm, I applaud you. You do have a great school district. And I do actually work with a lot of ESL students that attend your schools and hear great things about your school. So I hope it doesn't sound critical in that nature. It's just more thinking at the bigger picture. So for myself.
Well, I was going to respond to that, and I guess it's really also a response to Mr. Walter's point earlier. You know, I think first off, this board has been very comfortable with conversion charters. That we often ask questions, and I think they're improved through the process of working with the panel. But we've generally approved them. And what's present there is the check-in after 5 years, or in extraordinary cases 10 years. Is it working? Has the promise that was laid out in the original proposal, is it having an effect? Is it improving student learning? And I think that's what's really problematic here about the permanence. Is not so much a distrust that they're going to push it and be abusive to teachers or anything like that, but is it really going to pay off in terms of student learning? And I feel so much more comfortable with the conversion charter process because we ask that question after a few years. Is this actually, living up to the promise that was articulated on the front end? And with the permanence here, that a really important link for me is
benefit of going last. Most of my issues have been put on the table. But one thing I did want to say, I've been sitting here trying to racking my brain on how could we say yes? What would it take to get to yes? And I think you've already heard a lot of good perspective. But the one thing I did want to say had to do with the issue of this. I don't want there to be any question about trust or the integrity of what you're representing, because I think it's very good. And hopefully you've heard repeatedly, that's not the issue here. It's how do you institutionally ensure good intentions are followed through over a period of time when none of us are here. And that's the thing we're obviously wrestling with, but I just wanted to add to what you've already heard.
Well, if I may respond. Trust and integrity comes from not an instant happening. Trust and integrity comes from a long history of being a district that is full of trust and integrity, and Batesville has that reputation, I believe, and it has nothing to do with anything except that's what the community is. It's a community that takes care of their kids. Our leadership team did a SWOT, which talks about strengths and weaknesses and threats and stuff like that. And the one thing we came up with that we do best is take care of kids and families. We have a really active homeless population or group that works with our kids and families up there. Trust is something you look at me and you say, well, I don't know if I can trust that old white-headed man. But the thing is that it's not me, it's the Batesville School District. And these waivers we're asking for, when I truly meant, and we truly meant, what we said about this being an innovative, groundbreaking law, because it really will help level the playing field for public schools that are traditional public schools trying to compete with charter schools. It won't be long before we're surrounded by charter schools in Independence County. We're not really wanting to be a charter school because we do a lot of really neat things, I think, and kids enjoy what we do. But there are some things that we'd like to do that would level the playing field for us as a traditional public school in Arkansas. Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, what charter schools do you have in Independence County?
Well, Batesville Southside is an open enrollment conversion charter school, and I believe K-City School District is applied for or will apply for, has an application available for a conversion charter. So, you know, you can throw rocks in both directions and hit their school district. So but we don't really want to go that direction. We don't feel that we need to, but these waivers will help us, we think, level the playing field, and not only that, but offer opportunities to our children and students, and get them excited about learning. And not every kid is going to college, and we're trying to figure out a way to help those kids leave school, feel good about themselves, and get a job other than when I do a drive-through at Walmart or at McDonald's. I say, hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. You know, and that's not what we want, and I'm sure that's not what they want.
I have a question. I should thank Ms. Wright for bringing the technical permit and the PPTL. My question to you is, for you, for the district, what are the pros and cons compared to the waiver for the license to bring in unlicensed teachers that aren't licensed, as opposed to going that route with the technical permit and the PPTL? What are the pros and cons for you?
The pros of doing it is we don't have to hire anybody. To be quite honest with you, you know, which would have a physical impact on the district if we start hiring people. You know, Workforce Ed and CTE operate under a different set of rules and standards. So actually you have a house that's working under two different standards. You have the ADE standards of accreditation, and then you have the Workforce Ed standards that you have to deal with. So that's another reason why I'm not trying to avoid them, but you can only do so much.
Okay, thank you. It's been rich discussion, but I think at this point we're as close as we've been to being able to address the waivers through a motion. I'm sorry, somebody else? Ms. Perry?
Ms. Newton, could I please address the licensure issue? It appears that this particular document did not go back and address that they would only requesting licensure waiver for non-core teachers. But I want to point out that federal law is very specific and states that the license is required except, stated this way in federal law, except in the case of charter schools. So it's a federal requirement that the teachers be licensed in core subject areas. So please let me put that back on the table for this particular application that's in front of you.
May I have just a quick word? Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl Reinhardt again. And I'm sort of responding to Ms. Chambers, how do we get to yes? And I think I would just, in light of the permanency of these waivers, I would suggest for your consideration that you be very specific in your waiver as to that you're allowing a waiver for non-core teachers, for example. A broad waiver of the licensure rules also waives professional development. There are a number of things that can be affected by that. Technically, these people will not be subject to teacher fair dismissal. So some of the things that a broad waiver will run into may be more than what you intended, and being that this will be for such a long, forever until the law changes or something, then I think if you would be very considerate and deliberate and specific in your waivers. Recommend.
Okay, my records indicate that there are 3 waivers, Mr. Howard, that the Batesville District is requesting. Is that correct?
Yes,
4.
ma'am.
Is it, you say 3, she said 4.
3.
Okay, all right. All right, been a long day. The first is planned instructional day, the second is class size / teaching load, and the fourth is education licensure. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, given the protocol that's been established in terms of dealing with this, I think it might be good if we follow through and address them each individually. So then now we're considering a motion relative to the Batesville School District's request for waiver relative to planned instructional day.
Move that we grant the waiver.
Been moved by Ms. Zook to grant the waiver.
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. Let's have a roll call.
Ms. Wright?
No.
Dr. Barth?
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
6 yea votes, 2 no.
Okay. So that motion passes. The next waiver is class size / teaching load. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move to deny the waiver.
Second.
Okay, we moved by Dr. Barth, second by, I think I heard Ms.
You can say
Savers
Savers
first. Any discussion?
Well, you know, the RTI factor is something that, that's the response to intervention that's newly introduced well, it's been supposed to have been used for a long time, but it's being used a lot now and is required. And if a teacher does in fact already have 145 students, let's say, or 140, and then they need her because of her expertise, maybe she is working with, I know there's a gap and a problem in the math area with the Hispanic students, some of the Hispanic students. And they find that she would be really good to jump in there and work with 15 extra students or 12, which puts her over the 150 mark. I think I'd like to modify it to, say 160 or 165 as opposed to 180. But because those students would be assigned to her and she has the expertise, and the RTI, that intervention typically does not last a whole year, obviously, because you move on to different tiers of it. So I think I'd like for each of you, as you vote, to consider that piece, that they're trying to come up with a very creative way to intervene at the secondary level with these students who need the intervention and are doing with fidelity the execution of RTI for secondary students.
If that's your motion, I'll
No,
second that.
that's not a motion, that's just discussion. That's what that is. So any further discussion? Okay, we'll call for a voice vote on that, on the motion that's on the, roll call.
Ms. Wright?
No.
Remind me what the motion is now?
Motion is to deny.
What, to deny the waiver? Or I thought you said to accept the waiver with 165. Okay, I got you, sorry. I thought there was discussion. All right, sorry. Then I apologize. Thank you. Then I rescind that. Then I say yes.
Dr. Barth? Yes. Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Ms. Zook? Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
No.
6 yeas, 2 nays.
Then the motion to deny the waiver relative to class size and teaching load passes. We're down to the third and final request for waiver, and that's education licensure. Do we have a motion relative to this request for waiver?
I move to deny.
It's moved by Ms. White to deny. Is there a second? Second by Dr. Barth. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Wright?
Yes.
Dr. Barth?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
No.
Ms. Zook?
No.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
No.
Mr. Williamson,
No.
Yes.
so it's 5-4.
Okay, that completes it, right? Thank you. We need a 10-minute break, please.
Excuse me, can we seek a clarification?
Not passed, as did the educational licensure. Did not, the waivers were not granted.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're just kind of a little confused about the last one, but the last one with regard to teaching licensure did not pass.
No,
The waiver was denied.
The waiver was denied. Okay, okay.
Okay, I have a question on Dr. Barr, on class size. What was your answer? Class size.
I believe your vote.
So you were yes, deny the waiver. And I acknowledge that you denied the waiver. That's right.
to stop and have dinner. So those of you that are here that would like to take this opportunity to leave and get you a bite, except Bentonville, then you have the opportunity to do that. Again, our intent is to hear the district's our waiver request. We expect to take about 10 minutes on that. That's a joke. The superintendent's not laughing. He's not laughing, no, but seriously, so other folks that are here for other matters might want to take this opportunity to get a bite to eat.
Yes, Bentonville School District is before you with their waiver request, and you have Mr. Michael Poor, Superintendent, beginning the presentation.
Yes, I have one of my executives with us if we'd like to go ahead and swear her in right now too, if that'd be all right. I do. First off, we appreciate the time and investment that you're putting into this meeting today and into this aspect of waivers. We're excited to be in front of you today. We're excited that the legislator passed this opportunity for us as school districts to get on a level playing field with waiver requests. I've been reading the charters that come into our district or our region, and of course we closely examined the waiver requests that have come before this state. And we're kind of astonished by how many waivers that are a part of a charter school. And I think you all ought to keep in mind the reason why you grant so many waivers, because you're into the belief that these individuals have an opportunity to do better for kids. And that's what our intent is for this waiver request. We're thinking about our future. We're thinking about students' future. We know that as a school district, we're extremely accountable on a variety of different ways. And one thing that I'd throw out at you, it's interesting that hearing the discussion so far of the issue of approval and review in terms of the renewal for charters or the renewal aspects of what could happen for a waiver. Our intent always, our own interpretation, which probably tells you as a board that you need to look a little bit at the view. When we looked at the legislation, we felt that our waiver request would last the same span that a charter did. It just made common sense to us. Now, that hasn't necessarily come up during the course of the conversation here, but I will throw out right now kind of an amended version that's not in your paperwork, that Bentonville, and my guess is that the previous districts or the future districts that are going to talk tonight would probably be very receptive to a conditional approval. And I think you have that within your realm as a state board. I don't think that the legislation says that you can't do it. So why not look at it in terms of setting up whatever conditions you want? And you know, we've thrown out numbers 5 and 10. 10 for a charter school for looking at their covenants. Yes, they're held to year standard just like we are school districts, but 10 years to look at whether their waivers are working. I'm comfortable with going 3. I'm comfortable with going 5. I'm comfortable with going 10 because we're not afraid of having a little bit of scrutiny in terms of the work that we do. We're one of 7 school districts that applied for this. I kind of take pride in that. I hope that our fellow school districts that came forward today also take pride in the fact that there were 7 of us. I gave my opening day speech, just want to make sure I'm doing that right, gave opening day speech, and you can see that we have our mission statement and our vision statement. Excellence with every step is our vision. The bulk of my speech on opening day on Monday to our staff was about asking them to not be afraid to take a risk. It's the culture of Northwest Arkansas. It should be the culture of our entire state, to not be afraid to take a risk for a child. I read an article over the summer out of Ed Week about taking a risk. And it said that as educators, and how much pride and passion we take about making sure that we reach each child, that if you're coming forward with maybe a risk, maybe something that's innovative, that you're going to do your homework prior to ever coming in. And the new dynamic that you've heard that's a part of all school districts and definitely a part of the culture of Bentonville School District is a professional learning community. So that concept of taking a chance, it's played out within a team. And the team talks about it and enhances and thinks critically about the idea and makes it better. And you know what? Some of those ideas aren't going to work. But that's where you learn. And you continue to go forward. I know it's a business model for one of our largest corporations in Arkansas and in this country, that you take calculated risk with good people. And we think that we're going to be doing that tonight. We have 2 staff members that are actually here. My Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Judy Marquis, who is going to help with this presentation. We also have Jonathan Guthrie here today, who is the principal of our newly formed second high school, Bentonville West. We try to work on this presentation to match up with the direction that we got from the Department of Education. We really want to thank Mary for the work she did to help get us prepared for today. Our strategic plan is when you look at just kind of academic performance and looking at goals, they're pretty simple and probably easy to see that they would be replicable in any other place. I think that one thing that I wanted to stress on this is that we continue to be a district that tries to be out in front of things. For 4 years, Bentonville High School has tested every kid on ACT. We're not ever afraid of accountability. Our scores dropped the first year when I arrived in the district and we chose to go to test every kid, but guess what's happened since then? There's a trajectory of it going up. Was it a risk? Yeah, maybe we're going to fall behind Fayetteville. Oh my gosh. But we can come back and say our scores will continue to go up, and they have. And we've tested every single child. We also have worked on problem-based learning or project-based learning over the past 4 years. Ms. Marquis has been really instrumental in putting forth something that we call 21C. And initially, this superintendent, as he came in, was saying, we've got to find ways to get technology into the hands of kids. But she took it to a whole different level. It wasn't really about the technology. It was about good instructional practices to teach kids to be collaborative, to be critical thinkers, and to be innovators. The third thing that we have done, we just recently were approved by you as a state board for a school of innovation. So we kind of feel like we take every opportunity that's been presented to us by the state or by the state board to think, how can we improve our delivery for our students? We obviously utilize our community to achieve our goals, and we hope that you'll see that a little bit throughout this presentation. There are probably 4 programs that really more than any other are driving our need to come forward with these waiver requests. The first is something called Ignite program. Ignite is actually a career pathway program. We're stealing it from Blue Valley Schools in Kansas City. It is highly innovative. It is allowing business, the college environment, and then also the K-12 environment to create curriculum. It's utilizing satellite campuses in the workforce. It is creating internships for kids in real settings, such as Walmart. For the first time, Walmart, anywhere else that they've never had this, where our high school kids will be working inside. They'll be swiping and doing real work at Walmart. Not college interns, high school interns. We will begin this year with the Ignite program to kick it off with a technology solutions class. Our 21st Century Skills program, I kind of already have highlighted, so I will keep moving. We continue to improve and expand our alternative learning environments. We've enhanced the number of students we serve at our secondary level, and this year for the first time, we're going to have an elementary alternative learning environment. Finally, we continue to strengthen and build our computer science program to be along with the initiative that our governor has, and we're excited about what that means in terms of a delivery to not only meet a need for workforce within our region, but also to prepare students for some of their passion. We're finding out that students, when they're given the opportunity to be creative, they can do some pretty wonderful things. Again, on opening day, I had a seventh grader from last year who was engaged with Xbox. This young man's problem was that he had CP when he was just a child, and he can't play Xbox with one hand. So he is working the technology solution, a 7th grader, gonna be an 8th grader. That's the type of kids that are coming up through our systems right now. I don't think Bentonville is unique in that. It's something we've got to address, and one of the ways to address it is for us to be creative with our waivers. Now, you might gasp because we've seen how the process has gone so far. You're going to get 5 different waiver requests from the Bentonville School District today. And to turn that over, I'm going to have Ms. Marquis join us right now to lead us through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cord. Ward, thank you so much for your time and this opportunity to visit with you about doing what's good for kids. That's what we're all about. If you look at the goals for charter schools, it talks about improving student learning, increasing opportunities for students, innovative teaching methods. Hey, that's what we're all about. We know that all kids learn differently, and we want to do anything we can with every opportunity to meet the needs of different students. Okay. And I'm going to start, and boy, this is kind of tough after being here for the last couple hours, but I'm going to start with the first waiver that we are requesting. Oops. And it's for teacher licensure. Okay. I've heard your discussion, I've heard your concerns. Our request was only for non-core classes. Okay. And Mr. Poore told you a little bit about the new program that we're doing called Ignite, where the students are out in the community working with professionals. That's who we're talking about, being able to use those professionals in that program. Okay. We are starting with the computer programming course this year, but we have a long-term plan that will include medical professions, culinary arts, a lot of really great things that have been identified in our community by our community leaders as areas of need and opportunities for kids. So we want to support those. We want those kids to be able to be with professionals in those areas. So that's what we're requesting. Okay. We do know that we would have to change our personnel policy to allow that, that exception. And that's only what we're asking for, is that exception. Okay. I give you some examples here: computer programmers, licensed healthcare professionals, those positions that go along with the pathways that we have planned. Okay. The benefits to our students, it's that real world relevant instruction from professionals. This will support our 21C program, our computer science, and the Ignite program. The next waiver that we are requesting your consideration for is from the uniform grading scale. Last year, a group of teachers approached me about standards-based grading. Y'all are all informed on education. I know that you have read the work of Thomas Gusky, Rick Stiggins, Rick and Becky Dufour, where they talk about grading, the common practice of averaging grades and how detrimental that can be to students. It does not really support their learning, where a standards-based grading scale does. We currently use standards-based grading in grades K through 4 in our district. We're looking at it for middle school. We would like to have it be able to do it in 7th and 8th grade. We do realize that in high school, for transcripts, and college, it is essential. And we will continue to do that. We would do that for 7th and 8th graders who are taking a course for high school credit. But to be able to relate grades to parents based on mastery of standards, we think is best for kids and will help their learning. If you are familiar with the research by John Hattie, the number one effective skill is for kids to be able to look at their learning and know where they are and set their goals. The next request that we have is for 8th grade students to be able to take concurrent credit. We have parents and students in our district that are very interested in this. We have a diverse community. They come to us expecting this type of thing. It is being used in charter schools, or we wouldn't be here asking for it. In the charter schools that we are asking to have the same consideration are very successful. Very successful. You'll know that Haas Hall has been rated the #1 school in the state and is highly respected nationwide. Their students get to do this, and we would really like for our students to be able to also. The next one is for leased academic facilities. Back to our Ignite program. We really like for this, that it's essential that this program be out in the community. And in some cases, we are able to do that within the business. But then there are other opportunities that may not be able to do that. We're considering a audiovisual course that may need to find a space somewhere within the community, and it might not be exactly the same type of facility as a school. We would make sure that it was all ADA, meets IDEA, any of those things. We would make sure, all safety, all of that. But it might not be, let's say, maybe as many square feet. Again, that gives our students the opportunity to be out in the community. This also might help us with our alternative learning program. We currently do not have middle school and junior high program. We added, as Mr. Poor said, elementary this year, and we did not add the junior high and middle school program. We didn't have space. We are up maybe close to 700 students this year. Space is an issue for us. A little flexibility would go a long way to meet these kids' needs. And then the last waiver that we're requesting is for clock hour for units of credit. We are not requesting any type of waiver from graduation requirement or anything of that nature. We currently have a waiver that allows us to teach oral comm within our pre-AP English. That has been a great benefit to our students. That opens up another slot within their schedule where they can take another course. We would really like to be able to do this with some other courses. And again, I go back to our Ignite program where those students within those professional arenas could take more than one course through the projects that they would be working on. They could meet those standards for more than one course. That would be a great benefit to them in that they would be able to accumulate more courses. A lot of them, all of our Ignite courses, we're working through NWAC to do concurrent credit. So to really help those kids along the way towards an associate's degree or some type of a certification. Okay. We have worked within our community Mr. Poor has spent hours out in the community talking about our Ignite program and about the things that we would like to do. We've had such a great response from our community, from our parents with this program. Our board is all on board with the program and with anything that we can do to help with that program. We have had board members and community members go to Blue Valley, as Mr. Poor mentioned, the model that we are using to build our program. Our principals are sharing information with parents as we open this new school year. We're working with our teachers. Most of the things that we have talked about here, like the grading scale, concurrent credit, a lot of those things were initiated by the teachers themselves. So we're really excited with the possibilities. We have a tremendously supportive community. We have great kids that we want to do the very best for that we can. So we thank you so much for your time, for your consideration, for your support to help us help our kids. And I think we're ready for questions.
We'll start Ms. Chambers on this end. Any questions?
In reference to the non-core, are you close enough, specific enough in your thinking and planning that you could be explicit in what you would call out as non-core this next year or whatever period of time you're instituting?
If you don't mind us tag teaming, and we didn't rehearse obviously very well in terms of which might go on these, but yeah, I'll give you an example with the Ignite program. One of the things that we're doing is a culinary program, and it fits in with the Bentonville is going to have a culinary center, and we're going to partner with NWAC, and as a part of that, them working with real chefs. One of the culinary centers is going to be about butchering of animals, okay? A very specialized skill. And so, we are going to use an individual for that whenever we go there. That's still a whole year out, but that would be an example. Another example within the Ignite program is that we're going to do video marketing, and we plan on using some of the different companies that are already there to be instructors. They may not be full-time instructors, but they would be part-time instructors with those students, or having those students even come on to their campuses, their work environments to gain instruction. Any other examples?
Just through all of those Ignite pathways.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Actually, my questions are more directed to AP's staff, just because you all have brought forth some issues that we haven't heard as of yet from others, and just wanting to make sure we're weighing all the considerations. On the uniform grading scale, are there any concerns? Are there any precedents or concerns or any legal issues in regards to what they're proposing? Maybe that's a question for Dr. Jones.
I have no concerns for that waiver. In fact, Warren, the charter school, does a standards-based education, and we support that. It's a good thing. And they've addressed at the high school level with credits that they would maintain for NCAA and college credit, the regular grading system. So I would support that.
Is that something that you would be specific about? The Bentonville, would they say in these areas, or would it be general?
I think they have been very specific. They have standards-based, which is allowed at the elementary levels now. And now that they've done the elementary levels, I heard her say that they're moving into 7th and 8th grade, and that's the area that was prohibited by law, that they had to move to a normal grading system. And so that is they're reaching the point at which they need this waiver.
Can I jump in to compliment Dr. Jones, please? When we've some of this happened well before the legislation. We've been working on standard-based report card since I arrived, and we implemented it, by level. When we got to we had an initial K2 entry into trying to do this. Then we said we're going to do third, and then they said, oh, okay. And as we're explaining this all to them, the first thing our board said, and granted this was like a good hour presentation to try to build their capacity, they're like, why are we waiting to not do this and let you have permission right now to take this all the way up to K8. When you get to 9th grade, that freaks us out a little bit. Come back and talk to us. But we had a board 2 years ago that already were saying this so makes sense because of the way that it helps guide students and parents in terms of making sure they understand strengths and weakness that they bring as a learner.
On that, so Dr. Jones, the way they're proposing it at the 9th through 12th level, there would be a traditional grade and then there would be a standards grade. Does that even need a waiver?
Not if they have traditional scoring. They can still do the standards base unless there's something exceptional they're doing.
7th and 8th is where we're asking for the waiver.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I also had a question on the concurrent college credit, because I feel like this is already going on, right? That traditional public schools offer this. I guess I'm just trying to understand why a waiver is needed.
It's just the grade level, the specific 8th grade level.
Okay. And then, are there any legal concerns in regards to the least academic facilities? Just with the specifics, I think here it's about the disabilities.
No, I don't think that we do have any concerns.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Just one, good presentation. Just one question. One of the areas that you all are focused on and struggling with is the graduation and proficiency of your students who are have a little more needs than others for whatever reason. And have you talked with the charter schools that have these waivers to see if in fact those waivers have helped them in this area?
Well, the charter schools in our area are very successful. Haas Hall is just opening in Bentonville, but their reputation, they bring that with them from the charter school in Fayetteville. And we do have Bentonville students who have been involved in the Haas Hall in Fayetteville.
Let me frame that just a little bit different, and Judy has to be a little more careful. I'm not going to be. First off, you have to understand that we have one of our charter schools is the Responsive Ed Classical Charter Academy. It doesn't even have a senior class yet. Okay, so it's still building out. Haas Hall to us is brand new into our area, but it has been in Fayetteville. But let's not forget that they have a free and reduced lunch population of about 5%. So it's not a very fair comparison. I was being nice, but so when you look at that in terms of comparisons for us, it's a little bit challenging on that end. The last one that is a part of our charter school makeup in our Benton County is the Performing Arts Academy. Thank you. And so it's such a small population that's probably a little bit challenging also to match up to. We're looking at the waiver request in terms of thinking that many of these things are going to really get to that student that's kind of in the middle of the pack, or maybe even a struggling learner, to identify a passion, be it construction trade, which is another part of our Ignite program, the culinary arts, logistics management, areas for video, that are things that sometimes it's a kid that's disengaged in school, but then all of a sudden he gets hooked into this, gets hooked up with the professional, and now all of a sudden we address the problem that you listened to me last week, that we have a problem there. That's a weakness for us.
And it's possible that if you're going to go with if it passes, and you're going with the standards-based grading, that will highlight the 7th and 8th graders and what standards they are ranking in. Then you have the RTI to fix that before they get to 9th grade. So we call it mastery grading and learning when I was in school. So I'm thrilled that you all are doing that, because there's so many points that we have teachers who want to teach a subject, not a kid. And I applaud you with this, and I certainly hope that part of your request is passed.
And Ms. Zook, I hope you saw too, and other members of the board, that it's tying together already efforts that we already have at the K-4 level. So it really extends out so that, you know, those kids that are already used to it, that again, it just ties it all together.
I see Dr. Jones just sat down, but I was going to ask her. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask another question, but I'm going to ask about the last waiver on the clock hour. I am Ms. Chambers' question about what are the examples for the Ignite program. They're great examples, and I think our concern, as you saw in the last case, is the breadth of the waiver there. And I guess I'm curious why y'all did not do a school within a school conversion charter around the Ignite program, which would have kind of contained the waiver a bit in that area.
Well, I'm going to answer your question directly, and then if I can take liberty on one aspect of it. We've looked at it in terms of, you know, as this all evolved, and we've been working with the business community and higher ed, it has been a challenge with the bureaucracies. And so you have the Bentonville bureaucracy, you have the Arkansas Department of Education bureaucracy, you have higher ed, then you have the Career Tech Unit. And so trying to get all these entities to get to the same place on just a course name is crazy. And so we're really trying to take the simplest route to get us to where we want to be with kids as quickly as possible. And we have explored the conversion charter in our community, and we never got the traction that we wanted to in terms of a final agreement to say to move forward on that. When we've already been driving forward on the Ignite program, when this waiver thing came forward, boy, our business community was aware of it, legislators were aware of it, and they said, this is perfect for this. Are you going to access it? And we said, we absolutely will. I think that the leverage that I wanted to share on clock hours and use that if I could is that what we're seeing in the kids in Kansas City as an example on a computer programming class, instead of the traditional Java delivery of, okay, students, are you with me? Is everyone here? And they're writing on the chalkboard and they're kind of step by step. These students are working with a business entity. And the kids, we asked them, how many computer languages are you learning in a semester? The answer was 5. And we said, 5? How is that possible? The young lady picked up her iPad and said, Google. What's happening on clock hours then is that these students are engaged in the block of instructional time, but then they're going so far beyond, and we want to give credit for some of that work that's happening with businesses and their own work that's away from the classroom. So I know I'm taking advantage of your question, Mr. Barth.
No, that's fine. And I've got a lot of sympathy on the clock hour, and that's why I wanted to ask Dr. Jones what flexibility we would have in existing, I guess it's rule of 1403, I believe, on that issue.
That is one area in which a waiver is needed because there's not flexibility beyond that, and it's a reasonable request. We have, and we recognize this, we have some things that are dated. Seat time does not determine learning, and we have to be open to some change with seat time, especially because of digital learning, working in industry and so forth, and so we would support this. The secret is everything can be abused, and if it is designed to be abused, somebody quickly getting in and out of school so that you don't have to teach as long, you can save money, but they've given a good explanation of what they plan to do. And I think they have a well thought out program with this.
And I would encourage on this one, and this goes back to Mr. Williams' point earlier, I think in this area in particular, this is, we need to think about a more statewide response here. You know, I'm a little trouble doing it this way, and I would like us as a board to maybe work with staff in the coming year on on this issue in preparation for the next legislative session.
Good point. We are addressing with legal some issues with attendance and those issues to try to catch up with the digital learning. And so that's something that we're aware of and we're addressing through rules this year.
I'm sorry, on one last thing on this. I'm wanting to get to yes on this one. What I didn't love about your answer to Ms. Chambers' question was you started giving examples, and I think we're trying to get some boundaries rather. And so, in terms of how to frame that, is tying it to those. Non-core instructors that are part of the Ignite program alone, is that acceptable to the district in terms of achieving the goals?
We would be thrilled to allow you to do that today, and then if we had to, we could come back in with an additional waiver for something beyond that if that would make things easier.
Thank you.
I don't really have a question. It's just, I'm excited. This is a great presentation. As a mom of 4 kids, homeschooling, watching my children develop and grow over the years, you see different aspects, you see different giftings in each different child. And the fact that you have opportunities for children, for students that have a vast array of abilities, like going into culinary skills and construction trade, because not everyone is going to be going necessarily to higher education. And I think that's the one thing that I'm most excited about, is being able to give those children, give those students an early start, something they don't have to wait until they graduate from high school to jump into the trade or area that they would like to learn about. So I'm excited.
I would just, as a 7th, 8th grade teacher, I would love to be able to teach where it was standard-based grading. That would be awesome. And so I really like that. And the potential to ignite students' passions for learning, because I can see so many of those kids dropping out of school. And this will hopefully keep that from happening. Only one question I had was on there, it talked about the Arkansas history department. I either missed that or I didn't understand what the waiver on that one was.
And that is just when we look at a waiver for licensure, if we are requesting a waiver for some other aspects of that, we wouldn't want one of these teachers or one of these professionals who would be working with the kids through the Ignite program to have to go take Arkansas history. That was just part of the licensure.
That's just confusing to me, because, I mean, if they're non-licensed, in many cases, I'm going to have concerns about that differential treatment, that one does feel like it could easily get problematically abused.
The licensure?
On the Arkansas history in particular, I mean, the cases you gave earlier, didn't seem like that would even be an issue.
And honestly, I'll be honest with you, it's in there because that's the way the charter schools did it. They kind of lumped all of those different aspects about teacher licensure together. So my thought was, if that's the way they did it, then that's the way we need to ask for it too. That there is no other reason that that's in there other than that's how the charter schools put it.
Any follow-up questions?
Well, does Ms. Pepper maybe have some, can you help on this? On this next?
And maybe Ms. Davis has just helped me clarify. So my question would go to the district, is the request for the waiver from a teacher teaching 8th grade Arkansas history or anything like it? It's from the PD requirement? Is that what it's from? the requirement that those that are teaching at middle level have to have the training in art?
And in fact, Mr. Barth helped us in terms of framing this a little tighter to make it for an Ignite teacher, meaning a teacher that is very much tied into a career pathway that might be construction, it might be culinary, it might be video marketing.
Okay. It was our understanding, or my understanding, okay, that in certain cases, teachers coming maybe from out of state or somewhere to become licensed in Arkansas would have to take Arkansas history. And if we were asking for a waiver for the teachers, the professionals in the Ignite program to receive other considerations to not be licensed, that would also be one of them. And I could be wrong. Is that a requirement at times that they have Arkansas history?
Licensure.
For licensure. So yes, that's just part of the licensure package is why it's in there. Oh, no, ma'am, no.
I get that, but I think the way, I mean, if we do go with a framing that's a very narrow subset of professionals, I'm just not seeing that waiver as relevant.
And we've got help from Mr. Walter on this, that he, really, I think, as Ms. Marquis said, she took this as a component from the charters, the waivers, because we said if it worked for them, it will work for us. But the reality is, framing it the way you have, Mr. Barth, in terms of the types of folks we're going to have, this will not have any impact at all, because the waiver would have to, the actual rule says a person should not be licensed as a social studies teacher or as an elementary school teacher unless the person has successfully completed at least 3 hours. So this kind of becomes a moot point.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
Thank you.
And you could omit that. If it makes you more comfortable with this, then we can take that out. Withdraw that request.
That's your Arkansas politics.
Before we move into a process of considering each request for a waiver individually. Any more questions?
Madam Chair, I would just like to say one more thing before you move forward, and that is that we are willing, and I want to throw this out again because maybe it would support previous districts and districts that you'll meet with tonight, to have a conditional conditional waiver granted to us, and you could set up whatever time frame that you wanted to, and we'd be encouraged by that, because we'll come back in front of you in 3 years or 5 years, and we're going to blow your socks off.
Well, Ms. Davis, could Ms. Davis speak to that?
I don't believe that the law gives us the ability to offer any kind of provisional or conditional approvals. That's either grant in whole or in part or deny in whole or in part. I mean, of course, they can say they're only... Pardon me? Yes, and the way that we've interpreted that is if they ask for 5 waivers, you can piecemeal and, like you've been doing, vote for one, not for other, but it's not offering conditional or time limits on them.
Ms. Davis, what if their request is for a time certain?
Now, that can be done. I mean, I think that one of the things that we had discussed is that, it shouldn't necessarily be the board's direction to kind of coerce them into doing it on approval of that's the only way they're going to get the waiver. But if they say that we only want to get it for 3 years because we want to come back and knock your socks off and show you how great we're doing, then they are amending that here to say that we're only going to ask for it for the next 3 years.
Okay, here we go, Mr. Ward. We have the first request. Do you want to preface any of your requests for a waiver with a time stipulation, or how do you want to do that?
I'm trying to be sympathetic to how you as a board might want to govern this, and I'm really receptive to 3-5. That seems reasonable and logical to me. But I think you also have to think about your own workflow, and it's not just us that you might be thinking about doing this for. So, 3, and then you've got a whole rash of them coming back, and or maybe it's 5 years.
I don't think that's a consideration at this point. I think it's what you say you want, not what we think we can manage. That comes on the other end. So I think any input we have along those lines is coercive. Arm twisting kind of thing. But I think that comes from you, so it's independent. So if you're not superintendent in 3 years or 5 years, someone could say, well, that wasn't my desire, but we can say that's what was asked for and that's what we approved.
I guess I would share, this is totally off the cuff and it's not my style because I'm not going to collaborate with him, but I would say 5 years makes sense to me because of implementation and getting to a place where you could have results from several graduating classes to show how things have progressed on several of these issues. It's going to be tied towards, what are your graduation results? What is your, how's it work with instructors staying on the job? Satisfaction of parents. That makes sense to me.
So then if this meets your approval, your request for waivers 1 through 5 are attached to a 5-year timeline sunset. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions about board members relative to that? Then, Commissioner, do you have any concerns?
No, I just see Mr. Anderson back there. He's taking notes.
Well, we'll. Yes. Or the month after. Okay. Let's start with number 1, and that's the request for a waiver for teacher licensure for 5 years for the Bentonville School District. What is the pleasure of the board?
I would move, I'm going to need some help with crafting this. I would move that the waiver be granted for non-core professionals tied specifically to the Ignite program.
Second.
And Ms. Suffer, is that, you see any problems there? Okay.
For the period specified.
For the period specified.
That's a motion by Dr. Barth and second by Mr. Williamson. Roll call, please.
Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Dr. Barth.
Yes.
Mr. Black.
Yes.
Ms. Savers.
Yes.
Ms. Zook.
Yes.
Ms. Chambers.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
That motion passes by unanimous vote. The second request for waiver for the Bentonville School District for a period of 5 years would be to implement the uniform grading scale. So we have a motion.
I move to approve.
Moved by Ms. Savers to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. What's your name?
Chambers.
If I looked up, I could have, it would have come to me. Okay, so that's the motion. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Wright.
Yes.
Dr. Barth.
Yes.
Mr. Black.
Yes.
Ms. Savers.
Yes.
Ms. Zook. Ms. Chambers.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
That's great. Then the third request from the Bentonville School District is a waiver for concurrent college credit.
Specific eighth grade.
For 8th graders for a period of 5 years.
I know this is going to pass, but I just want to explain that. I'm going to vote against it because I think 8th grade is simply too young for concurrent credit, and that's true for charter schools or any school. I think there's something about emotional development in terms of being able to learn that it just reaches a point that there's something about too young. So I'm going to vote against it, but I just wanted to explain that.
Dr. Barth copied off of my notes. I'll be against it as well. I agree on the maturity level.
Well, you can't get that. We have to get a motion first. So either one of you feel strong enough to do a motion, or we just going to
I move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Savers.
Second.
Second by Mr. Williamson. A roll call.
Ms. Wright.
No.
Dr. Barth.
No.
Mr. Black.
Yes.
Ms. Savers.
Yes.
Ms. Zook. Ms. Chambers.
Yes.
Ms. Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Then the motion passes. The next item for consideration is the waiver, the lease academic facilities for a 5-year period of time. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move for approval. Or of the waiver.
Move for approval by Ms. Rice, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Dean. Roll call.
Ms. Wright,
Yes.
Dr. Barr,
Yes.
Ms. Savers,
Yes.
sorry, skip Mr. Black, sorry, Mr. Black. Ms. Zook, Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
And the fifth and final request for a waiver is for clock hours for unit of credit for a period of 5 years, a waiver for the Bentonville School District. What is the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Dean, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Chambers. Roll call, please. Any further discussion?
Ms. Wright,
Yes.
Dr. Barr,
Yes.
Mr. Black,
Yes.
Ms. Savers,
Yes.
Ms. Zook,
Yes.
Ms. Chambers,
Yes.
Ms. Dean,
Yes.
Mr. Williamson.
Yes.
Passes unanimously, so congratulations.
Thank you so
And
much.
we're looking, I'm encouraged by your I think you're brave to not take the extended no limit and put the 5-year stipulation in and be willing, ready, and to defend it. I think that what it does is suggest to me, not that it wasn't there with other folks, but it suggests that you guys really are intent on being successful, and we look forward to it. And always looking for models for Arkansas, but more important than that, national models for innovations like this. Yes, right.
And just to say, because for the commissioner's comments, right, of the previous applicants taking notes and such, one of the things that also made a difference for me on this one was the connection to a specific program, so that it wasn't just sort of these broad stroke waivers, but that you all actually had some specific programs toward which you had thought of use of these waivers. So
I'd also just like to make sure the record reflects giving credit to those that went before you. This is a
Yes.
process,
Yes.
and they helped us.
Education does,
Yeah,
yeah.
yes. Thank you very much, but I want to make sure they're thanked as well. And hopefully they'll be back.
Hopefully.
Next month.
I also want to say, I think the conversion charter route is the better route on these. I think it's more a school of innovation. I think in essence that's what we created here, but I think there's a process, and if there are bureaucratic impediments to that, then maybe that's worth talking about and thinking about, but I think those processes are better. I think you basically created it, or we created it together through this compromise, but that's a good route that I'm more comfortable with.
Okay, thank you. That was something. We're going to break for dinner, and we will return at 7:30. And we'll take action on our agenda.
of Education. We're just a few short days away from the start of a new school year. While this is an exciting time of year for our students and their families, we must also be mindful of student safety, especially in and around our school buses. As a young teacher in Russellville, I drove a school bus
school district, and the school district is asked that their request for a waiver be postponed to next month, so we'll wait to hear from them. Then next we have a 25 district request for waivers granted to open enrollment charter.
That was pulled. It was pulled. That was one of the pulled ones.
Yeah, that was pulled one.
Osceola was pulled?
Yeah, it was. It's 25. Wait a minute.
Are they coming back in September too?
25 and 28. No, I don't know. So 25. Okay, 26.
Yeah. Dr. Gocher, we still hear music playing up here. Is that?
It is on these.
Oh, that's. Oh, okay. Okay.
Can we turn that down?
And I must say, Daryl certainly looks different than he had earlier today.
That's elevator music, sweetie. That's elevator music.
We're down to this group has gotten loose. I don't know what's going to happen. What's going on? 826. Brad's changed. Yeah, no wine or anything. District request for waiver granted to open enrollment charter Rogers School District.
Yes, Mary Perry in Rogers School District, I believe, is on the line. They may not be there for just a couple of minutes. They're there? Yes, they're there. And on the phone to speak first is Mr. Robert Moore, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Instruction. Also available to answer questions are Dr. Janie Darr, Superintendent, Mr. Mark Sparks, Deputy Superintendent, and Dr. Roger Hill, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. Dr. Roger Hill, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
We'll start by swearing each of you in. If you'll we'll trust you to raise your right hands. To be sworn, do you solemnly swear Mr. Moore, Darr, Sparks, and Hill to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. We do.
I do. Sparks and Dr. Roger Hill had to leave to go to Parents Make a Difference night, so it's Robert Moore and Jamie Darr on the phone with you.
Okay. Did you say, spell your last name, Mr. Durham?
Yeah.
That's a Darr. Okay. Okay. You. Who wants to speak first? Mr. Moore, is it you?
Good evening. My name is Robert Moore. I'm Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education at Rogers Public Schools. I'd like to begin by thanking the State Board of Education for the opportunity to call in from Rogers with our waiver request. We recognize the importance of the waiver request, but we also believe it is important to be in our district today to support the professional development of our teachers. It's my hope that we can be very succinct with our request in order to expedite your meeting. We come before you today requesting a waiver for the next 5 years from Standard 14.03 that sets 120 hours of instructional time for course credit and 6-hour average instructional day for use with our virtual courses. This waiver has previously been granted to the Arkansas Arts Academy, which is located in our school district. The mission of the Rogers Public Schools is to provide an environment of educational excellence where all belong, all learn, and all succeed. We believe that providing this waiver to our school district will help us meet the needs of our diverse learners per our mission. In addition, Rogers Public School is now in the 10th year of our strategic plan. We believe that the waiving of seat time will help us meet one of our strategic actions and allow our district to become a premier district in the use of technology to support student learning and teacher instructional processes. Through this strategic action, we plan to develop a virtual program, school and course selections for our students in grades 9 through 12. This waiver will give our students the flexibility to earn additional credits and increase opportunities to explore coursework in areas of interest. In addition, it is our plan to implement a virtual program during the 16-17 school year. Having this waiver will allow us to pilot potential coursework in the spring semester. The Arkansas Arts Academy currently uses this waiver to allow students who are taking computer-based online courses from the Arkansas Public School Resource Center to move through courses at their own pace, We believe that this waiver will provide opportunities for further curricular exploration for our students. This waiver will allow students to master content virtually at their own pace and provide our students the flexibility of schedule to take additional career preparation courses, participate in internships, or take other off-campus courses. Students participating in virtual courses where the seat time is waived will be expected to master and demonstrate content knowledge at the same level of rigor as students who are participating in traditional courses. We believe that providing this waiver, we can create virtual programs and opportunities for our students to take additional accredited coursework from a variety of approved providers. Currently, our district is performing at a high level and is under no sanctions from the state or academic or physical issues. We do not believe that this waiver, in conjunction with our plans to develop virtual programs, will have negative impact on our financial situation. However, in the future, it is possible that virtual programs in our district could alleviate some need for additional facilities due to students taking courses from home or a virtual center. We've had preliminary conversations with our school board and teachers about our desire to create a virtual program and the possibilities for requesting waivers to support the new program. If the waiver is approved by the state board, we will formalize those conversations and use a variety of platforms to communicate our intentions. We currently do not see any district policies that would conflict with this waiver. If some were to arise, we would work with our school board to make all necessary adjustments. Once again, we thank you for consideration of our proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Would you again state the waivers that you're requesting? The board members have any questions of Mr. Moore, Ms. Starr? If there are no questions, the waiver for the Rogers School District is relative to the 120 clock hours. So, could we get a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Second.
For 5 years, stipulation for 5 years. Second, moved by Ms. Savers, second by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, I'm sorry, roll call vote, please.
I could just ask a question of ADE staff, if that's all right. I just want to make sure that this substantially doesn't differ from the one we saw from Bentonville, correct?
No, I mean, never.
Correct, no, it doesn't.
Correct, if there aren't substantial differences.
Okay.
Madam Chair. Ms. Rice?
Yes.
Dr. Barr?
Yes.
Mr. Black?
Yes.
Ms. Savers?
Yes.
Ms. Zook?
Yes.
Ms. Chambers?
Yes.
Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Williamson?
Yes.
Unanimous, Madam Chair.
Unanimous. Congratulations to the Rogers School District. We hope that you're successful in moving this initiative forward and it shows positive outcomes for the young people that you serve. Okay, moving on to the next agenda. You're welcome.
We deeply appreciate your approval.
Well, thank you, Dr. Dar. This is Mireya Wright. Just for everyone to know, I do get to work quite closely with Dr. Dar and her team, and they're so impressive. And again, just another school district I love to highlight because they really do serve all children. They have one of the highest English language learner populations in the state, and they're amongst the highest achieving students in that district. So best of luck, Dr. Dar and Dr. Moore.
Okay, so we're down to action item 827, consideration of embedded courses, and that's Mr. Coy. No, it's not.
Stepping in, Debbie
Debbie Jones.
Learning Services. Act 421 of 2013 allows school districts to apply for embedded courses, 2 courses in 1 period. Schools they go through a process, make application through our curriculum instruction unit. You're familiar with these. They still are required and held accountable for the standards of each course. The 2 applying today, and these are the final of the embedded course for this upcoming year, Huntsville and Marion are both applying for an embedded course of English 10 with oral communications. And as required, the board must vote and approve these embedded courses.
Are there any questions?
Do you believe embedding oral communication with English 10 is as good or better placed than at 11th or 12th?
What was the last part of that?
Instead of 11th or 12th grade.
That really is a personal decision of the district. I do believe embedding oral comm within an English class is a good thing. And I've taught oral comm before. It's an easy thing to do. Because in their English courses and the Common Core standards, Arkansas standards that they are teaching, it's easy to make presentations and speak. It's just more content-based presentation. So it makes perfect sense.
Move for approval by Dr. Barnes and second by Ms. Zook. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
828 has been pulled. 829, consideration for public comment, proposed Arkansas Department of Education rules governing background checks and license revocation. That's Ms. Reinhardt.
Yes, 3 rules. The first one is the background checks and license revocation. These rules, most of the changes in these rules have to do with Act 1089 of the legislative session to implement that act.
Any questions? Mercedes had a question. No. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ray Williamson. Things move so fast nowadays. Mr. Williamson, move for approval. Mercedes second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, the motion carries. So, love this. Okay, 830 is consideration for public comment, proposed Arkansas Department of Education rules governing the teacher excellence and support system.
Yes, and I'll have the same thing to say about these rules. The majority of these substantive changes have to do with implementing Act 1091 of the legislative session.
I move the release for public comment.
Okay, Dr. Marcus moved the release for public comment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wright.
Could I ask a question?
Certainly.
The 6.03, the student growth measure, when will those rules be presented for adoption?
I'll let Ms. Jeffrey answer that.
We currently have a group convened to study student growth measures. Dr. Arola is modeling some data for us on different types of growth models. We're working closely with accountability and learning services because we know we're going to have to measure growth differently for accountability as well as educator effectiveness. And if we can measure growth in the same way, we've been measuring growth differently for all of our different things. So that's our ultimate goal. I don't think we have a timeline as far as educator effectiveness per se. Ideally, if we could come back in the spring, I think that's going to be good for ESEA renewal beyond this year. They want to know that we're making progress towards that. So we've just kind of lined everything up. So, but that will come before you because you will now approve the measures for student growth, and we hope to also have multiple measures in addition to just state assessments.
Because I know that the special ed teachers, ALE teachers, though,
yes,
that's going to be very helpful for those teachers to have a measure of growth, not performance on grade level.
Exactly, and there are some of the models we're looking at now will better take into account students' factors that are beyond just the teacher in the classroom. So,
thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The motion is carried. Then we're down to 831, consideration for public comment, proposed Arkansas Department of Ed rules governing the leader excellence and development system.
Yes, and these rules changes were also made to, we try to align the LEADS system with the test system, and so these implementation here is also related to what was passed in Act 1091 for tests. So these rules are to be more consistent with tests.
Do we need to change the parts that make reference to growth, or is that okay to leave them in?
We have put the same language in here as far as growth, that it won't be a factor until we do develop the student growth measures. Same language.
Thank you. A motion to approve?
Or a motion?
A move to approve. or put out for public comment?
Put out for public comment. Ms. Lucas moved that. And there's second?
A second.
Second by Ms. Wright. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. 832, Mr. Biggs, in his consideration for approval of emergency rules, proposed Arkansas Department of Education rules governing the distribution of students' special needs funding and the determination of allowable expenditures of those funds.
Thank you, Corey Biggs, staff attorney with the Department of Education. These rules are modifications of the existing rules on NSLA categorical funds. We have incorporated several changes from the Omnibus Bill, Act 846, as well as 994, and actually 1115 as well, to clean up some language. Some of it touches on ALEs, and it just mirrors the statute. The main change is that we've cleaned up some language on Provision 2, which is an alternative form of determining your percentage of free and reduced lunch students. And then we've added provisions for CEP, the community eligibility provision, which is the newest way to alternatively establish the percentage of your free and reduced lunch students. And the key point on that is, if I can find it in my notes, it's in Section 6, and it is 6.01.6. The reason these are emergency rules is because if there is a school or school district that implemented CEP during the 14-15 school year and piloted this program for the state, then the FY 2015-2016 NSLA categorical funds will need to be dispersed by October 31st, 2015. As of yet, they don't have any authority under which to do that, so we're hoping to get these in place in order for those funds to be dispersed on time.
Okay, so is there a motion concerning the consideration approval of the emergency rules?
I have a
Question.
Can you tell me in different words what CEP and Provision 2 are? Can you fluff that out a little so I can better understand it?
Certainly. The main difference for Provision 2 and CEP as compared to taking applications, the way that it's always been done in the past, is that you can actually lock in your percentage for multiple years so that you don't have to take applications every year. And for CEP, it actually goes another half step further. You don't actually have to have taken applications and lock in that percentage. You can actually use other available data in order to establish what the free and reduced lunch rate for the students within your school district would be. And that's a process that's prescribed by the federal government.
I do have a question, and you may not be prepared to answer this. You know, when we get a rule like this, which I'd never looked at this rule before, until this, but it made me read the ALE stuff more closely. And the criteria that, this is in 402.1.1, and the criteria that activate ALE placement. It was interesting, I'd just never seen this before, that that student pregnancy or single parenthood status becomes the basis for this. This is completely irrelevant to the topic that we're focused on here, but I've just never seen this before, and it may be something that we maybe want to think about a little bit if we can. I just don't know if this is law or rule, but I worry a lot about students who are pregnant being really pushed out of traditional education. And so I'm just curious whether this is statutory or rule. That's really my question, because if it's statutory, obviously we can't do anything about it. And you may not know the answer on this, because I know this is irrelevant to the topic that you're really focused on with this rule change.
Yeah, my guess, which Ms. Perry is confirming.
It's rules. The statute gives us the authority to establish the rules, but it's rules.
Okay.
It's two or more of those characteristics.
I know we've got the bigger issue related to ALEs that we've, in terms of how they should be dealt with for academic distress and things like that. And I'm just wondering if we might, whether it's a work session or some other group, we need to deal with that broader issue, I think, of ALEs and how ALE students are determined. And this just made me think about it because I do think that we often shuttle pregnant girls and single parents out of traditional education when we should be simply providing better services for those students within the traditional setup rather than kind of pushing them out. So it's a side, and I somewhat apologize for even bringing it up in this setting, but it's just the first time I've actually read this rule, and it made me think about this whole issue of how we classify ALE students. So just something of an aside, but I'll just say it because I thought about it.
And actually, if I could piggyback on that, I also actually had a similar concern with classification of English language learners as related to funding, just because anecdotally this is something I've heard quite a bit in various of the school districts around West Arkansas, the concern of maybe overclassification of English language learners because of the pure criteria that if at least one of your parents speaks a language that's not English at home, then that automatically puts you, it's that home survey, right? And that puts you as a classification of English language learners. But actually, a lot of these children are speaking English at home, even with their brothers and their sisters and their parents. Their parents may speak the language, but they are only speaking English. But simply because their parents speak maybe that language to each other, the kids are getting qualified as English language learners. And there's a perception I know of amongst many Hispanic students that maybe it's being done because of this funding, right, out of the incentive of the funding, and then the reason that they're concerned about it is because it is so hard to get out of ESL. It's actually harder, the PASS exam. Now this will all hopefully change with the new assessment, but with the PASS assessment, the LDA was many times considered harder than the benchmark exams at that time. And it was given after the benchmark exam. So after test exhaustion, it was the last test that the kids were taking a year. And so many kids finding themselves in additional years in that. And again, a lot of them wondering and if it was tied to, the desire of seeing additional funds come to the district. And so my understanding though is that this is federally determined. Is that correct in terms of surveys, or is it state? And I guess I just, I've always been at somewhat of a loss of how to advise or even address that issue. And again, it's anecdotally. I don't actually have numbers to prove any of this. I've just heard this from a few school districts. And again, concerned that because of the incentives of funding, that maybe there is some of that overclassification, especially with so many of these younger siblings, right, who really are just speaking English at home. So.
Section 5.03 is what establishes the process for determining ELL students, and I believe there's obviously always the chance that there's an interplay between federal law and state law, and I can't speak to that off the top of my head tonight, but I believe this is going to be a similar setup to the ALE setup, where there's a statute that gives the department authority to promulgate rules and contain a subset of students through any means which we deem to be appropriate. And so I'm thinking that's probably where this list came from, was from what was available at the time these rules were last revised for that section, which may need to be something that a look is taken at. But then for the specific purpose of these rules, this is a state function. The funding is a state function because those are categorical state funds in the same way that NSLA funds are or any of the other categorical funds.
Any other questions? What is the pleasure of the board on action item 32? Moved by Ms. Savers to approve with second by Dr. Barr. Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Mr. Beach, you have the next one, consideration of public comment, proposed Arkansas Department of Education rules governing college and career readiness planning programs.
Thank you. These are a bit simpler. It's mostly cleanup of, as you know, we've had several changes to assessment over the last few years, and these are in response to specific acts which took certain outdated assessments out of our code, and that's why we're taking them out of the rules. And you can see that the big changes that it replaces, where it would say the Explore, Plan, or PSAT assessments that were given in past years, with the language now to include any assessment approved by the State Board of Education. So it's much more broad and hopefully prevents us from having to come back and do this over and over again.
Okay, can we get a motion regarding 833?
So moved.
Mr. You move approval by Mr. Black. Is there a second? By Ms. Savers. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Now, Ms. Jennifer Davis is a woman of the hour, because she rounds it up.
Okay. Well, and I hate to disappoint because these are long. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Had to make sure everybody was still awake.
Before everybody leaves, I probably shouldn't say this while we're being recorded, but the commissioner is prepared to write excuses for anybody that needs one to get home.
No, actually, though, and once I'm done, we do have the gentleman that wanted to speak earlier, so he would still like to speak. So, okay, these rules are rules governing professional development. There was Act 44 modified the number of hours or number of professional development days in a basic contract. Other than that, there was just a few cleanups, some grammatical things, and some things to bring it in accordance with Act that has now been codified. So we just request approval to open these for public comment, if you don't have any questions.
Motion? I move to open for public comment. Second. Moved by Ms. Dean, second by Ms. Savers. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. There's a gentleman that has a brave, patient man.
Davis Hendricks.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. Well, I appreciate you staying. I appreciate you allowing me to speak to you briefly. I want to get this on record for the meeting, and the appropriate time for this would have been probably when there was a waiver request for gifted and talented programs, but Forest City withdrew that today, or at least is going to postpone it. But I felt like this is not really related directly to Forest City's request. It's a general thing. Marilyn Larson, who's outgoing chair of the Governor's Advisory Council for Gifted and Talented, has also, she had to leave, but she did leave the letters, and I think they circulated those. She wanted that for you to consider as well. And I sent emails to each of the board members. I don't know if you've had a chance to see them. It was only a couple of days ago, so you might not have had time to look at them. That's why I'm circulating another copy of those. Plus a brochure that Arkansans for Gifted and Talented Education, that's the group I represent, AGA we call it. I'm their legislative advocate. And we spent 18 months developing and doing the research, thanks to Mark Hudson, into our statutory history of gifted ed, just so that the folks that come after us will have that information and will know how gifted education came into being in Arkansas, and how we managed to have the benefit of not only a mandate, but K-12 gifted programs in the state, but also funding. So I brought up, the last time I talked to you was at the very end of the meeting back in February, and you were very patient then, and I appreciate it. But I wanted to just read this letter to get it on record, and then to also say that some of the concerns we've had over the last few years of cuts and funding, et cetera, one thing that was been addressed recently by the Department of Ed, and we're so appreciative of that, is filling of one of the positions that was vacated, and doing that without really impacting the budget. I thought that was ingenious, and I want to really thank the commissioner and thank Debbie Jones, Dr. Jones, for that assistance. Now we'll have 3 people to monitor districts in the state going forward after the new one is trained well, and that will get us back up to speed as far as our accountability piece, being able to monitor districts every 3 years, hopefully in the future, as opposed to every 6 years. So we're really excited about that. We really want to thank the Department of Ed for taking care of that. We really appreciate it. So I'll go ahead and just share this letter if that's all right. Okay. On February 12th, I addressed the State Board of Education on behalf of Arkansans for Gifted and Talented Education, AGAT, and expressed concerns about the guidelines for districts of innovation allowing waivers of gifted and talented programs in Arkansas. I provided a letter from Senator Joyce Elliott that shared her intention that gifted programs not be waived from any public school in Arkansas, since the state mandate that requires K-12 programs for gifted students has been the law for 30 years. I shared that AGAT interprets that law as a response to the legal and moral imperative that we provide appropriate educational opportunities for all students in our public schools, and that to waive that requirement violates the civil rights of students of high potential. At that time, the State Board voted to allow the waivers to remain in the guidelines for approval of districts of innovation, leaving us the only option of approaching Senator Elliott and asking her to amend her Districts of Innovation Act. Senator Elliott readily agreed, and during the last session passed with no opposition an amendment to require districts applying for development of schools of innovation to comply with the state mandate to provide standards-based services to identify gifted and talented students in schools of innovation. Senator Elliott assured us that it was never her intention that waivers for schools of innovation allow applicants to circumvent the statutory requirements of providing appropriate services for identified gifted and talented students. Charter schools have been allowed to waive gifted and talented programs, and with the passage of Act 1240, public schools and districts that have charter schools may be granted the same waivers allowed for those charter schools. We do not believe that the rights to an appropriate education should be denied any student in any public school in Arkansas. Which students should we exclude from the law, and what rationale could be used to do so? We endorse the concept of getting out of the box and trying new strategies, which should be the rationale for waivers of existing requirements. But the standards for gifted and talented education programs allow for a variety of strategies to design alternatives to those programs to meet the needs of these unique learners. We believe that any strategies being considered as alternatives to those recommended in the program approval standards for gifted and talented should be reviewed by the Office of Gifted and Talented at the Arkansas Department of Education before being granted approval. AGAT does not support the abandonment of all responsibility to provide services for students of high potential in any public school in Arkansas by the waiving of programs entirely. We ask you to consider whether further erosion of the responsibility of public schools to provide services to a special needs population in our state is a wise path to continue. We're aware that you've been informed that these waivers, once granted, may be irreversible. If so, the weight of making responsible decisions on what precedents to set for the future becomes even heavier. And let me stop for a second and just say that by being able to watch the proceedings, by seeing the proceedings today, I'm very much reassured that the way this board has approached the situation. It is the position of AGAT that the law mandating that public schools provide appropriate services to gifted and talented students has worked well for 30 years. And even though programs still receive somewhat inadequate funding, they have made significant contributions to the overall academic health of Arkansas's public schools. Even more significantly, these laws mandate that the civil rights of a special needs group of learners in our schools be addressed in a responsible manner with strategies that are based on program approval standards reflecting research-based best practices in the education of students of high potential. We also know that the lawmakers of Arkansas continue to support this law. By their unopposed passage of Act 1136, legislators once again indicated unanimous support for the provision of appropriate services to identified gifted and talented students in Arkansas. And the rest is just, I've circulated the brochures. I appreciate you letting us address the issues and know that you're going to keep this at the forefront of your awareness as you consider waivers in the future. Thank you.
I did get your email, and you had some very relevant and salient points in it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
At this point, I don't know if we need a motion to adjourn because everybody's shuffling their stuff. Because somebody, I move that we adjourn Moved by everybody, second by everybody else.